Hey everyone. Welcome back for part 2 of What If Naruto was written by Jiraiya the Gallant. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the rest of the story is already out over there for you guys, along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. D-rank missions and a frustrated Sasuke. Sasuke left his home after swiping his breakfast off the table, and he left without saying a word to his mother. The last 2 weeks spun like crazy in Sasuke's mind, and every memory frustrated Sasuke more and more. It was incensing, and Naruto didn't know what to think about it. It all started with the damnable bell test and the humiliation that brought on. The 1,000 years of death was an inhumane technique, and its use should never be allowed against Chunin. First, Naruto showed him up during the Chunin test and got him and Sakura to agree to his plan. It didn't help that Sasuke was defeated in single combat against their lazy-ass sensei and subsequently humiliated by him. Then, Naruto told the squad the underlying meaning of the bell test, which Sasuke hadn't noticed. Then, he was tied to a damned pole and the bastard had to feed him. Gah! It was all so stupid and frustrating. If that wasn't bad enough, the elite Jonin showed up 2 hours late every single day. While the pink-haired banshee bothered him, Naruto would just train by himself or meditate. While he got frustrated, the damned Uzumaki just smile at everything. When Sasuke confronted him about it, he just replied, "Maybe you should take up one of your fangirls on their offers and find out." The thought made Sasuke spit on the ground in disgust to clear the foul taste that thinking about his fangirls gave him. He kicked the splotch in the dirt and glared down the streets towards the training ground. That brought Sasuke to the third point of frustration. Naruto was stronger, much stronger, than he was. Sasuke needed to be stronger than Naruto if he ever wanted to kill his sister and avenge his fallen clan members. That brought out the fourth point: Naruto wouldn't tell him how he got so strong or why he still believes in his sister. It was like he knew things that Sasuke didn't, which he couldn't tolerate. The boy was an orphan, and it was just repulsive to think that an Uchiha elite could be so far behind an orphan. Then, whenever Sasuke brought up Itachi, the boy clammed up and his aura turned murderous. Why did he openly support a missing nin and murderer? The realization that Naruto was the central point of his frustration didn't help things when they started taking missions after the first week. Sasuke noticed the scowls from most of the villagers, but then there were the longing glances from certain females in the population. After he noticed it, he started noticing that it was most young females that were looking at him in a longing manner. What the hell was going on? Sasuke kicked the ground in frustration as he entered Training Ground 7 and saw Naruto was already there working out. He was stuck upside down to a tree branch and his legs were straight as he did inverse sit-ups without his shirt on. Under the tree, 20 clones sat paired up and they were doing the lightning exercise that Sasuke had seen them do. Next to them, 20 more clones were burning leaves with their chakra. Sasuke then looked toward the pond and saw that there were 20 clones sitting on the pond and manipulating the water. Sasuke did something difficult for him. "Naruto, could you please explain to me what you are doing?" Naruto looked upside down at him with a smile on his face. "I've been waiting for you to ask nicely." He then dropped from the branch and flipped to land on his feet. "I am doing physical training while performing a chakra control exercise called tree walking. These clones are working on my lightning affinity, and this is the second control exercise I know. Those clones are working with fire chakra, and that is the first control exercise. It is my weakest affinity, so, yeah, I am not so good at it. The clones sitting on the water are doing advanced chakra control and water affinity training." Sasuke nodded. "So, why are your clones training?" Naruto seemed to think for a bit before shrugging. "It is the shadow clone jutsu. Your cousin Shisui taught it to me when I was a kid because I have so much chakra." "Teach it to me," Sasuke said before grunting and adding, "Please." Naruto sighed. "I want to, but it is a forbidden jutsu for many reasons. If I taught you, it could just as easily help you as it could kill you. I would say to ask Kakashi sensei if you have enough chakra to learn it." "Then how are you able to make so many without getting hurt?" Sasuke asked with frustration tinging his voice. "That is a village secret, and I am not allowed to tell you." Naruto replied simply and held up his hands in a plea for time to explain. "Before I can tell you, we need to get the Hokage's approval. Before I ask the Hokage, I want a teammate and a bond. For now, why don't you learn tree climbing?" Sakura walked up at this point. "Why do we need to walk on trees? We can just climb them. It is a chakra control exercise. The feet are the most difficult part of the body to channel chakra to and keep it stable. By learning this exercise, you learn to control your chakra better. Naruto explained. Why does that matter? Sasuke asked. Remember when I taught Sakura that chakra channeling before we got into that fight at the academy? Naruto asked and Sasuke grunted. Channeling chakra empowers our muscles and lets us exceed our normal limits. It also makes it more efficient to use your jutsu. For instance, Sasuke, you could cast 8 or 9 fireballs before you were exhausted rather than the 5 you are stuck at now. That is why chakra control matters. So, how do we do it? Sakura asked. Channel a film of chakra to the bottom of your feet. Use it to bind your foot to the tree and keep the flow steady. Too much chakra and your foot will blow off. Too little chakra and you will slide right off. Naruto explained. Thanks, Sasuke said briefly before walking to a tree away from Naruto's clones, followed shortly by Sakura. That was nice of you. Kurama said through the link. Well, if I am stuck with them then I don't want to deal with his bitching, moaning and grunting all the time. Naruto thought back. Kurama chuckled, you are so willing to be the better man. That is why I am drawn to you. I can feel your nympho smile from out here. Naruto replied cheekily, so, do you have any pointers after our first couple of weeks together? Kurama replied in a husky tone. Well, you have the basics down, but you are a bit too timid with exploring. Care to elaborate? I like anal. Kurama said bluntly. You tease it with your fingers, but you always pull away before committing. Naruto shrugged as he climbed back onto the tree. Well, I guess I was too nervous to ask. Kurama giggled, I know. So, seems like Anko has been kissing and telling. Naruto groaned, so you have noticed all of the females too? Yup. Kurama replied cheekily. I am just waiting for one of them to make a move. I have enough sex in my life, thank you. Naruto replied. No, Kurama thought back, you don't. You are good, great even, but you still have a lot to learn. Then why don't you teach me? I still don't understand why other women are needed. Naruto shot back. It is practice for keeping your heart open. You haven't noticed, but this is helping you. You have been warmer, nicer and more approachable. See your recent interaction with the emo as evidence. Naruto sighed, yeah, okay, point taken. Now, chop, back to work, mister. That sexy body isn't going to maintain itself. Remember to concentrate on your blood and use it to instantly heal the torn muscles. It is working and it is helping you grow much faster. Kurama ordered and closed the link. Naruto returned to his morning workout until he could find Kakashi-sensei approaching the training area. The look on Kakashi's face was priceless when he arrived on the field and his Chunin ignored him to continue their training. Naruto felt his chakra dance and he marked that feeling as Kakashi being happy or pleased. He watched Kakashi walk under the trees that Sasuke and Sakura were using. Sasuke, calm down. Emotions affect chakra flow and getting frustrated will only make the exercise more difficult. Kakashi called out. Good job, Sakura, but you need to keep going. It was only easy for you because you have minimal chakra. Sasuke grunted and Sakura gave a thumbs up as she looked further up the tree from her branch. He walked over towards Naruto. You're doing? He asked while his eye absorbed the sight of his clone's training. Naruto now was sticking to the tree limb by his fingertips, and he was performing pull-ups. He glanced down to Kakashi and responded, yes, sensei. They finally swallowed their pride and asked for help. Kakashi nodded, so, Anko, huh? What about her? Naruto said without breaking stride. She is not just a screamer in the bedroom. Kakashi was forced to dodge multiple bolts of lightning shot out from the clones practicing the lightning control exercise. He was then charged by 2 clones that were nearly glowing blue and crackling with electricity. Kakashi confirmed his suspicions when his hand went numb after catching a punch from one of the clones. Kakashi was surprised by the speed and coordination of the clones on top of their control over the lightning element. He had already used his own lightning affinity to negate the effects of the foreign lightning chakra. He rapidly dispelled one of the clones and was surprised when a cloud of lightning chakra surged outwards along with the chakra smoke. His left leg was slightly caught by the fizzle of lightning, and it was enough to make him miss a step as he tried to dodge. Kakashi's lone eye widened when he saw the clone jumping at him with his body glowing rampantly with lightning chakra, and he performed an emergency kawarimi. This explosion of lightning was more deliberate, and the cloud was denser. Naruto immediately sensed where Kakashi appeared as the log was scarred by the lightning chakra. You can come out and resume your duties, Kakashi-sensei. I would advise not to speak of Anko in such a way again. Naruto's voice felt like cold steel on the neck to the experienced Jonin. Sure thing, Naruto, Kakashi said. Alright, You can keep going for another hour and I am available for questions. After that, we will take a mission. Team 7 walked out of the Hokage's tower while Kakashi was tossing the mission scroll casually into the air before catching it again. The team was not enthused about another rank mission, but helping a lady stock her store was a much better mission than babysitting brats, picking weeds or catching the demon cat. That being said, it was then that Team 7 noticed Team 8 approaching the Hokage tower while Hinata held said demon cat comfortably in her hands while petting it. Yo, Kurenai, your team done with their mission already? Kakashi said with his trademark wave. Kurenai looked up at Kakashi and nodded. When her eyes scanned Team 7, she blushed profusely and matched the blush on Hinata's face when both of them took notice of Naruto. Gee, good afternoon, Kakashi-san. We managed to catch Tora in half a day. Her voice cracked and her tone was timid as her eyes darted to and from Naruto. Naruto, oblivious to Kurenai's glances, addressed Team 8, so, you guys managed to catch Tora? Is that why Kiba looks like a victim in a slasher movie? Kiba growled, but it was Shino that spoke. Indeed, Kiba-san was able to corner the vicious feline. It seems that the infamous Tora did not appreciate his advances. Kiba barked at that. The thing is a demon and an official enemy of the Inuzuka. Kiba-san, why you shouldn't say that so loudly? The sea cat B belongs to the D daimyo's wife, Hinata stuttered out as her gaze constantly flickered to the grinning form of Naruto. I agree with Kiba, Naruto said, that cat shredded Sasuke so bad a couple days ago that I had to let him bite me. Why would he bite you? Kiba asked. Bloodline. Naruto answered simply before turning to Kurenai. Are you feeling alright, Kurenai-sensei? You look quite flush. Kurenai's blush just surpassed Hinata's and she just nodded since she didn't trust her voice. Naruto shrugged it off and listened to Kurama's enchanting giggling. Kakashi understood the situation because he had heard the rumors straight for the horse's mouth, as they say. That being said, Kakashi could never pass up such a golden opportunity to razz one of his junior jonin. Naruto, I think you are right. Why don't you escort Kurenai-sensei to the clinic? Kurenai's embarrassment flared and she glared at Kakashi's lone eye as her blush matched the same color as her eyes. Hinata didn't know what was going on, but she saw her sensei glancing at Naruto and her jealousy flared. That is quite alright, Kakashi-sensei. We will turn Tora in and then I will escort her myself, Hinata said with nary a stutter, which surprised everyone. Kakashi smiled at Hinata. That is generous of you, Hinata-chan. Very well, we will be on our way. We have our own mission to complete. With that, a bemused Team 7 walked past Team 8 and onto their mission. They walked through the streets of the red light district and into a shop that sold women's clothing. As the bell on the door rang, a lovely woman in her mid-30s appeared behind the counter with a box in her hands. Her gaze locked on Naruto for a couple seconds longer than the others before she looked to Kakashi and smiled. You are my Jinan team, correct? She said with a pleasant voice that belied her intentions. Kakashi nodded and I smiled. Team 7 at your service. How can we help you today? Well, there are a bunch of boxes on the wagon out back and I need them moved into the store and sorted. She explained. Sounds good. Is there a sorting method? Sakura said with a cheery smile. The woman offered a small smile to the teenage girl. Yes, I trust you. You look like you know how to shop. There are blouses, dresses and skirts. Could you fold them and put them in their proper places? Sakura nodded proudly as she cast a glance at Sasuke. You can count on me. Let's go, Sasuke-kun and Naruto Baka. The boys began following Sakura toward the back of the store with reluctance, but Naruto was stopped by a dainty hand on his shoulder. Actually, Naruto-san, was it? I could use your help moving some furniture upstairs. Naruto looked to Kakashi, who gave him an eye smile and a thumbs up over his red book. Naruto followed the woman up the stairs and noticed that there was more sway in her hips than normal women and she had a nice butt. Naruto shook away those perverted thoughts and returned his attention to the mission at hand. They entered what looked like a studio apartment atop the store and he stopped and smiled at the lady. Okay, ma'am, how can I help? Naruto asked with one of his gigawatt smiles. The woman turned around and her demeanor had changed. Actually, Naruto-kun, I heard a wonderful story the other day. She traced a finger down his chest. And I found my curiosity piqued. Naruto gulped with an idea of where this was going, and he repeated the mantra that he just couldn't say no. With his resolve firmed, he nodded shakily. Oh, okay, what kind of story? Well, the women around the village have heard that you give a wonderful massage. Is that true? She asked seductively as she dropped one of the straps of her sundress off her shoulder. Naruto nodded, unsure of what to do. Yes ma'am. The woman giggled. Enough with the ma'am nonsense. It makes me feel old. Just Lena will do. Yeah, okay, Lena, Naruto said nervously. Relax, Naruto-kun. The seductive emphasis definitely didn't help Naruto relax. How about you give me one of those massages that Anko spoke so highly of?
Naruto's eyes widened. Lena, I don't think that's appropriate.
She pouted playfully. Oh, why is that? Because Anko is naked for those massages, Naruto stuttered out while Kurama giggled in his mind. She loved to see this side of him, damned vixen. Oh, is that all? She said playfully before her dress dropped to the floor and left her in a lacy black thong and bra pair. Will this do? Naruto repeated the you can't say no mantra in his head and nodded his head shakily. Why, you can lay down on the couch. Lena frowned. That would be uncomfortable. Let's go to my bedroom. I trust you not to do anything indecent. Her playful and flirtatious tone rang melodically in his ears. Naruto walked on wobbly and unsure legs into her bedroom. He wasn't positive, but he was pretty sure that customers couldn't make shinobi do these kinds of things. He would have to check on that later. He watched the woman plop down on the bed and calculated her bust size automatically as 32C. Not bad and quite perky for her age. He shook himself from his thoughts as Lena spoke softly. Are you going to leave a lady waiting, Naruto-kun? And no. He responded as he mounted the woman's back and straddled her shapely rear. He took a deep breath and began with a superficial massage with a light pressure. The woman giggled a bit as the light touch played with her skin. After a minute or two, he increased the pressure and began applying a mix of fire and water chakra. Lena began moaning into the pillow and her moans continued to grow louder as Naruto worked down lower into her back. He hesitated when he approached the woman's rear, and she urged him forward by pulling down her panties. She really wanted to feel the butt massage that Anko was talking about. She was hanging out in a dengo bar with her friends when she heard Anko talking about it and the girls had this idea to test it out. So far, it was clear that Anko wasn't lying, and she didn't give the young man the credit he truly deserved. Lena, are you sure? He asked with a crack in his voice. Yup. Lena moaned into her pillow. Naruto's warm and soothing hand slid down the edges of his hips and circled back up while tracing the natural curvature of her shapely ass. As he increased the intensity and kneaded his chakra into her rear, moans began ripping themselves from her throat and it wasn't even 2 minutes before her entire body shuddered and Naruto smelled her release that drenched the spot right under her womanhood. He closed his eyes and stayed focused on his task as he moved down the legs. Naruto stopped the woman after she rolled over and asked him to do her front while unclipping the bra. Lena, he stopped when Kurama tut-tutted him through the mind link. Is this what you want? Lena smiled seductively at the nervous boy. Of course, sweetie. I want you to treat my front just like my back. If I can make a request? She paused and waited for Naruto's nod. Feel free to play down low. It has been a long time since I have been treated like a proper woman. Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Oh, okay. Downstairs, Sasuke was pissed off that he had to move the boxes alone. Sakura was busy sorting and Kakashi was reading his smutty book and Naruto hadn't returned with the store owner yet. It sounded like they were working hard if the moans he heard meant anything. He huffed as he walked out back once more to get another box. Sakura heard the intermittent moans, and she was mad that Naruto was making the client move her own items when she was paying them to do it. Kakashi had stopped her from going upstairs and told her to focus on sorting. However, the moans were getting louder and more frequent and Sakura was telling Kakashi that they should go check on them. Once again, her sensei gave her the ma treatment and told her to stick to her task while he giggled perversely. As the loud moans continued, Kakashi continued to giggle perversely as I read the story and his ears paid attention to what was going on upstairs. He let his imagination wander and the wonderfully scripted scenes of Icha, seductress played out in his mind. It wasn't Jiraiya's best book, but it fit this scenario the best out of the whole series. He was so proud of his sensei's son. Too bad he was so bad at showing it. Sasuke heard a vase shatter as the moaning and groaning continued to grow louder. He was about to go upstairs when Kakashi stopped him. He was almost done, maybe another 10-15 minutes of work left, but it was really starting to annoy him that Naruto was taking so long. Not to mention, the idiot broke the customer's belongings, which would get taken out of their pay. Sasuke growled and his frustration grew as he walked back outside to get another box. Phew, Naruto said, wiping some sweat off his brow. That got out of hand quickly. Lena giggled as her mind was trapped in an orgasmic haze. Okay, I think my team is done and waiting for us. Are you going to be okay? Naruto asked. And you still need to sign the mission scroll. Lena moaned while she remained splayed out on the bed with baby batter dripping from her snatch. Naruto sighed and put his wrist to her mouth. Okay, Lina, just trust me. I need you to bite down on my wrist. The woman didn't possess the ability to think rationally, and she followed her master's instructions. When her teeth broke skin, a rush of something warm and wondrous flowed through her body and everything felt better. Her vagina was no longer sore, and she felt like she could move her muscles and she was able to truly appreciate the orgasmic feeling. After a couple seconds, she removed her teeth from his skin and the wound was already beginning to heal as the boy dressed in a shinobi uniform. Lina tested her legs and was able to stand shakily. She wrapped her arms over his shoulder and placed a ticklish kiss on his neck. Thank you, Naruto, that was wonderful. You made me feel like a true woman again. Naruto chuckled nervously. Not a problem, Lina. You deserve the best. She hummed as she tucked some Rio into his pocket. That's a bonus from me for your services. She unwrapped her arms and picked up her sundress. She was able to get it back on by the time Naruto strapped on his shinobi sandals. She walked down the stairs behind Naruto, and she couldn't stop the orgasmic haze from appearing in her eyes. She couldn't believe that she could even walk straight, and that was only an hour with the young man. If Anko were to be believed, he could go all night. She addressed the team that was clearly upset by something. Thank you for your work, Team 7, she said softly. You did an amazing job. She accepted the mission scroll from Kakashi and wrote a comment in the notes section. Kakashi, I smiled, and it somehow seemed bigger than normal. That is good to hear. Was Naruto able to help you move your furniture? Lina said while her eyes fluttered closed. I mean, yes, he did a wonderful job. Then why did it take so long? Sasuke challenged. Lina giggled, well, I had a lot of big furniture to fit into a small space. Naruto simply scratched the back of his neck sheepishly while Sasuke and Sakura glared at him. Well, we will take our leave and report back to Hokage-sama, Kakashi said while he was internally crying tears of pride for his sensei's son. Needless to say, the rumors of Naruto's talent spread like wildfire through the village in hushed conversations between gossiping women between the ages of 16 and 35. It unfortunately set a trend for Team 7 and it caused the team to grow increasingly frustrated. Especially when the comments section of the mission scrolls always praised Naruto instead of Sasuke or Sakura, who were the ones that actually completed the work. Kakashi remained silent as he watched over Team 7 for the following weeks. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end, and the Hokage finally caught on after Anbu Officer Kat ratted out Naruto. She only did it because it was her professional duty, and she was sick of Kurenai bitching about it during their girl time. Fortunately, it didn't bother Anko at all. In fact, it seemed like Anko was actually proud of it. Hiruzen called Team 7 into his office as he had 6 ranked missions requesting Team 7 specifically. When they entered his office, he glanced at Kakashi before his gaze locked onto Naruto. Naruto, do you have anything to report about your recent missions? He said firmly in his Hokage voice. No? I just did what I was told, and it seemed like our clients were happy. Naruto answered while Sakura crossed her arms and Sasuke huffed. And what have your clients been telling you to do? Hiruzen asked pointedly while glaring at Kakashi, who was giggling perversely. Naruto fidgeted nervously and his eyes looked down to the ground. Well, a lot of things. Such as, Hiruzen pressed. Massages and stuff, Naruto mumbled under his breath. What? Sakura shrieked and temporarily deafened everyone in the office. We were working, and you were giving out massages? Hiruzen cut off Kakashi's giggling with a glare. And what else? I really don't want to say. I don't wish to violate their privacy. Naruto answered slightly more firmly. He would never say it in front of Sakura or Sasuke. Shinan Uzumaki, you are to stick to your mission orders as written and you will accept no more side missions from clients. Am I clear? Hiruzen said firmly while lacing in some killing intent. To his surprise, it didn't affect Naruto while Sakura and Sasuke were shaking. Yeah. I don't have a problem with that. Naruto answered. Good. I will notify the clients of our policy. For future reference, you are not obligated to perform any task that is not essential to the mission. Customers do not have the right to make any such demands of any of my shinobi. If they should attempt to do so in the future, you may decline and notify me. Hi, Hokage-sama. Naruto muttered. As Naruto left the room, Kurama was giggling loudly. She had enjoyed the shared senses and the male perspective on sex. Truth be told, Kurama wasn't experienced at all before Naruto. She sometimes wondered what happened to her, but she wrote it off as the Ruto effect. That wouldn't stop her from teasing the ever-living daylights out of him. Oh, Ruto-kun, all good things must come to an end. She said while giggling. It is okay, it was a good run. Thank Cammy, your rule really sucked when I was pulled into rooms alone. I mean, it was kinda alright, but I would rather have you and Anko than random hookups. Naruto answered back while Sakura ranted. Hee, such a genuine man. Yes, I must admit, I did not think that would happen. It was so funny to watch your squirm. Just goes to show you the power of the female gossip network. Kurama teased. I get you tonight, Anko-chan is still out on her mission. Naruto sighed out loud, which once again drew the ire of his pink-haired teammate. Naruto baka. You have embarrassed and shamed Team 7. And to think that I was starting to think you were alright. Ah. She screamed and ranted until Kakashi dismissed the team. The dysfunctional Team 7 became the talk of the town. One positive thing to come from his exploits was that the women of the village rarely referred to him as the demon brat anymore. Unfortunately, the rumors also spread throughout the male population and renewed the hatred for him even more. Naruto decided to call it a draw in the end, but it was still quite a unique situation for Naruto. Sure enough, his godfather published his next book less than a month later called Icha Struggles of a Gigolo. Jiraiya had visited the same week as the Hokage discovered the secret behind Team 7's success, and his godfather couldn't have been prouder. He thrust every volume of ninjutsu he had into his godson's hands and told the young man to keep it coming. He was a literal gold mine of inspiration. On another note, Jiraiya took time to test Naruto's training. He was impressed that he had mastered the level 2 exercises for lightning and water. He even gave Naruto the second exercise for his fire affinity when he was able to incinerate a leaf in under a second. Jiraiya also talked to Naruto about his few ninjutsu projects and spent some quality time with his godson. Naruto even accompanied him to the hot springs and hung out with him while his pervy godfather peeked. Have you ladies heard from Naruto-kun lately? Lina asked while pushing her bust up from below with her forearms. No. Pouted Akira, a seamstress that suppled Lina's store. I only got to use him twice after your recommendation. I miss him so much. I have never felt like such a woman. A third woman with auburn hair added dreamily. Jiraiya's head turned mechanically to Naruto. You slept with those 3? He whispered in amazement. I told you about the rule that says I can't say no, Kyofu. It wasn't my fault. Naruto pouted as he sank into the water. Jiraiya got a devilish grin on his face as he moved away from his peephole. He reached down into the water and ruffled Naruto's hair. I am proud of you, Gaki. He then gripped Naruto by his shoulders. You will thank me for this later. And with that, Jiraiya heaved Naruto over the fence, and he splashed into the women's side of the hot springs, which earned indignant squawks from the women. Jiraiya was able to get back into place to see his godson surface from the water. Naruto-kun. Lina squealed in excitement as she lunged forward and smashed Naruto into her chest. No fair, you can't hog him all to yourself, Lina. The auburn-haired beauty pulled him into her own chest. Finally, Akira pulled him in and placed her bust atop his head as she addressed her friends. Ladies, since he joined us, I say we just share him. I have enough room in my flat and a king-sized bed. Jiraiya's jaw dropped as Naruto put up minimal resistance to the 3 cougars dragging him out of the hot springs. Jiraiya tracked him back to a flat in the red light district and he got into position to enjoy the show. His notepad was a blur that whole night as Naruto eventually gave in, and the beast emerged. Jiraiya watched with pride and a tear trickling from his eye when Naruto passed out in the middle of 3 beautiful, mature women. A godfather's pride, alas, dear reader, I must admit that the debauchery ended after that night. Naruto renegotiated his deal with Kurama and Anko, who both admitted that things got out of hand. It didn't really bother them that much because they were the ones that imposed the rules, but Naruto was starting to feel used. Naruto was more cheerful and open to friendship after the couple months of the Yes Man challenge, as it came to be known. As his godfather, I was alright with it. He had already provided so much inspiration that I was set for my next 3 books. I also pulled the Gaki aside and told him to prioritize his own feelings. He was feeling guilty about Anko and Kurama sharing him, and he felt empty when sex was all about lust and missing the real connection. He treated the girls like goddesses, which is why they loved him, but he felt like he wasn't getting much out of the deal. He had a genuine heart of gold, and I supported his decision despite my own perverted inklings. A demon in the mist and an ice queen in the trees, Naruto sighed as he pocketed his kunai, and he took a breath to take stock of the situation. Sakura was shivering with her knees touching together in front of the client, who was too drunk to realize how close to death he just came. Sasuke was holding his wounded hand and he was glaring at Kakashi, who finished off his designated opponent after returning from the dead. Okay, he didn't return from the dead, he had just used a Kawarimi jutsu combined with a genjutsu to make it look like the ambush worked on him. That left his sensei, who looked bored as he tied up the sole surviving demon brother. That made Naruto look down apathetically to the other brother, Mezu, that was dead at his feet. What kind of Chunin can't dodge a kunai? Okay, it was thrown pretty fast, and it was coated in lightning, but seriously. He was in the bingo book, shouldn't he have been able to dodge a single kunai? Sasuke, let me see your hand, Kakashi said in a tone that snapped the group out of their shock. Kakashi inspected the hand and gave an order to Naruto. Look through their pouches for an antidote. Sasuke's wound is poisoned. Naruto obeyed and rifled through the dead missing nin's belongings. He pocketed the Hishiate before sealing the gauntlet away. Naruto noticed the venom coating the bladed gauntlet before it disappeared in a puff of smoke. He moved down to the kunai, shuriken and first aid pouches. He plucked 2 vials out of the first aid pouch, and he held them up for Kakashi. Which one do you think is the right one, sensei? Naruto asked. Kakashi walked over and took both vials. Naruto watched with interest as Kakashi opened each vial and placed a drop of the poison into each vial. One vial did nothing except change color slightly and the other vial began fizzing violently. Kakashi threw the fizzing vial away and handed the other vial to Sasuke. Sasuke reluctantly downed the vial and then Sakura fawned over him while Kakashi interrogated the remaining demon brother, probably Gozu since Mezu was dead. Naruto used this time to reflect on how they even got in this situation. Team 7 went front getting the cushy life-drank missions to eating crap sandwiches as they cleared the sewers, caught Tora, picked weeds, painted fences and babysat brats. It all resulted in Sasuke and Sakura exploding on the Hokage and demanding a C-rank mission. That is how they got saddled with the old drunk that constantly proclaimed himself to be the super bridge builder. Naruto looked to Tazuna and saw that he was shaking nervously. He closed his eyes and used the Eye of Kagura to feel out his surroundings. There were no other chakra signatures around and Tazuna's chakra felt incredibly nervous. Deciding to test the theory, Naruto asked him a question and paid keen attention to his chakra. Tazuna-san, do you know why there are missing ninjas after you? Naruto felt the jolt in his chakra and the sporadic feeling of the civilian-level chakra as Tazuna lied to him.
I don't know what you are talking about.
They attack you guys. I would appreciate it if you didn't lie to us, Tazuna-san. Kakashi walked back into the clearing with the Gozu tied up. Naruto, get him in a prisoner scroll while I talk to Tazuna. Sasuke, how are you feeling? HN. I will be fine, sensei. Sasuke grunted while glaring at Naruto. The bastard orphan was able to finish his fight and get a kill while Kakashi denied him his challenge. How was he supposed to test himself if his sensei stepped in like that? Naruto sealed up Gozu while listening to the sob story that Tazuna gave. Naruto, Sasuke and eventually Sakura agreed to continue the mission and Kakashi reluctantly agreed. He sent Pakun, Kakashi's main summons, back to Konoha with the prisoner scroll and a message for the Hokage. After that, Team 7 marched forward into enemy territory. It was pretty boring until they were ferried across the ocean expanse to Wave Country. It was a small island, only 112 square miles, and it had a population just under 8,000. Everything changed when they arrived in Wave Country. For starters, Naruto was easily able to detect the chakra in the mist and he had notified his team of this. This put everyone on edge and Kakashi took point going forward, but it was Naruto that was Team 7's eyes at this point. A gentle and cool presence was hiding in the bushes 100 feet to the left of the group and Naruto whipped a kunai into the bush. After that, he was forced to deal with shrieks from Sakura and demeaning comments from Sasuke, but he felt the chakra surge for the Kawarimi. Shut the fuck up, you two. There was a chakra surge, and the rabbit was used for a Kawarimi, Naruto hissed low enough to only allow Team 7 to hear. Kakashi looked at the rabbit and nodded. Naruto is right. Preppa, get down. Thus, a big-ass sword flew overhead and moments later it crashed into a tree and allowed a tall man in blue pinstripe pants with a sleeveless shirt to appear upon it. After exchanging greetings, which terrified 2 of the Genin and the client, a clash began as mist spread throughout the area. The mist clouded Naruto's Eye of Kagura a little bit, but it was honestly child's play for Naruto to sense everything. After pointing out and numbering the water clones for Kakashi under his breath, Naruto created a clone really quick and disappeared in a water sunshine towards his quarry. With the mist covering the area and the hunter ninjas' focus on the fight between Kakashi and Zabuza, it was child's play for Naruto to surprise the ninja. Before she could turn around, the paralysis seal was already on the base of her neck and Naruto was looking through the mask and into her cocoa eyes. Naruto was certain without seeing her face that she was female. No male could have a chakra this gentle, and it was unlike any chakra he had ever felt. That was the first spark of curiosity that garnered Naruto's attention and stayed his hand. He caught the girl dressed in the Kiri Hunter shinobi uniform and he laid her up against the tree as the sound of Zabuza's and Kakashi's fight echoed around the field below. "So, Hunter-san, mind telling me what you are doing here?" Naruto asked the startled teenage girl. The hunter seemed to stay calm externally, but Naruto could feel the fluctuations in her chakra as she spoke. "I was tracking Momochi Zabuza. I am waiting for the opportunity to claim his bounty." Naruto offered her a wry smile. "Well, you are good at lying, Hunter-san, but you aren't good enough. I am a gifted sensor, and I can feel your chakra spiking. Now, I will ask you once more, what are you doing here and why were you spying on my team right before Zabuza attacked?" The fake hunter decided to remain silent. If she couldn't lie, then she would not betray her master. She simply looked into the startlingly deep azure orbs. Her eyes shimmered through the mist and hunter mask and locked with Naruto's own. There was a sense of instant familiarity there that shocked her to her core. The azure orbs danced with the joy of life, but under that there was overwhelming evidence of pain, loneliness, anger, longing and regret. Haku gasped when she made the connection and resonated with everything she saw in those eyes. Naruto sighed. "You know what I think, Hunter-san? I think you are working with Zabuza, and you are a contingency plan of sorts for him." Naruto felt the spike of fear in the girl's chakra and Naruto's smile softened. "If you tell me why you are protecting Zabuza, I may understand and let you go." The hunter analyzed the young man's face. She saw the soft, yet handsome, features that made her think he was genuine, but she wouldn't betray her master. She would be just fine to lay down her own life before she betrayed Zabuza-sama. She simply cocked her head as her answer. "You know, this is a limited time offer, Hunter-san? The way those two are going at it, something will have to give," Naruto said as the clashes of the battle below rang out. The hunter didn't respond for another 10 seconds, but she eventually spoke in an androgynous tone. "I do not fear death. Do what you must." The hunter felt a pang of regret for failing her master and that caused a recognizable dip in her chakra. "Very well," Naruto said as he grabbed her and slung her over his shoulder before dropping down into the field. He spoke softly to the hunter on his shoulder. "Last chance," after a brief silence punctuated by a scream of Kakashi-sensei. From Sakura, Naruto sighed and walked through the mist towards the battle. As he closed the distance, he saw the mist was thinning out and he heard Zabuza taunting Team 7. "If you do not want your sensei to die, hand over the bridge builder." His gruff voice was accompanied by a wave of ki. "If you want your fake hunter back, you will let my sensei go." Naruto called back as he stepped through the mist. He had been able to feel everything on the battlefield and knew that he needed to intervene. Zabuza's head snapped to the newcomer and then back to the clone that was in Naruto's original position. He wouldn't admit it to anybody, but Zabuza was surprised. For someone to best Haku was no small feat. Haku was a master of stealth and silent killing, which meant that the kid was no ordinary genin. He hesitated momentarily before barking out a laugh and raising his sword into a striking position. "You think that I care about that tool?" he called out in false bravado. Naruto felt the fluctuation in his chakra, and he felt how badly those words hurt the hunter on his shoulder. "I do." Naruto responded simply as he handed the hunter off to a clone and put his katana at the clone's neck. Zabuza hesitated at the short and curt reply. There was something off about the kid and it was instinctively putting him on edge. "Look, brat, I have your sensei here." Naruto cut him off, "And I have your accomplice. Let's not say things we don't mean, Zabuza-san. Sword masters care very much for their tools." His tone was icy cold and carried the weight of his conviction. Zabuza looked to Haku and then back to Kakashi. He was already tired from the exchange. The copy ninja was a formidable opponent and the only reason he won the skirmish was because Kakashi had to cover the genin and client. He then took 30 seconds to look straight into Naruto's eyes and he saw overwhelming conviction looking back at him. He didn't want to lose Haku in such a way and he could always take another shot at the copy ninja and bridge builder. "Fine, brat," Zabuza said gruffly. "How about a 1-for-1 trade and a ceasefire for today?" "Deal." Naruto replied without hesitation. He really didn't want to kill someone with such pure chakra. Naruto sheathed his sword and had his clone walk forward with the hunter ninja. Zabuza locked his sword onto the magnetic sheath on his back and released the water prison. Kakashi was struggling to breathe and taking big gasps of breath. Before the copy ninja could screw up the deal, he chucked the man towards the shoreline. He blurred over to the clone that had set Haku on the ground in front of him. Zabuza looked down at the clone and put a hand on Haku's shoulder. "This isn't over, brat, but I do respect your courage," he said before slicing the clone's head off in a puff of smoke. He scooped Haku into his arms and disappeared in a water sunshine. With their enemies gone, Sasuke and Sakura ran over to their sensei and Naruto's original clone remained on guard next to Tazuna. Naruto walked over to his sensei and knelt down next to him. He pulled up the sleeve on his long sleeve shirt and put his wrist in front of Kakashi's mouth. "Bite me, sensei." "Your chakra is very low," Naruto said firmly. Kakashi looked into Naruto's unwavering eyes, pulled down his face mask and bit into the forearm of his sensei's son. His eyes widened at the amount of chakra and energy flowing through his mouth and into his system. He felt the fatigue from the battle fade, and he knew that his wounds were healing over. The burning in his lungs receded and he instantly felt better. Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto gasped when they saw their sensei's face for the first time. Why would he hide such a handsome face from the world? His chin was so sculpted and manly that it looked like Kami took the time to sculpt it personally. Then, as quick as it came, it was hidden away again as Kakashi pulled his mask back up onto his face. "Thank you, Naruto," Kakashi said simply. "Care to tell me what happened?" Naruto shrugged and related the story. He told Kakashi about his suspicions before he intervened and Kakashi said that what he did was appropriate. Unfortunately, they were interrupted by Sakura's screech. "Naruto baka. Why did you go off on your own and leave us alone?" She raised a fist at him. She had tried to hit him many times before, and she had never landed a blow, but that wouldn't stop her from trying. "I didn't leave you alone. I left a clone to hold my place in the formation. A Chunin has no place in the battle of high A to low's rank shinobi. I made a decision based on what I could sense and acted on it," Naruto answered blandly. Kakashi grabbed Sakura's wrist. "Enough, Sakura. What he did saved my life and yours as well. Naruto, can you sense them anymore?" "No, sensei." "Damn it, bastard. You ruined another chance for me to test myself." Sasuke huffed with a look of rage on his face. Naruto was always getting in his way. "Sasuke, you cannot defeat me in a spar. What makes you think that you could survive 10 seconds against someone like Zabuza?" Naruto shot back with an eyebrow raised. Ma, that is enough you two," Kakashi said, having regained enough strength to get to his feet. He really thought he was going to die by drowning, which would have sucked. "Tazuna-san, how far away from your home are we?" 20 minutes later had Team 7 entering into a modest seaside home that was 2 stories and looked like it used to be some sort of inn. A beautiful woman in her mid-20s opened the door and allowed Team 7 into the home. Naruto was immediately assigned to trap the area, so he watched the rest of his team disappear into the house. "You know, Ruto, those ungrateful brats are really starting to grate on my nerves." Kurama huffed through the mental link. Naruto continued the task at hand while carrying the conversation with Kurama. "Yeah, well, we are kinda stuck with them." Kurama growled, "I grow tired of that village. The young women aren't so bad, but the rest of it can crumble to ash for all I care." Kurama released the Baijudama in the mindscape to decimate the newly resurrected rendition of Konoha. "I know, but it is my home. When I can finally get into my parents' compound, it will all be worth it. I know, and that is why I haven't asked you to leave. So, what do you think of the hunter?" She had quite a nice body under that bulky uniform. Kurama asked, looking to change to a more entertaining topic as Konoha burned in front of her eyes. "Her chakra was nice. I just felt like we could understand one another, and when I looked in her eyes, I knew we were kindred spirits." Naruto replied. "I sensed the pain in her past and the fear for Zabuza. She was filled with regret and remorse when you used her against Zabuza. I felt that too. I think Zabuza is for her what Itachi is for me. That is my best guess." Naruto thought back while setting the last paper bomb up in the tree line. "You think she is fucking Zabuza?" Kurama asked incredulously. This question startled Naruto and he nearly tripped his own trap in surprise. "What? No. I mean, I don't think she would say no to him. I felt a strong sense of loyalty, but if I had to guess I would say it is more of a father-daughter bond, or master-servant at the very least." Yes, I think you might be right. Well, I look forward to seeing her again," Kurama said in a far-off voice. "Well, looks like things are going to be boring for a while. I am going to take a nap so that I can give you my best tonight." Naruto chuckled and shook his head. "Sounds good, Q-chan. Have a nice nap." 2 days later, clearing north of Ushi village, Naruto was going through his typical training regimen without his team. Kakashi was teaching the 2 water walking in an attempt to prepare them for the fight against Zabuza and the hunter ninja. Kakashi knew that they would attack again, but he also said that they didn't have the resources to conduct a devoted search for Zabuza or Gato's base. Naruto scoffed at that. All he would have to do is run around the island to sense it out, but Kakashi shot that down. Naruto eventually relented because he admitted that there were too many unknowns. They didn't know how many thugs Gato had, They didn't know if there were any more shinobi, they didn't know the location itself, and they still had to protect Tazuna and his family. Naruto agreed with all points and agreed to take a reactive posture for the operation. It was a foreign feeling for Naruto, whose natural nature demanded a proactive response. Alas, Naruto reflected on his infuriating teammates. It was bad enough dealing with them daily. When Naruto showed up Sasuke in this training, the Uchiha's frustration had boiled over. Sasuke blamed him for everything and screamed at him for denying the opportunity to improve himself. Sakura backed him up blindly, and Naruto just wanted to ram his head through a tree. Kakashi broke it up and he told Naruto that he would be allowed to train on his own. Naruto was slightly grateful for their indifferent sensei. He expected very little from Kakashi despite him being his father's student. Naruto could just feel it in his chakra. Kakashi was too scarred and damaged from the past. Regret saturated his chakra coils and it tampered with the natural flow of his chakra. That was why Naruto didn't blame Kakashi for the lack of training or anything. He simply understood that his sensei was chronically depressed, and he wasn't willing to get help for it. Indifference was better than outright bias or hatred in Naruto's book. Naruto looked over his clones that were focusing on the water affinity training. He had been studying Tobirama's notes for a while now, and he was getting the hang of drawing water out of the atmosphere. It was much easier to do with the amount of water in the air all through Wave Country, and Naruto intended to capitalize on that. Naruto looked at a huddle of 3 clones that were growing a globule of water over their heads, and they were competing against the other clone groups. He laughed when one of the clone groups lost control of the water and it splashed down on their heads. It was always amusing to watch his clones compete, and Kurama really got a kick out of watching the clones argue with one another. Suddenly, Naruto was distracted by a chakra signature that was approaching the field he was training in. He immediately recognized it and he prepared himself to engage. That being said, the chakra signature felt peaceful and content, which wouldn't be the case if she were there to fight or spy on him. Naruto decided to let this play out, so he sat on a tree limb overlooking his clones and kept his senses locked onto the approaching. Haku was sent out by Zabuza to gather herbs to treat Zabuza's injuries. She had panicked at first when Zabuza collapsed upon returning to their hideout, but she was able to treat the wounds. They weren't too bad, but the copy ninja was able to slice his left side pretty badly, and the wound indicated the use of a poison. She recognized the poison on the wound as the same poison Gozu and Mezu used, and she would be able to counter it easy enough. Thus, Haku was out to gather medicinal herbs and get enough to develop an antidote. It wasn't really necessary at this point, but she would take any excuse she could get to get away from Gato and his men. She supported her master, and she would follow him into the pits of Tartarus, but that didn't mean she had to enjoy being around pigs such as that. She felt terrible for what they were doing to the people of Wave Country, but it was simple for Haku. Zabuza always comes first. She walked into a clearing where she heard a bunch of noise, and she froze when she saw over 100 clones of the boy that captured her a couple days ago. She was in her pink kimono, and the only thing she had in hand was a wicker basket with a couple herbs in it. She froze when she heard someone drop behind her, and she stopped herself from reacting like a shinobi when the boy placed a kunai on her neck. "Hello, miss, how are you doing today?" Naruto asked softly, yet firm enough to let him know the kunai was not an empty threat.
I am just a civilian apprentice to a doctor here in the country."
Haku lied, even though she knew the boy wouldn't buy it. Sure enough, Naruto didn't buy it, and Haku was once again paralyzed as a powerful chakra surge powered the new paralysis seal on her back. "Hunter-san, I told you that lying to me will not work," he said in a remorseful manner. "Now, would you like to talk? Just because we are enemies doesn't mean we can't be cordial with one another." Haku eyed the boy wearily. "Talk about what?" Naruto shrugged. "The past, the present, dreams for the future, I don't really know. I never really had many friends growing up. Why do you want to talk to me?" she asked. Naruto shrugged once more before he sighed. "Hunter-san, I don't know how to say it other than saying that you feel like a kindred spirit. It feels like you know and understand my pain in a way that very few people in the world could." Haku nodded. "Okay, so, you just want to talk?" Naruto smiled. "Look me in the eyes and tell me you don't feel the same thing." Naruto's voice was a whisper, but it carried the weight of a shout. Haku did just that as he laid her against a tree. Once again, she felt a linking of souls in a way she had never felt before. This man could understand her pain because he had similar experiences. "Very well, mind undoing the paralysis? It makes it hard to enjoy a good conversation." The soft smile she added clinched it for Naruto. "Sure, but before I do that, what is your name?" he asked while approaching her. He pink yukata with green and blue flowers on it was very pretty. "Haku," she replied softly while blushing. "Haku Yuki." She was blown away by the genuine, gigawatt smile the boy gave her in return for such a simple thing as sharing her name. Nice to officially meet you, Haku, I am Naruto Uzumaki. With that, he undid the paralysis seal and she could move freely. So, where do you want to start? She asked tentatively. I would normally say ladies first, but I will let you choose who starts. Naruto replied with a smile as he laid back into the tree next to her.
I would like to hear your story, Haku said.
Okay, but what happens in the clearing stays in the clearing, agreed? Naruto asked. He didn't want the mission and impending fight to get in the way of getting to know this girl. Agreed. Haku replied softly. With that, the two sat in the clearing for hours together. Naruto told Haku his full story, leaving very little out. He even told her about the Kyuubi because he felt like he could trust her. She had covered her mouth with her hands at that point, but she didn't look at him in fear. She looked at him with understanding, and Naruto was keenly interested in finding out how she could sympathize with that aspect of him. When he told her about Itachi saving him and he shared how she trained him, Haku smiled so beautifully, and her chakra hummed happily to Naruto's senses. When he told her about the massacre and about how she was forced to take the blame and leave, Haku shed genuine tears. She even pulled Naruto into a hug, and they remained in a close position for the rest of Naruto's story. Eventually, neither knew when, but Naruto pulled her into his lap, and she was cuddling back into him as she listened to his entrancing story. And that pretty much brings us to here. Naruto finished. Wow. Haku let out in a stunned whisper. I can't say I understand everything, but I definitely say I understand you and respect you. So, this, Kurama, is listening to us now? Naruto smiled and answered with a squeeze on her shoulder and a soft rub on her side. Yup. Wow, Haku said as she surrendered herself to the tender touch. Well, my story is similar, yet different. Haku told him of a happy early childhood before the bloodline purges began and of her father and mother. Then, she shared the fateful day when she showed off her ice bloodline to her mother, who reprimanded her harshly for doing so. Unfortunately, Haku's father saw that and gathered a mob to deal with them in order to curry favor with Gaara. That led to Haku's mother dying to protect her before Haku's bloodline killed everyone present. Naruto's warm embrace helped her share her story without reservations. She went on to tell Naruto about the months on the street picking through trash cans as a 7-year-old. Naruto resonated deeply with this, and the warm feeling of his chakra spread into Haku as he rubbed her back with chakra-coated fingers. She told him how Zabuza saved her. Took her in, trained her and raised her to be his weapon. This part didn't sit well with Naruto, but he refrained from criticizing her decision too much. So, you are doing this in order to get funding for another coup attempt? Naruto asked with frustration in his voice. Haku nodded hesitantly. Yes, Naruto sighed. Haku-chan, you guys are damning the innocent people of one nation for a shot in the dark that Zabuza can succeed. Doesn't that bother you? Haku's eyes fell to the ground and a tear traced down her cheek. Yes, it does, but it was Zabuza-sama's choice, and I will follow him to the end. Naruto pulled her into a hug saturated with understanding and warmth. That part I understand. If I were stronger, I would have followed Itachi-chan out of the village too. Haku spun around and ran a thumb over Naruto's whisker marks. I understand that. You are a good person, Naruto. Under different circumstances. Naruto stopped her there by leaning forward and tenderly capturing her lips in his own. Haku didn't fight it, not even a little bit. After a momentary surprise, she leaned forward into the kiss and fully committed to it. She initiated the soft, slow and sensual dance of tongues with a nipple to his lower lip that granted her access to the dance floor. The two remained lip-locked for nearly an hour as the makeout session enthralled their minds and clouded their senses. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end and Haku needed to return to Zabuza and Naruto should probably check back in with his team. Before she left, Naruto made her promise to return tomorrow. He wanted more time with his new friend, and he told her that when the time came to fight, they would each do what needs to be done. Haku agreed to that and gave him one final kiss goodbye before disappearing into the woods of Wave Country. As Naruto walked back to Tazuna's house, Kurama got the chance to share her feelings on the situation. Ruto, that right there was why I had you practice opening up. At the cock of Naruto's head in question, Kurama continued. That connection you just formed was so pure, so good and so natural. You never would have been able to experience that if you remained as you were. I guess. Naruto thought back. But what am I going to do? In a matter of days, we will be enemies again. There is no avoiding that. You each accepted each other for who you are. Just enjoy that and let the chips fall where they may. Kurama replied. Naruto walked back into Tazuna's house in time for dinner. He saw a wet and worn out Sakura and a wet and frustrated Sasuke. Meanwhile, Kakashi was flipping through his book and casting an analytical eye over the top of the book. Before he could speak, the Banshee did so. "Where were you all day, Naruto Baka?" "Training." Naruto replied simply. "HN. What did you train in?" Sasuke grunted. "Water manipulation." Naruto kept the reply simple. "Any progress?" Kakashi asked. "The air here makes it easier to pull the water out of it. I am much slower than Lord Second, but I am slowly getting the hang of it." Naruto responded and Kakashi nodded before returning to his book. "Teach me Lord Second's jutsus, and you should train me in Kenjutsu too," Sasuke demanded. "No," Naruto said, and before Sakura could shriek, he flared his ki and directed it at her. "We are guests in this house. You should refrain from deafening our hosts. Now, I'm going to go see if Tsunami-san needs help with dinner." Sakura was shaking in her chair. In her exhausted state, she couldn't ward off the potent ki of her teammate. Sasuke was in a foul mood, but there was nothing he could do right now to make the bastard orphan cough up his jutsus. He would approach the elders when he returned to Konoha. They were always looking to curry favor with the Uchiha, and they denied him nothing as the clan heir of the Uchiha clan. Team 7 remained dysfunctional throughout the dinner, and it didn't help when Sanami's son started spouting off at the mouth. To claim that they didn't know what suffering was is something that could only come out of the mouth of a naive child. That being said, Naruto had had enough, and that was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Naruto flattened the boy to the ground with a single look and flare of ki, called him a coward, and then left the house. Naruto set up camp in the training ground and waited for Haku. Haku entered the clearing hesitantly. She was defying Zabuza-sama's orders for the first time, and it was exhilarating. Her heart raced as she approached the clearing and she saw signs that Naruto's training had gotten a little out of hand. She found him wrapped in a sleeping bag, resting peacefully, as she explored the clearing. He looked so peaceful when he was resting like that. She decided to take advantage of the situation. Haku suppressed her aura as much as she could to sneak up on the sleeping boy. She was able to close the distance without him reacting, and she moved to straddle him in the sleeping bag. She didn't know why she was being so bold, but something about Naruto brought it out of her. She slipped her left leg over him and was about to lean down and kiss him when his hands shot to her hips, and he immediately reversed the position. He leaned down next to her ear and spoke in a husky voice. "You did a good job suppressing your aura, Haku-chan. Unfortunately, that will not work on me." He ended with a kiss to the exposed portion of her neck. Haku sighed in contentment. "Oh well, it was worth a try. Why are you sleeping out here, Naruto-kun?" "I was tired of staying in the company of idiots," Naruto replied. Haku moaned as Naruto continued pampering her with featherlight kisses to the neck. She cracked her cocoa eyes open, and her angelic features reflected the early morning sunlight in a truly radiant fashion. "Ruto, can I ask a favor of you?" "Anything." Naruto responded in a husky whisper while locking eyes with the beautiful ice angel.
Haku hesitated and shifted nervously under Naruto. I don't know what will happen when we are forced to fight."
Naruto nodded. The same thing had been eating at him. "But I realized something last night." Naruto leaned down and placed a tender kiss on her lips. "Go ahead."
Haku took a deep breath and released it. "If I die tomorrow, or next week, or whenever it happens, I don't want to die without knowing love."
"And you love me?"
Haku blushed a light pink that only served to enhance her beauty. I think so. And if I die in our battle, I don't want to die a virgin."
Naruto wanted to be surprised, but he had already understood where she was heading with this. "Okay, Haku-chan, if you are sure." Haku bit her lip and looked up into his azure depths. "I am sure." The first time for Haku was a painful and wondrous experience. She didn't know if sex was always this amazing or if it were just because of Naruto. Her moans and screams of ecstasy threaded to reach Tazuna's house in Ushio village. The unrestrained lust that often accompanies the early stages of love was unshackled for the whole day. Sure, Naruto didn't get his usual training in, but it was quite the stamina-building exercise. Haku didn't put her clothes on for over 8 hours as love-making turned into a dance of carnal pleasure. Naruto ravaged her in ways she had never imagined and in positions that put her flexibility as a kunoichi to the test. What started in the sleeping bag moved into the trees, on the grass, in a lake, and many more spots. When Haku was attempting to leave, she realized that she couldn't walk straight, and Naruto's laughter made her turn around and pout. It was then that she experienced the miraculous feeling of Naruto's blood as he told her to bite down on his wrist. The final orgasm of the day happened at that point, and Naruto sent her back to Zabuza with a playful slap on the ass. The next 2 days were much of the same. She ditched Zabuza, Naruto ditched Team 7 and they met in the clearing. Naruto was forced to tell Kakashi that he had met a local girl and he really liked her, which Kakashi relented to so long as Naruto sent clones to defend the bridge. 20 clones were a small price to pay for his sensei's silence and the opportunity to spend the day with an ice princess. After the immediate surge of lust, Naruto and Haku shared more of themselves with each other while they hung out. The connection was on a spiritual level and both of them were making the most of the calm before the storm. The 4th day of them together ended with a final round of love-making that soared both of them into Cloud 9. Haku passed out in the sleeping bag with Naruto on that night and she was able to enjoy a couple hours of what could have been chaos. Naruto awoke the following morning buck naked in his sleeping bag with evidence of the prior night's activities all over the place. He noticed Haku's absence, and he read her note. His nerves were alight in a desperate anticipation as he quickly got dressed and ran towards Tazuna's house. He needed to stop anything bad from happening and he was grateful that Haku trusted him enough to tell him that today was the day. As the sun crested over the trees, Naruto made it to Tazuna's house, and his ears and chakra sense told him that something was wrong. 2 foreign chakra signatures in the house, a panicked feeling in Tsunami's chakra and bloodlust hung in the air. Naruto unsealed his katana, hid his chakra signature and snuck at the house. Zori and Waraji were thoroughly enjoying this assignment from Gato. They were tasked with retrieving Tazuna's daughter and bringing her to the bridge. Their boss would understand if they took a small detour. That was how Inari was held at knife point by Zori while Waraji was going to have his fun with the pretty lady. The woman stopped resisting after her son was captured, so the brat would stay alive so long as mommy played along. Waraji was unbuckling his pants when there was a shink sound that was immediately followed by a spray of blood. Before Waraji's head hit the floor, there was already a kunai implanted in the back of Zori's head. That just left the bridge builder's daughter and grandson to worry about. They were each covered in a healthy amount of blood and they were panicking quite a bit. "Tsunami-san, are you alright?" Naruto asked calmly as he handed her a towel to remove the blood that splattered on her face and hair. They didn't get the chance to. "No." Tsunami cut him off shakily. "You stopped them in time." Naruto knelt down to Inari's eye level. The little 8-year-old was terrified. "How about you, Bubba? Are you going to be okay?" Why yes." He replied shakily. Naruto stood up and looked at Tsunami. "Go with my clone and find some place safe. The bridge is going to be attacked today and I need to go there." Naruto created 2 clones, one began cleaning up the bodies and blood and the other took Tsunami and Inari to safety. It took 10 minutes for Naruto to make it to the bridge running full speed. His heart was torn between his budding love for Haku and the remorse for the people of Wave. He would never be able to kill Haku, but he may be able to end the battle by incapacitating her and killing Zabuza. That was the best case scenario in his mind, even if Haku would be crushed by her master's death. Naruto skidded to a halt on the bridge, and he took a moment to feel things out. Kakashi was engaged with Zabuza, and both of their chakra signatures were strong. It looked like their fight had a while to go just yet. He sensed further down the bridge, and he felt a cold area and, in that area, Haku and Sasuke were fighting. By the feel of his chakra, Sasuke was weakening fast, and he was on the verge of dying. Then, Naruto felt a terrified Sakura and an unconscious Tazuna. He knew Tazuna wasn't dead, but he did wonder what happened to knock the old drunk out. Naruto appeared next to Kakashi and used his sword to block a blow from his sensei's blind spot from Zabuza. The weight of the cleaving sword was incredible, but Naruto had trained his body to perfection. He was able to stave off the blow with 2 hands and he went back to back with Kakashi while pointing out Zabuza's location with his Eye of Kagura ability, which enraged the demon of the bloody mist. "Naruto," Kakashi said harshly, "I can handle things here. You need to back Sasuke up and protect the bridge builder." "Okay, sensei. Have you tried using a wind jutsu to blow the mist away? I mean, 1,000 jutsu, surely one of them can deal with this mist." After that, Naruto dashed off towards Haku and Sasuke. As Naruto arrived, it looked like a dome of ice was slowly melting and when it was low enough to reveal Sasuke, the whole of Wave Country was subjected to the wail of the Banshee. Naruto felt that Sasuke was weak, but he wasn't dead, and his chakra flow was stable. He would worry about him later. Sakura was too busy abandoning the client and fussing over Sasuke to do anything useful. "Shall we, Hunter-san?" Naruto asked while getting into the opening stance of the Whirlpool Fist. "We shall, Shinobi-san." Haku replied coolly, but Naruto could feel the heavy weight of regret in her heart. That and she was running pretty low on chakra while Naruto was damn near full. Before Naruto engaged Haku, 10 clones formed up and moved Tazuna over to Sakura and Sasuke before they erected a defensive barrier. With that done, Naruto knew that Haku couldn't do anything until she had dealt with him. Haku blurred forward at low Jonin speeds with 2 senbon in each hand and she lashed out at Naruto. Naruto was able to dodge and parry her blows, but he couldn't bring himself to strike the woman he was falling for. For Haku's part, she was only aiming at non-vital organs, and she was only willing to incapacitate Naruto. Her heart would shatter into a million pieces if she killed him, and she would rather end herself than do that to the first person that showed her love and compassion. Despite the two holding back, the fight was a picture of high-speed combat as they blurred around the bridge and competed with each other to see who could incapacitate the other. Naruto's plan was just to wear Haku out. He was equal to, or better, than her at raw speed and taijutsu. She had him on throwing weapons, that's for sure, but senbon would never be enough to threaten Naruto. His healing factor was far too potent for that to matter. Naruto took 2 senbon to the shoulder, but he took advantage of the position to grab Haku by the wrist and he maneuvered behind her and tucked it behind her back. Haku spun into the lock and with an astounding feat of flexibility she was able to spin out of his hold before he could lock her down. The fight reset and they were about to re-engage when the chirping of 1,000 birds cut through the rapidly thinning mist and garnered both of their attentions. When the mist cleared, it showed that Zabuza's limbs were each immobilized by one of Kakashi's canines and there was nothing he could do to escape the lightning-covered hand of Kakashi. As Kakashi dashed forward, Naruto saw Haku form a crystal mirror out the corner of his eye. He could feel the determination in her chakra that surpassed the remorse for leaving Naruto alone. Naruto's feet blurred into action as he raced towards Zabuza, but he wouldn't get there fast enough. In less than a second, an ice mirror formed in front of Kakashi's outstretched Chidori and Haku appeared in front of Zabuza. The squelch was a terrible sound that attempted to paralyze Naruto as it halted him in place. The hunter mask fell from Haku's face from the impact and Naruto let out a desperate bestial roar in response to the soft and repentant look in her eyes as she looked at him for the last time. Before Naruto's feet could take him the rest of the distance, Zabuza used the distraction to break free and he landed a severe blow on Kakashi that cut him from the left hip up to the right shoulder and it shredded his Jonin flak jacket like it were target paper. Naruto glowed red as he charged into Zabuza in a low tackle and the demon of the bloody mist was surprised by the power behind the blow. Naruto landed on top of Zabuza, and he had him in a full mount as red chakra coated his body and one tail sprung to life behind him. When he felt Haku's chakra signature flicker out, he said farewell to the last of his self-restraint. Blow after blow rained down on Zabuza's face and blood sprayed everywhere. Closed fists turned to clawed fists as Naruto's instinct took over and he clawed away at the face, forearms and torso of Momochi Zabuza. This continued long enough to leave Zabuza in a bloody heap before Kakashi pulled Naruto off of the dying mist ninja. Naruto fought against Kakashi's grasp as he screamed out, "Why? Why would she give her life for you? You didn't deserve her." His voice was deep and demonic as Naruto's rampant emotions poured out. Zabuza, barely alive and bleeding to death, looked through bloodied vision at Haku's corpse. "I don't know, Gaki. I don't know." The emotion pouring off of Zabuza was enough to rip Naruto out of his demonic haze and he stopped resisting Kakashi's grasp. "Then why? Why did she give her life for you?" Zabuza gurgled on blood as his body attempted to cry, "Because," she said. "That she owed me her life." "Bullshit. She wasn't some tool for you to use and throw away," Naruto shouted desperately. "I know." Zabuza choked out before falling into a coughing fit. He was truly a bloody mess at this point. Before the conversation could continue, Naruto heard cackling coming from the entrance of the bridge and he was able to sense roughly 150 adult chakra signatures. It didn't take long for a midget of a man in a three-piece suit to emerge from the mob of men with swords and other assorted weapons. Well, the so-called demon was brought down by a one-eyed cripple and a couple of brats. "I knew you weren't worth my money, but at least they saved me the trouble of killing you myself." Gato raised a compact crossbow and shot an arrow that sailed into Haku's dead body. "I wanted to kill that brat myself though." He rubbed his broken wrist with the hand holding the now empty crossbow. Nobody was ready for the response that this would trigger. A pulse of demonic chakra spread out from Naruto and threw Kakashi back 20 feet. When he looked up, he saw Naruto's form completely encased in the Kyuubi's red chakra that appeared over him in the form of flames. 3 orange tails sprouted from his sacrum and Naruto roared as he charged into the small army of thugs and mercenaries. What followed could only be described as a bloodbath and Kakashi's Sharingan recorded every bloody moment of it. Naruto, in his 3-tailed cloak, moved faster than Kakashi could when he was fresh. Based on how far the bandits flew and the indentations in their chests or their caved-in heads, he hit a lot harder than Kakashi could as well. Naruto disappeared in an orangish-red blur and reappeared milliseconds later. Each reappearance was accompanied by pained screams of dying men as Naruto tore through them with minimal resistance. The massacre was a blur of motion for roughly 10 minutes before Naruto emerged from the bloody mess, pulling Gato towards Tazuna by the hair. The young teenager walked through the severed remains and bloody pools and pulled a shrieking Gato by his hair. The midget was covered in blood and entrails and his pants were tainted with his own urine and shit. The fear Naruto inspired kept the bridge transfixed and it provided an amazing sight for the dying Zabuza. Naruto dumped a quivering Gato in front of Tazuna after he dropped the barrier, and he pulled one of the swords that had impaled him out of his back with a grunt. He handed the bloody blade to Tazuna hilt first while Sakura gawked at him in a mixture of awe and horror. Tazuna held the blade shakily in his hands, and that was when everyone turned to see a mob of Wave Country's citizens walking onto the bridge led by Inari. They all paused when they saw the blood remains of Gato's men, but Inari snapped everyone out of their transfixed state. The little tyke still had blood coating his hair and face, and he raised his crossbow into the air and waved. "Grandpa! We are here!" This gave Tazuna the strength to stop the shaking in his legs as he pulled Gato up by the scruff of his collar. The crowd watched from 100 feet away as Tazuna swung the sword as hard as he could, and they cheered when he beheaded Gato. The last bloodshed on the day was the geyser of blood that sprung from Gato's neck. The crowd erupted in cheers and Tazuna went to join his villagers while holding the head of the midget tyrant by its hair. It was a gory scene, but it represented Wave's will to fight back, reigniting so that they would never be pushed around again. Naruto let Kurama's cloak fade and he pulled the demonic chakra back into the seal. He felt exhaustion overtake him and he fell to a knee with a couple swords and knives sticking out of his back. "Sakura!" he panted. "Could you, please pull them out?" It was tough for him to speak and function in the absence of Kurama's chakra, but his healing factor and blood were fighting against the wounds. Sakura stood shakily to her feet and began pulling out the weapons. Naruto took some of his blood from his fresh wounds and let some of it drop into Sasuke's mouth. "Naruto! What are you doing?" she shrieked. "Healing blood, remember?" He bit back tiredly. Sakura had the decency to look sheepish. "Oh, yeah, okay. Now, hold still." She pulled out an 8-inch knife from his side and winced as it was accompanied by a spurt of blood and Naruto collapsed forward onto his hands and knees. "Oi, Gaki!" A weak voice called out. "I need a word." It was clear that the voice was pained, and it took most of his remaining strength to be heard. Naruto limped over to Zabuza and fell on his knees over the body of the man. "What?" Naruto replied in a dead and exhausted tone. "I leave this to you," he said while running his hand over his blade, Kubakirabocho. Naruto shrugged impassively. "Okay. She loved you, kid. These last few days, they were the happiest I ever saw her," Zabuza said through gurgles of blood as his lungs became too full to contain it. Tears fell freely from Naruto's eyes. "I know, I really liked her too. Go to our hideout, it is 1 mile northwest of the port. It is outside of Gato's mansion. Go there." Zabuza coughed up more blood. "Well, this is it, kid. I want you to know, I loved her, like a daughter." In his final moments, Zabuza earned Naruto's begrudging respect. Kakashi appeared behind Naruto and put a supportive hand on his shoulder, and the chaos at the bridge ended in reverence. There was a lot to think about on both sides, and there would be substantial fallout from this mission. It was another problem to be dealt with another day. For now, Naruto had some things to do before he could find rest. While Kakashi tended to Sasuke and Sakura, Naruto got his permission to take the bodies of Haku and Zabuza. Naruto's healing factor enabled him to recover from his wounds, carry Zabuza's and Haku's corpses up to a hill that overlooked the bridge. He dug out 2 graves and placed them reverently into their final resting places. He marked Haku's grave with an engraved cross that bore her hunter mask on it. Zabuza was buried with an engraved cross that had his Hishiate strapped over it. He bowed his head and prayed to the Kami and Shinigami for mercy on their souls. "Zabuza, I don't really know what to say. You lived your life for yourself, and you left a trail of bodies in your wake. That being said, I came to respect you in the end. For you to say aloud what you kept buried for 8 years, I can respect that. Rest easy.
Haku-chan, I am so sorry.
I only knew you for 1 week, but in that week, I found someone that could understand the deepest depths of my soul. I found comfort in my enemy, and I couldn't be happier that I did. Your pure heart and untainted soul will undoubtedly bring happiness with you wherever you go. I love you and I will never forget you. May you find peace in the pure world." Gallantry is hard. This chapter of my Gaki's life is hard to remember and even harder to write on the sheets of this paper. To this day, my godson holds a flame in memory of the young girl. He holds her up as the one that got away and one of his greatest failures. He resolved to do more, to be more for those that he cherished as precious. According to testimony of those he counted as friends, this mission marked a turning point for him. He threw himself into training to the point of exhaustion and absurdity. He held his loved ones closer and erected more walls for those that couldn't see him for who he was. It was also one of the sentinel events that led to a world-shattering decision later on down the road. Her grave site has since been upgraded to a full memorial and it is honored by the people of Wave to this day. I write this segment in loving memory of Haku Yuki Momochi. Report: Team 7 stayed in Wave and conducted cleanup operations for the people of Wave. There were a few remaining bandits that were hunted down by Naruto without mercy. The wealth of Gato was split amongst the people of Wave and Konoha took 10% to cover the increased difficulty of the mission as well as the penalty for lying to a hidden village. Tazuna thought it was more than fair and he could care less. His country was free, his people were happy, and his super bridge was almost done. Naruto took that time to locate Zabuza and Haku's hideout. Zabuza had a little nest egg that Naruto pocketed as well as quite a few blades and scrolls on Fuinjutsu. When Naruto sealed up Haku's belongings, he could halt the procession of tears that trickled down his face. He didn't want to. His soul needed him to let it out and he crumpled onto Haku's cot and soaked in what was left of her smell. He reverently gathered up her belongings and sealed them away before departing the former hideout of Mist's two best assassins. It took 2 weeks for the bridge to get finished and it was refreshing to assist the people of Wave in such a simple task. The attitude was so bright and positive that it helped to alleviate the gloom that had settled over Naruto's heart. He had Kurama to talk about, but they both knew that only time would heal this wound. Despite that, Naruto contributed 100 shadow clones each day that participated in the moving of the bridge materials, pillar and underbridge inspection and other tasks that shinobis were suited to. He also applied stabilization seals and reinforcement seals along the bridge to make it sturdier so that the pride of Wave would never fall. Naruto struggled throughout the 2 weeks with nightmares of Haku. The moment that Kakashi's hand penetrated her chest, and his senses registered the disappearance of Haku's chakra signature haunted Naruto. They played on repeat in his nightmares and haunted his thoughts. Images of Haku with a hole in her chest flickered through his mind and the worst thing was the repeating nightmare. He was making love to Haku before the kiss tasted like blood and the 2 streaks of blood appeared on her lips. Naruto would jump up to see the hole in her chest and the sensation of her chakra disappearing felt all-encompassing. Naruto would always wake in a cold sweat to hear Kurama's soothing voice. There were 2 downers in those 2 weeks and the first one was explaining his relationship with Haku. Kakashi had grilled him hard about that, but Naruto had remained obstinate. Something in Naruto burned with anger and resentment towards his sensei and Kakashi could feel it. Despite that, it was his duty to chastise his charge for fornicating with the enemy. It was probably a good thing that they had 2 weeks to slug this issue out because it got fairly heated between the two. In the end, Kakashi said that he would report it to the Hokage and let him decide. The other downer was obviously Sasuke Uchiha. He had been incapacitated early in the battle and he only recovered consciousness as the people of Wave were cleaning up the bridge. He heard the praise given to Naruto, who was evidently responsible for killing Momochi Zabuza. He was also mad that Naruto got to keep Zabuza's blade. He had demanded it be given to himself since he was the Uchiha heir, but Naruto had laughed in his face. Sasuke attempted to attack him and was summarily backhanded in the face for his efforts. When Kakashi got involved, Naruto had to cite Konoha policy on rights of succession and Konoha's policy on equipment gained during a mission. It also helped that Kakashi was present when Zabuza bequeathed the blade to Naruto, which put the final stamp on Sasuke's denial. Sasuke became so irritable and petulant that Tsunami actually asked him to stay at an inn in town. Kakashi reluctantly agreed, but Naruto saw the way Tsunami reached out and stopped him from leaving. Turns out, Kakashi wasn't busting Naruto's balls for sleeping around because he was wooing the woman of the house. Hatake Kakashi had his first real girlfriend ever and she was a sweet little lady that managed an inn in Wave Country. Or, at least, she used to manage an inn. The first thing Gato did upon coming to the island was assassinate the daimyo and his family. The people of Wave didn't trust Tazuna to take up the prestigious role of daimyo, so Tsunami was nominated in his stead. Hatake Kakashi left Wave Country with a treaty for Konoha and a daimyo as a girlfriend. The trip back to Konoha took 1 day and Naruto made the trip in silence. He cared not for the brooding and bickering of the Uchiha. He had perfected his chakra earplugs, so the wails of the banshee no longer affected him. He cared not for the analytical glances of his sensei, and he adamantly refused to make eye contact with the lone eye of the man that killed Haku. Overall, Team 7 was in complete shambles and there was little hope of that changing anytime soon. Team 7 walked into the Hokage's office and Hiruzen Sarutobi instantly picked up on tension in the team. They were reporting in 2 weeks later than expected and Hiruzen could sense the divide and Naruto's indifference. He looked to Kakashi and saw the slight slump in the man's shoulder that indicated prolonged stress. He wasn't surprised by the crossed arms of the Uchiha teen or the girlish attitude of the Haruno girl. Report, Hiruzen said pointedly. Team 7 returning from a successful C-rank turned A-rank mission to Wave Country, Kakashi said lazily, which got a start out of the Hokage. The report took a full 30 minutes and was interrupted by the protestations of the Uchiha. Hiruzen rubbed his temples 24 times, rubbed his eyes 18 times and sighed 64 times in the span of 30 minutes. He waved Sasuke and Sakura out of his office and made Naruto and Kakashi stay. Hiruzen leveled a firm gaze on Naruto and spoke with the full weight of the authority of his position. Shinan Uzumaki, your sexual proclivities have endangered your teammates and jeopardized the success of the mission. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Naruto looked impassively at the Hokage. I find it sad that it was easier to find love among enemies than in my own village. Do what you must. Hiruzen was taken aback by the subdued reply. Only years of experience prevented his firm visage from cracking. You are to do 20 rank missions without pay. If you do such a thing again, you will be suspended from active duty. Fine, are 20 missions available? Naruto replied in monotone. You may go to the missions office to find out, Hiruzen said and his eyes wavered in remorse as he watched the young man bow and exit his office. Kakashi, how did you let this happen? Kakashi closed his book and placed it in his kunai pouch. His lone eye looked impassively stared back at the Hokage. You are the one who assigned me a prodigy, a power-hungry kid with mental issues and a revenge complex and a fangirl. You knew this was destined for an epic failure the moment you assigned me this team. The only way I can get the team to function is to have Naruto go off and do his own thing while I focus on the Uchiha and, by proxy, the fangirl. Hiruzen sighed for the 65th time, rubbed his eyes wearily for the 19th time and then rubbed his temples for the 25th time. How do you let him sleep with the enemy? How do I explain this to the council? Kakashi shrugged. Jinan Uzumaki, despite his extracurricular activities, saved my life, saved the new daimyo of Wave's life and prevented her rape. He also saved Sasuke's life before dealing the finishing blow to Momochi Zabuza. On top of that, he single-handedly dealt with over 150 men, killed a tyrant and healed me and Sasuke Uchiha. After which he contributed to the finishing of the bridge, reinforced it with seals, looted Gato's compound and secured a treaty with Wave and had the greatest bridge ever named after him. I am sure just a few of those pointers would suffice. I don't manage the kid because he doesn't need me to manage him. Add one to each of Hiruzen's tired actions. Get out. Give me a full mission report by the end of the day and be ready to bring Naruto in front of the council. Anko did her most to help Naruto stave off the nightmares after she listened to the story of Naruto and Haku. She was only sad that she didn't get the chance to meet such a pure kindred spirit. She held Naruto tenderly through his first night back in Konoha and even went through the extra effort of bringing him breakfast in bed. Sure, it was just rewarmed dango, but it was the thought that counts. After breakfast, and a round in the shower with Anko, Naruto went to the Forest of Death to work out some of his pent-up frustration. Anko accompanied him and took up an overwatch position in the tree overlooking the field. She loved watching Naruto work out. Naruto started by creating 200 clones that divided up into teams. Naruto then created 50 clones and had them transform into imitations of his katana. When he transforms his clones into solid objects, they became more resilient, and they were able to last through the Kenjutsu spars. Thus, 25 pairs of clones went through their kata of the crescent moon dance style that Yugao had been teaching him. They would do that for an hour before sparring to the death in a tournament. The other 150 clones broke up into groups for chakra control and affinity training. Naruto himself took off his shirt, which was truly an panty-soaking sight for the snake mistress in the tree. She saw him close his eyes and channel chakra to the seals on his body before the seals glowed and expanded. The bars on each of Naruto's forearms and shins turned into 8 dark lines. The intricate swirl patterns on his triceps and calves expanded and darkened. Anko did some calculations in her head and let out a low whistle. 200 pounds distributed evenly across the torso, 80 pounds on each limb and resistance seals somewhere between levels 4 to 6. She proceeded to unseal some dango and watch the real Naruto go through his workout routine. Throughout his workout routine, Anko saw his body glowing in a blood-red chakra and Anko knew that her was using Kurama's chakra to apply constant healing to repair the damage being done by the workout. This was how he was able to grow so rapidly, and it was awesome to see. She watched as Naruto finished his regular routine before he sat down and unsealed one of the legendary blades of the mist, Kubakirabocho. She cocked her head when Naruto cut his wrist and drenched the blade in his blood before he channeled a substantial amount of chakra into the blade. Anko's jaw dropped when the cleaver shrank about 6 inches length and it reduces its width while the black and silver metal of the blade turned a bloody red. Naruto nodded, as if responding to instructions from Kurama, before he hefted the blade. It was clear that Naruto wasn't used to the weight, but Anko watched him whip the blade around for a bit before he sat down once more and unsealed another scroll. He read it for a couple minutes before hopping up to his feet and practicing some basic swings. Anko polished off her dengo and was playing with some snake summons when an Anbu showed up in the field. She jumped down to receive the message so her man wouldn't be distracted from his training. "Hey Abor, how's it hanging?" "Low and slightly to the left." Bor answered. "I need Uzumaki for a council meeting." Anko smirked devilishly, "Go grab him before he has the chance to put a shirt on. I would love to see how the council reacts to that." Bor smirked under his mask at the idea. He liked the kid and he wanted to see the looks on their faces as well. "Well, I do have orders to gather him immediately." A pissed-off Naruto appeared in a puff of smoke with Bor outside of the council room. He sighed and shook his head at Bor's laughter, and he sealed Kubakirabocho into the seal on his left bicep. Thus, Naruto walked into the council chambers in his baggy white cargo pants, and I have always liked the pants from DBZ, so imagine those, and shinobi sandals. A firm six-pack, almost eight-pack, iron-hard pecs and ripped arms presented themselves to the council as Naruto took his spot next to Kakashi. This got a response from those in the room and Naruto could feel the excitement and arousal in the chakra of multiple women around the room, even some of the demon haters. "Jinan Uzumaki Naruto reporting to the council as ordered," he said with a small bow. "Thank you, Naruto-kun." "Bor, you could have let him put his shirt back on," Hiruzen said with mirth in his voice. "You told me to bring him here immediately, Hokage-sama. I simply followed those orders." Bor replied before melding into the shadows. "Jinan Uzumaki, you have been called before the council to provide in-person testimony about your mission to Wave Country." Naruto nodded and told the story. After 10 minutes of shouting, Hiruzen quieted the council down and restored order. He let the shinobi council ask their questions. Hiyashi Hyuga stood up. "Jinan Uzumaki, what possessed you to believe it was okay to sleep with the enemy? According to many people, including Jiraiya of the Sanin, it is better to make love and not war, Hyuga Dono." Naruto kept his poker face active despite the incredulous look on the Hyuga's face. "Do you see how it compromised the mission?" The Hyuga pushed forward. "I bonded with a kindred spirit and shared no mission-relevant information. She did the same and we both agreed that if it came to a fight then we would fight." Naruto replied blandly before adding. "If she didn't care for me, then Sasuke Uchiha would have been killed rather than simply incapacitated. She was more than capable of doing so." Mikoto stood up here and offered a soft smile to Naruto. "Do you believe you could have neutralized her had you not given in to your feelings?" "No." Naruto answered blandly. "If I took aggressive action, she was more than capable of escaping since she possessed a space-time technique." "You demon brat. You could have killed her in the first battle." Mibuki Haruno shouted. "Then Hitake Kakashi would have died to Momochi Zabuza. I didn't know for sure if she was affiliated with Zabuza until the trade was already made. If I killed her without knowing, then it might have sparked conflict with Kiri. Do you not believe that your absence in the battle on the bridge led to the injury of Uchiha Sasuke?" Koharu pressed. Naruto shrugged. "If I went to the bridge with my team, then Tsunami, the new daimyo of Wave, would have been raped and used as ransom against us." "That is hindsight conjecture," Homura shouted. Naruto shrugged. "Then we should be grateful it worked out for the best." Shikaku had been watching the young man with keen interest. His son spoke highly of him and that was enough of a character testament for him. "Naruto," Shikaku's professional tone quieted the council. "Your libido has been a topic of interest lately and it seems to conflict with your missions. Why does a skilled shinobi such as yourself give it to such baser instincts?" Naruto sighed as Kurama giggled in his mind. "Other than this village creating a desperation for attention and affection through repeat child abuses?" he asked with a cocked eyebrow. "I made a deal with the Kyuubi, who is rather horny. She didn't like the fact that I was in a rut and said that she would allow me access to 3 tails of power if I didn't refuse any woman. I never once initiated actions with any woman other than Anko. I simply provided my services to the woman of this village that craved the same love and affection that I do." This statement got a rise out of the council, mainly the civilian side. They didn't understand that a biju's power was sealed into humans so that they could harness its power. They didn't understand because they thought the boy was the demon itself. They refused to see the reality of the situation, which therefore rendered them unable to accept the obvious. The drivel they spouted isn't worth writing, Just know that it wasn't pleasant, constructive, and it demeaned the young man providing testimony. The noise ended with Anbu's swords at the throats of each member in an attempt for silence. Shikaku's mind had to reset multiple times during the uproar, but he was eventually able to gain his footing once more. So, you can use 3 tails of the Kyuubi's chakra? Naruto nodded. Why only 3 tails, pup? Sume Inuzuka asked. There is a chakra limitation on my seal. Without the key to open it or outright destroying the seal, I can only access 3 tails. Plus, my body still needs to mature further and get accommodated to the demonic chakra. Naruto answered. Why are you acting like you aren't the demon yourself, boy? Mibuki snarled. My daughter told me how you massacred those bandits. Would you rather I let them live and kill the client? Kakashi was incapacitated, Sasuke unconscious, the client was unable to move, and your daughter is about as useful as wet toilet paper in a fight. I used the resources at my disposal to eliminate the threat and accomplish my mission. Naruto replied monotonously. Is this true, Kakashi? Inoiki Yamanaka asked. Mission report says you were able to assist in cleanup operations and there was no downtime. Kakashi nodded. I used Naruto's ability to heal, and I was able to return to nearly full capacity. Koharu locked onto Naruto. What ability to heal do you possess? My bloodline. Naruto answered. You are an orphan, boy, do not pretend to have a. Mibuki was silenced as the Anbu sort of cat, who knew Naruto's mother intimately, pressed into the side of her neck hard enough to draw blood. Hiruzen stepped in here. Counselor Haruno, if you so much as moan once more in this meeting, I will remove you from your position as head counselor. You are forbidden to speak for the duration of this meeting. Naruto has a bloodline and I have kept his parentage a secret for his own protection. Suffice to say, I do not trust the civilian council with such information, and it is classified as a shinobi matter. Now, Naruto, please provide a description of your 2 bloodlines for the council. The Eye of Kagura, the strongest sensory ability ever recorded. That was how I could sense Zabuza and Haku through the mist. I don't know what the other ability is called, but my blood and chakra combined can heal just about any wound. It does not work if the chakra circulatory system is disrupted, and it cannot heal the dead, he said dispassionately. Thank you, Naruto. That will be sufficient. Now, are there any other issues to address about the mission to Wave? Hiruzen said. Homura stepped forward, possession of the blade named Kubakirabocho. Sasuke Uchiha, as a participant in the battle, claims right to the blade and I support that right. Oh, shut up. Shut the fuck up. I have already put the emo in his place, and I do not wish to speak poorly of him in front of his mother. He has no right to the blade. First, I killed Zabuza, and that fact is not argued. According to Konoha Charter Chapter 69 Clause 4, a shinobi that kills a missing ninja not belonging to an allied village gains custody of any confiscated money, equipment or jutsu. Second, my sensei witnessed Momochi Zabuza bequeath the blade to me and name me as successor. Naruto replied harshly while flaring enough ki to silence the ancient elders. Hiruzen backed Naruto up. He is right. The Uchiha boy has no claim to the blade or anything else Zabuza left to him. Koharu stepped forward with narrowed eyes and she spoke in a haughty tone. If we are recognizing the boy's bloodlines, then he is subjugated to the bloodline propagation laws and is to be enrolled in the Clan Restoration Act. If his heritage cannot be revealed, then we can create a new clan in his name, and he can appoint a custodian of the clan until he turns 16 or reaches the rank of Jonin. Hiruzen sighed and looked apologetically to Naruto. This is the law created by Lord II, Jinan Uzumaki. Under this law, the council may select women. I refuse, Naruto said. Anything to do with the council choosing anything for me is out of the question. Boy, you do not have a clan head and as such you do not have the protection of clan rights. You have until the age of 16 to produce a viable male heir or your shinobi status is revoked, and you are to be contained to the village, Homura said with a creepy smile. Naruto glared at the Hokage. Fix this, old man. I am done dealing with their bullshit. Mibuki looked like she wanted to shatter the eardrums of everyone present, but Koharu said what she wanted too. Do not disrespect you Hokage or this council. You are a shinobi of Konoha, and you will follow your orders. Naruto didn't remove his eyes from the Hokage, and the old monkey was shriveling under his glare. I would sooner sterilize myself than let you choose mates for me. Before you think you can force my hand, remember who I have sealed inside of me. The Kyuubi could easily do that for me. If you think about killing or doing anything else stupid, I issue this warning to the council. If you betray me in such a way, on my way out the door I will set it free. I am tired of taking your bullshit. Naruto, Hiruzen roared but Naruto stood unflinching and now Anbu were surrounding Naruto. Naruto shrugged, I am letting them know their place. Oh, he said in false excitement. You should also know this. Only a true Uzumaki can seal the Kyuubi within themselves and. He smirked devilishly here, I am the last true Uzumaki. He leaked some of Kurama's chakra here to make his threat clear. Kakashi put his hand on Naruto's shoulder, not knowing whether to admonish or praise him. That is enough, Naruto. Lord Hokage, the boy is clearly unstable. We should imprison him and find a method to deal with the Kyuubi. This civilian counselor spoke what every one of them was thinking. No. The chakra flaring around the Hokage was visible now. Get the fuck out, civilians. I am done. Done. Do you hear me? I am fucking done taking your shit. Anbu, get them out of my sight. He turned his glare on his two old friends. One more word. One more fucking word. The two shrank back. Mikoto stood up, now that they are gone and everyone know, Naruto is the son of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. There, it has been said in an official forum in front of the clan council. Punish me if you will, but your bullshit reason for protecting the boy from foreign enemies is just that, bullshit, Hiruzen sighed as his chakra died down. Yes, he bears two known bloodlines of the Uzumaki clans. I had planned to release the information after the Chunin exams. Kuza Akimichi growled, and his body began expanding slightly. You told us the boy died, and by the time we were able to piece it together, it was already too late for the boy. I will not be criticized for my decisions. I did what I believed best for the child and village, Hiruzen said. You are lucky Hitomi-chan is dead, Hokage-sama, because she would have ignited every single one of your nerves for this, Hiashi said harshly. When I found out, I nearly ordered my pack to hunt everyone. I placed the boy under the protection of the Inuzuka. Sume growled. He has the protection of the Uchiha. Mikoto added. And I apologize for my son's behavior. Naruto wowed the council by showing them a true smile, not the fake BS, but the genuine article that looked like Kami put it in the world to make people feel better. Thanks, Auntie. I don't hold you responsible. He could really use some counseling though. Do not speak of Uchiha-sama in such a manner, Homura said snidely. Shikaku stood. The Nara, Yamanaka and Akimichi clans offer Jinan Uzumaki our protection, Hiashi sighed, as does the Hyuga. Good, Hiruzen said pleased while glaring at Homura. Naruto, your team will enter the Chunin exams coming up in 6 weeks. If you make Chunin, I will announce your heritage as promised. Naruto bowed, now that the secret is out, can I have access to the compound? I can get in and out without people seeing. Hiruzen frowned, no, I am afraid not, Naruto. We are about to have many visitors from foreign nations, we cannot afford to risk revealing this information at this time. Will that be all then, Hokage-sama? Naruto asked, wishing for freedom. You are dismissed, Naruto. Hiruzen replied. Jiraiya's gallant commentary, I really wish I were there for that part of his life. I would have simply killed everyone on the civilian council, and I would have started with Mabuki, then the old goats and then by order of ease. It infuriated me to no end, and it caused quite a few problems down the line. We will get to those problems in a bit, so stay tuned. A note on my godson's training, the Gaki is insane. Beyond insane even. At this point in his life, his chakra doubled mine and his body was just as strong, without my sage mode of course. I had years of experience in combat over him, but there was no way to classify my godson as a standard Jinan. As if that weren't blatantly obvious already. Somewhere under Konoha, evil cripple's base, Danzo Shimura was never a happy person. Danzo Shimura took pride in his title of Darkness of Shinobi, and that pride enabled him to extend his reach outside of Konoha. He took pride in effecting operations in every nation of the elemental nations. Danzo Shimura was an exceptionally talented individual with an eye for tactics and a complete lack of empathy or any other emotion. This man in the dark and damp office underground was no longer Danzo Shimura. He was a reaper, and he would have his due. After the Uchiha massacre and the terrible outcome, Danzo had been kneecapped by the Hokage and crippled by Itachi. It took him a long time to recover from those injuries, and he had to do a lot of unsavory things to curry enough favor to get back to health. He lost nearly a third of his root on that night, and another third he was forced to give to the Hokage as he activated his contingency plan. That night left Root in a similar state to himself, crippled. He was so upset that Itachi was able to overpower the Koto Amatsukami, but he really didn't know much about the jutsu at that time. He had simply spied on one of Hiruzen's meetings and heard Shisui describe the power of the eye. That was the one remaining tool that empowered him to enact his will in the shadows. His public face was better known as the elders Koharu and Homura. They had secured themselves in place through law, and not even the Hokage could remove them now. They were his loyal lapdogs, And he would enact his will and accomplish his dreams through them. He would use them to accomplish things that could only be done in the light, a place he no longer belonged. Danzo had brokered deals and exhausted his fortunes to regain his one-time glory, and his plans were nearly ready. First, he would assist Orochimaru with his petty revenge and make sure the Uchiha heir was easy pickings. Second, he would secure the Kyuubi container and ensure his loyalty. Finally, after Konoha was in ruins and he had the Jinchuriki, he would lay claim to the position of Hokage. Root. He called softly while playing with the new left arm Orochimaru had grown for him. 3 shinobi dressed in all black knelt in front of him. "We stand ready for our orders, Danzo-sama. Torune and Fu, it is time for you to accomplish your mission in Taki. Do not fail me." The 2 bowed and left, and Danzo turned to the sole remaining member. "Sai, it is time to put you into action." "I stand ready to serve, Danzo-sama." The boy replied emotionlessly. "Good, I have secured you a spot on a Jinan team that recently lost a member. They will be partaking in the upcoming Chunin exams." "Sand and leaves and sandy blondes," Kakashi sighed as he looked at the forms in his hands. He was being doubly ordered to enter his team in the Chunin exams, and he knew that this would end in disaster. The past month and a half had been disastrous as the fallout of the wave mission set in. Naruto didn't even train with the team anymore, and he only showed up for missions with Team 7. This had been approved by the Hokage under the mindset that time apart would be healthy for the team. Needless to say, it was not the case. He had called a team meeting and asked Naruto to be there, but he was supposed to be there 2 hours ago. Pretty standard, but he just wanted to enjoy his walk and time thinking. The civilian council demanding that Sasuke partakes in the exams wasn't surprising. They did everything they could to enthrall the future clan head and kiss his ass. It actually propagated the sense of pompousness in his student, and Kakashi could do little to stem the rapidly inflating ego. As for Naruto, he knew about his mandated entry by the Hokage and had no qualms about him entering the exams. He had actually petitioned the Hokage to allow a solo entry, but it had been denied in large part to Hiruzen not wanting to deal with the civilian council. Naruto was a prodigy in the truest sense of the word. He soaked up information quickly and needed minimal guidance to make a great difference. On top of that, his training with shadow clones made it practically cheating. Kakashi did the math in his head, and with 100 shadow clones, which was on the low side for a day of training with Naruto, he had conducted 50 years worth of training while on Team 7 alone. At 14.5 years old, he looked to be somewhere between 18 and 20 and not just a normal 18-20-year-old. Over the past 6 months on Team 7, Naruto had grown another 3 inches and he was now 6 feet tall. His muscle tone looked to be somewhere between Might Guy and Superman. Big but not bulky, strong but with endurance, toned but not gaudy. Well, except his abs, Kakashi was incredibly jealous of those abs. It actually inspired Kakashi to start working out again in order to impress his girlfriend. All that said, he couldn't help but fear what would happen in the Chunin exams. The exams were designed to test teamwork, individual talent and adaptability. Alone, 2 of his students would do a decent job in the Chunin exams. Together, they were a powder keg waiting to blow. This thought made him sigh once more as he looked at the clouds in the sky while walking onto the training ground. Damn, maybe the Naras were onto something good. "Good morning, team," Kakashi said while smiling. "You're late," came the customary shriek of the pink banshee. Kakashi had actually applied for it to be a sound-based bloodline, seeing as her mother had the same curse. Ma, he looked over to see Naruto doing inverted sit-ups while hanging from the tree by his feet. "Naruto, get over here, please." Moments later, all 3 of his students were on the bridge and looking at him expectantly. "Now, I have these forms that you need to sign in order to sign up for the Chunin exams. My apologies for the late notice, but you will need to report to the academy tomorrow at 9 a.m. You gave us 1 day's notice?" Sakura shrieked. While Sakura was yelling, Sasuke was grinning and thinking about how this would let him test himself against strong opponents. He glanced at Naruto. He may be out of his reach for now, but he will beat the strongest enemies in the exams and then he would take the orphan down a peg. Yes, this was going to be a good exam. Naruto knew the exams were coming and he had noticed the many different chakra signatures in the village. It amazed him how different the chakra of other villages shinobi felt. It was good practice with his Eye of Kagura, and he would take this chance to practice honing the ability. He wasn't worried about the exams. No, his thoughts were on the reveal of his heritage and the changes that would bring. He broke himself out of his thoughts and took the paper from Kakashi. Kakashi winced at the cold indifference that Naruto showed him. It hadn't been the same since Wave and he knew exactly why. Anko had told him about the nightmares, and she had explained how much he had grown to care for the girl in such a short time. This made Kakashi feel incredibly guilty, and Kakashi had enough guilt to chew on already. This just made it worse, and it rendered the copy ninja ineffective when it came to dealing with his sensei's son. Alright, well, I will see you at the academy tomorrow at 9 a.m. Ja na. He gave a casual wave and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Naruto spoke up, I don't like you and neither of you like me. I get that. Do you want to set it aside for these exams? Sasuke said and crossed his arms. Sakura hesitated a bit, but she would never go against Sasuke. We won't need your help, Naruto baka. Sasuke-kun will ace the exams, Naruto sighed, fine, I figured it was worth a shot. The first two portions will be team-based and the final exam is always a series of one-on-one fights. If you think we can limp through the team portion, fine, but don't get in my way. Why do you want to act like a team now? You don't even train with us anymore. You just show up for missions and then go back to whatever you are doing, Sasuke said in a harsh and smug tone. Naruto turned and addressed him. I train alone because I realize that training in front of you just sets you off and I don't want others seeing my training. I also realized that you needed some time to get your shit sorted and I was still mad at you for the stunt you pulled when we returned for wave. Naruto held up a hand to silence the retorts. That being said, we are going into a mission, a particularly challenging mission, and I wanted to make sure we succeeded. Sasuke grunted, which meant that he thought that was a good answer. Even Sakura was quiet. We will work together tomorrow. I can stomach you for a day, Naruto sighed, fine. Pack up and make sure you pack for a week or so. You never know the kind of shit they are going to throw at us. See ya. Naruto gave a casual wave before disappearing in a swirl of water. Naruto appeared outside of his favorite restaurant, the only restaurant that had never denied him a meal and on multiple occasions given him a free meal. Ichiraku's ramen stand was run by two people that Naruto counted as precious and those he would protect. Chuchi and Ayame Ichiraku were a father-daughter tag team that kept the small ramen stand open for 18 hours of the day. Ayame was a beautiful girl and she saw him as a younger brother of sorts, even though she was just 2 years older than him. Before Naruto could enter his favorite stand and greet people he counted as family, he heard a kid scream from help in an alley around the corner. Naruto moved instantly. He didn't like most of the villagers, but the children were never to blame. When he rounded the corner, he saw a teen in catsuit holding up a boy he recognized as Konoha, the Hokage's grandson, while preparing to punch him. Naruto disappeared in a crackle of lightning as lightning chakra roared through his leg muscles. Tamari was bored as she walked through the streets of the village that wouldn't be standing in a month's time if all plans panned out. She didn't have anything against the leaf, but orders were orders. Especially when said orders came from one's father, well, one listened. She sighed in frustration as her 15-year-old brother made an ass of himself by picking on a small child. Before she could chastise him, there was a blur and rush of wind and Kankuro was no longer holding the boy. Kankuro looked around with wide eyes as his hands emptied and then he buckled to his knees. It felt like he took a sledgehammer to the gut, and he spit up his lunch on the street. As spittle hung from his chin, Kankuro looked around for his attacker while one hand went to his back to free Crow from his bindings. Before he could, a voice spoke and drew his attention to right behind him. Suna-san, I recommend that you take this no further. I only intervened because you were threatening Konohamaru Sarutobi, the Hokage's grandson, Naruto said in a cool voice while taking a moment to appreciate the beauty of the kunoichi standing in front of him. She wore a black battle kimono with a red obi that hugged her shapely figure pretty snugly. Her breasts were low-C at best, but her ass. Oh Kami, that ass. Tamari looked behind her and looked into the most enchanting eyes she had ever seen. The electric azure blue locked onto her emerald green and the sexy smirk she saw on his face made her breath hitch in her chest and her heartbeat speed up. She took in the handsome visage that reminded her of someone, she didn't know who, but his visage was so familiar. The face was the perfect combination of manly and boyish handsomeness. Then she saw the toned arms emerging from the sleeveless hoodie and Tamari was done. If she could have this man, then she would stop the invasion herself. Hey, handsome, sorry about my idiot of a brother, Tamari said while cocking her hips and eyeing him up and down. Naruto cocked his head to the side, that's your brother? Ha, he said, which made Tamari giggle girlishly. Does your brother know he is wearing women's makeup? This made Tamari break out in full-on laughter. Ruto, my brother Shukaku is nearby. This bloodlust reeks of the crazy tanuki. Kurama piped up through the mental link while she was watching the interaction. I know, Q. I sensed him before I engaged. Naruto thought back. Tamari stifled her laughter as her brother began pulling Crow off his back. That's enough, Kankuro. It is your own fault. Now, would you care to show me around Konoha? Naruto shrugged, it would be my pleasure. Is your brother in the tree going to join us? Temari paled, Kankuro looked scared stiff, and the third member appeared in front of them in a swirl of sand. The redhead was shorter than the average shinobi and he carried a gourd bigger than his torso on his back. His face was dominated by prominent dark rings around his eyes and the kanji for love on his forehead. The boy crossed his arms with an impassive look on his face that contrasted sharply with his aura. The boy was leaking so much passive killing intent that it was absurd. What is your name? Gaara started. Mother wants your blood. Naruto actually laughed at that. Kurama's internal commentary about her insane little brother was too much. I tell you what, little Tanuki, I will give you my name even though it is customary for you to do so first. However, I will only do so on one condition. Gaara looked firmly at him and nodded. You and your sister join me for lunch. My treat. Very well, Gaara said coldly despite the voice of his mother telling him to kill the boy. Naruto beamed a gigawatt smile at them. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I hold the great, fearsome and beautiful number 9. This got Gaara's eyes to widen and Temari gasped in shock while Kankuro paled. Gaara nodded at that, that is why mother wants your blood, Uzumaki. I am Gaara of the Sand. This is my sister Temari and brother Kankuro. Naruto made a motion for Gaara to come towards him and Gaara hesitated. Eventually the boy relented but sand began hovering around him. Naruto urged him forward once more and he hesitated even longer this time. With Gaara's ear to his lips, he asked. Does your brother know he looks like an ugly girl with that cat suit and makeup? Gaara couldn't help it, he couldn't help the fact that he just cracked and lost it. Gaara started laughing loudly, as did the voice in his head. The tension that had built up vanished in an instant between the two, but Temari and Kankuro looked to be beyond terrified. They had never heard Gaara laugh before. Gaara eventually settled down and shook his head with the smallest trace of a smile on his face. No, he refuses to listen to reason. I do not care, but my sister has tried to fix that habit, Gaara said with emotion in his usually monotonous voice. Naruto smiled and shrugged, you can't win 'em all. So, can I introduce you to the food of the gods? It is proven to be favored by all, well all people like us anyway. Gaara simply nodded, I will put that to the test. If you deceive me, mother will have your blood. Naruto nodded and clapped Gaara on the shoulder, sure thing, Gaara. Let me show you a good time. He looked back to see a terrified and gobsmacked look on Temari's face. You coming, Temari-chan? Temari had just watched a boy, a total stranger at that, bypass her brother's sand armor. He is touching him and Gaara isn't killing him, how? She broke herself out of her shock and nodded before pulling her stupefied brother along. She caught up with Naruto and Gaara and stood at Naruto's other side. So, Naruto, what is there to do in Konoha? She asked in a flirtatious attempt to regain her confidence. Naruto adopted his sheepish pose and made Temari blush as his biceps flexed. Well, how much time you got? Temari shrugged, I will give you a test run tonight. If that goes well, we should be staying here for the intermission. Naruto nodded at that. One night to make new friends, eh? Okay, challenge accepted, he said animatedly. It all starts with Ichiraku ramen. Moments later, they were all seated and waiting on their orders of ramen. Naruto looked around and saw the booth was empty except for him and the 3 Suna shinobi. He was seated between Gaara and Temari with Kankuro sitting on Temari's other side. Naruto had struck up light conversation, but he locked in on Temari. So, a Tasen, huh? You any good with wind? Naruto asked while resting his head on his chin. I heard Suna has more wind users than most countries. Temari smiled proudly as she petted her battle fan that was resting next to her. Yup, I love working with the wind. I took up Tessenjutsu in order to honor my mom and better my proficiency with wind. That's sweet. Naruto beamed, wind isn't one of my elements. I wish it were, but my godfather said it was just so overused. Gaara ignored the last part and asked, then what are your elements? Naruto tapped his chin, should I tell my competition? Temari pouted, you know my element. Naruto shrugged to tease her, well, I carry my weapons in seal so that I don't give that away. He playfully stuck his tongue out at her before continuing with a chuckle at her cute pouty face. Okay, I know Gaara is sand, you are wind and Kankuro is puppets, so I will tell you. Promise not to tell anyone else though? Yup. Temari chirped happily. You have my word, Gaara said monotonously. Well, I am lightning, water and fire. Fire is weaker than the other two, but I still got it, Naruto said as if it were normal. You have 3 affinities? Temari asked incredulously. Yup, but I don't use them too much. Most people haven't been enough of a challenge to break it out yet. That's why I want to get promoted and go on better missions to explore and test myself, Naruto said. Gaara nodded. When you are like us, most people are not a challenge. That is why mother wants me to fight strong people. Their blood validates my existence. Temari cringed and Naruto frowned at that. I can only imagine what you have been through, Gaara. But you don't need blood or shitty people to validate your existence. Just find a couple good friends and that will be enough. If that doesn't work, I got a book series you can read. Gaara frowned at the information that contradicted his mantra. No, mother wants blood. Naruto offered a soft smile. I get that, Gaara. I am not going to push you, but my tenant wants to know why you call her brother mother? Gaara clammed up at that and he seemed to be going through a headache, but Naruto's luck held out and the first bowls of ramen were brought out. Temari giggled when Naruto got all excited together and clapped his hands in prayer. She nearly fell off her stool when she heard Naruto's whole prayer. Oh Miso-sama, god of ramen, I thank you for your blessings. I promise to cherish the food of the gods as it nourishes my body. In your almighty name, amen. Gaara seemed to have settled his headache and cocked a non-existent eyebrow. Is it that good? Crack your stick and find out, brother. Naruto replied. The following 30 minutes were filled with the slurping of ramen noodles and broth. Gaara dug in with enthusiasm after his first bite and became a follower of Miso-sama. Temari enjoyed the meal, but she really enjoyed Naruto's company and the effects he was having on her brother. Kankuro joined in on the conversation after a while and Naruto realized he wasn't that bad. He just had terrible fashion sense. After Ichiraku's, Naruto took the group to the top of the Hokage monument since the sun was already beginning to set over Konoha and Naruto took his customary spot on his father's head. Temari sat nearby, but Gaara just looked out over the village as the shades of golden and violet light faded from the horizon. See why I like it up here? Naruto asked in contentment. Yeah, it is beautiful, Temari said softly with her eyes locked on the village's night coming to life. It is pleasant. Gaara added. So, Uzumaki, why are you being so friendly with us? Other than your beautiful sister? Naruto asked cheekily, which made Temari blush furiously. Temari never had men willing to be so forward. Between her father, weird brother and crazy brother, most men determined it wasn't worth the risk. Gaara nodded. Shukaku does not seem to like your tenant. Why are you being nice to me? Because life is too short to be a dick and I wanted to get to know one of my brothers in burden. Naruto answered plainly. How are you not, like Gaara? Kankuro asked hesitantly. Well, it is a few things. First, my seal is way better and I am guessing that Gaara's seal is very poorly done. Second, I had people in my life that saved me from the darkness. Darkness was all around, and it nearly consumed me, but a very rare few saved me, Naruto said in a far-off tone. Did they try to kill you too? Gaara asked and Naruto simply nodded. Did you kill them first? That is how I prove my existence. I had to kill a few of them, Gaara. I will admit that. The rest of them just treated me like shit. I was thrown out of the orphanage when I was 4, spent a year or so on the street and let's just say I didn't have San protecting me. Naruto trailed off and Temari offered a hand on the shoulder in support. Then how? Gaara asked. How and why do you exist? For those that saw me. For those that know the real me, Gaara. For them, I would take on the world and then go down and fight Yami and the Shinigami for seconds. Naruto answered while looking out over the village. Gaara remained silent and contemplative for the rest of the night. He sat still and looked monotonously out over the calm light of the admittedly beautiful sight of the village at night. Temari had a fond smile on her face as she sat next to a total stranger and Kankuro fidgeted awkwardly. This was how the night passed until Naruto bid farewell to the group and returned to an empty apartment. Anko was out getting her playground ready for some part of the exam. She wouldn't tell Naruto. The San siblings returned to their hotel room and the environment was unusually stiff, especially when their Jonin sensei entered the picture. They had all just experienced a great day with Naruto and the beginnings of guilt were prickling at each of their hearts. Gaara was contemplating and wondering why mother was so unusually quiet. Shukaku was even quiet, but that was likely due to the conversation he had over the Bijou link with Kurama, not that Gaara even knew that. Jiraiya's invaluable contribution to the story. Now, this may seem like a relatively minor part of the story, and I don't really disagree with you. However, it is setting the stage for something beautiful and quite amazing. Those San siblings were a strong bunch, and they were feared among the Suna population and Suna's enemies. They had a fierce reputation, and my godson just dove right in there and handled it. This was also important because it shaped events that happened in the future quite a bit. Chunin exams, return to the academy. Naruto had woken up early after a night in the seal with Kurama. She had told him as they were in postcoital bliss about the conversation she had with her little brother. Evidently, the bijou can talk within a shared space when they are close enough to one another. She made Shukaku think a bit about his relationship with his container. She didn't elaborate on what she said too much, but it sounds like she just gave him a good talking to. Naruto went through his morning ritual and prepared his combat gear. Rather than his usual white pants, he was wearing blank onbu cargo pants with a burnt orange utility belt. He made sure his boots were snug and that the sound-suppressing seals didn't need to be rewritten. He had to do regular maintenance because of all the wear and tear on them. After tucking his pants into his boots, Naruto stood up and threw on his jacket over his mesh shirt. The shirt was much like the harnesses he made for the Inuzuka, as it was made of a durable material with a chakra wire weave. It made it slash-resistant and it could take a kunai or two before the seals gave out. Naruto's combat jacket was a forest green hoodie that had pouches sewn into the front. The pouches were stocked with a variety of seals, but each pocket was designated to a certain tag. Explosive, stun, flash, paralysis, barrier and privacy tags were all in these pockets. He carried his gear in the seals lined onto his utility belt. This gear included camping supplies, tents, basic fireless cooking gear and other field essentials. Then, Naruto adorned his bracelets that were made of pure chakra metal. The bracelets were etched by transformed clones of Naruto that shrank down to be about a foot tall, and they did all of Naruto's fine etching work. It was the only way to fit complicated seals on such a tiny surface. The beads needed to be chakra metal because the seals would short-circuit otherwise, and it took Naruto a while to get this down. However, know that he had a fixed method. He could make seals as small as he wanted, and it was incredibly useful. The bracelets held weapons like kunai, shuriken and his katanas. Naruto knew better than to go into combat without a replacement sword. Speaking of swords, he patted the seal on his bicep where he stored Kubakirabocho. Man, was he excited to break that one out. With everything in order, Naruto locked his apartment up with the privacy seals and disappeared in a swirl of water. He appeared outside of the academy's gate at 8 a.m. and only had to wait 10 minutes for his teammates to show up. He returned Sasuke's smirk with one of his own, accompanied by a nod of the head. He even gave a small smile to Sakura. He didn't like his team, not by a long shot, but he would work with them on this. He had too much riding on these exams. Naruto shook his head after Kakashi's final words of encouragement. Sasuke could go 10 minutes without showing off and acting like he was Kami's gift to mankind. Naruto was just glad that the kid with a bowl haircut and caterpillars for eyebrows humbled him. Sakura was still quiet as she recovered from the trauma of seeing the sunset of youth. All in all, it was proving to be a pretty good morning. As they entered the classroom, something unique happened to Naruto. His eye of Kagura pinged off someone, and it was like it resonated with them, and he knew that person felt it too. He looked frantically in the direction of the ping, but there were 40 or so people in that direction and it was jumbling his senses. He continued looking to see if anyone were looking for him, but he had no luck. Well, now he had an additional mission to complete while he was going through these exams. Karin, a redhead from Kusa, was waiting for the exam to start with her two dickish teammates when she felt something ping off her senses that she had never felt before. It felt familiar. She looked around for a bit and tried to feel it out, but she hadn't practiced too much with this ability. She was simply used as a chakra battery in Kusa, and that was the whole reason she was here. She was to work with these two guys, the best of the new generation, as they say. Her job was to let them bite her in case they were hurt. She sighed in frustration about the current state of things in her life. Naruto was pulled into an impromptu reunion of the rookies. Ino glommed onto him and Hinata would stop taking peeks of him. Kiba had spoken loudly and boldly before giving him a high five, and Akamaru jumped on his shoulders to lick his face. With Teams 7, 8 and 10 they were garnering quite a bit of attention, and it wasn't long until somebody told them so. Naruto watched wearily as a silver-haired Jonin with chakra rivaling that of most Jonin stepped up to the group and told them off for being so loud. While the guy was talking, Naruto was feeling out his chakra and scent. This guy felt foul and deceptive while absolutely reeking of snakes. Naruto's keen nose picked that detail up. Because he was so familiar with Anko's scent. He knew this man was no friend of Anko, and Naruto could only think of one other snake summoner. This put him on high alert, and the extra smells of medical supplies and dank earth only added to his concerns. "Tell me about Rock Lee, Uzumaki Naruto and that guy," he said, pointing to Gaara, who was simply looking at Naruto. "Oh, interesting," Kabuto said before pulling out a couple cards and channeling chakra into them. "First, Rock Lee was the dead last of the class in the graduating class before yours. He cannot wield chakra to perform ninjutsu or genjutsu. Despite that, he graduation with recommendations from Might Guy. He is on Guy's team and is a taijutsu prodigy. He is probably the fastest and strongest among the Chunin competing in these exams. He has done 14 C ranks, 69 ranks. Pretty strong competitor overall. Where did you get all of that information, Kabuto-san? Ino asked with narrowed eyes. Her daddy was in torture and interrogation, and a lot of that information was not a matter of public record. I listen well, Kabuto said, dodging the question. Now, Uzumaki Naruto, this year's Rookie of the Year. He is ranked highly in ninjutsu and chakra quantity, but specifics are unknown. It is unknown if he is talented in genjutsu. He performed well in the academy during taijutsu spars. He is a known kenjutsu specialist of the leaf, but there wasn't much more on that. Something of note is that it is said that he has twice as much chakra as the Hokage. As for his missions, he has 1A rank, 1B rank, 2C ranks and 92 ranks. How did you do so many rank missions in less than 6 months, Naruto-san? Naruto shrugged and narrowed his eyes. How do you have Jonin level chakra, Kabuto-san? I know why I have so much of the stuff, but why do you? Kabuto offered a fake smile and shrugged. I am an old Chunin. Just because I can't earn a promotion doesn't mean I don't train. I am a simple medical ninja, and I haven't been recommended for promotion. Your information is wrong, Kabuto-san, Sakura said loudly, and she elaborated when he looked at her for further explanation. The Baka has only done 1A rank and 1C rank mission with us, and I am pretty sure we didn't do that many ranks. Kabuto shrugged. Maybe he did them without you. Sasuke scowled. The bastard orphan was even further ahead of him than he knew. Naruto looked contemplatively at Kabuto as he shared Gaara's information. There was something really wrong with this picture. His thoughts were so pronounced that Kurama decided to get involved. Ruto, that information is not something that is easy to find. Plus, this is your first time going through the exams. He shouldn't be able to get it, and that combined with his smell makes me think he is a spy. Naruto thought before Kurama could finish. Yup, Kurama beamed a proud smile through the mental link. Naruto went on autopilot as he thought about the whole spy thing. Snakes, labs, experiments, Orochimaru, it was all linking up in his mind, and it was making him worry about the last piece of that puzzle, Anko. The thought of Anko being in danger scratched at his heart and tore at his soul. It distracted him from listening to the rules, and before he knew it, he was looking down at a test that was impossibly hard. Sure, he could answer a few of the questions, but this wasn't Chunin or even Chunin level stuff. The point is to cheat or use information gathering skills, Ruto-kun. Kurama helped supply him the meaning behind the test. Oh, okay. That's easy enough. Thanks, Q-chan. Naruto thought back. Naruto glanced around the room and noticed that other people were cheating, and it was comical how easy it was. He giggled internally as he thought it was time to break out one of the jutsu he got from the good old days. He knew Kurama would laugh once she pieced it together as he weaved through hand signs under his desk. He looked around for his target, Hinata Hyuga. She already had her Byakugan active, and he just needed to wait until she was done writing. Be careful in there, Ruto. That little girl has a crush on you. Kurama cautioned. I know, but she is an innocent girl that is too nervous to actually talk to me. Sure, she has gotten better, but there shouldn't be anything too bad. Kurama frowned. Naruto may know the jutsu from the scroll, but it had been almost a year since he practiced this one. She watched him go into the Hyuga girl's mind, and she decided to close her eyes and follow the chakra link to join him in there. When she opened her eyes, she was more than surprised by what she saw. Naruto didn't expect this. When he used this jutsu before, he would blink and be in control of the person's body. That was not the case right now. Naruto appeared in a black and white world, and he realized that it was the Hyuga compound based on its position in Konoha and the gaudy architecture. After a moment, he felt a presence next to him and saw Kurama standing there in her kitsune form. Kurama shrugged at him. I wanted to see what her mind was like. I didn't expect this though. Naruto nodded. Yeah, tell me about it. Makes me want to find out why it is this way. The two walked into the compound to look for anything that stood out. As they entered the home of the main family, they noticed that there were pictures on the wall. Each one contained a moving sequence of pictures, and each picture portrayed memories with a certain person. The number of emotionless faces looking back at him or looking in a judgmental way made Naruto feel extremely awkward. I feel like we should go further ahead. I sense more active emotions there. Kurama said, and Naruto agreed. As they walked down the hallway, it became clear to Naruto that Hinata clan life was anything but easy. The whole feel of the room was serious, formal and austere. He walked down a hallway to another room, and there he saw images of children playing with Hinata. They weren't positive memories, but they weren't that bad either. More of a neutral feel to the room, but it was still in black and white. Once again, neither Kurama nor Naruto wished to stay in the room. It progressed this way for 3 more rooms until they got to the final room where the world burst into color more vibrant than real life. This room was filled with all of the things that filled Hinata's heart, and they were the memories that Naruto cherished. The pictures were in color, and as Naruto approached the picture containing him, audio from the memory came into focus. He remembered that day, the day he saved her from bullies. A minor occurrence to him but a monumental occasion for her. "We should get out of here, Ruto. It no longer feels right," Kurama said after watching young memories of Hinata with her mother. "Well, if this isn't the mind transfer technique, but the mind diving technique, then there should be a door," Naruto said, and when he said it, a door appeared in the room. When the two walked through the door, pictures of Naruto in sexy poses, dreams of Naruto and Hinata reenacting scene from Icha and any number of things revolving around Naruto. This dream-themed room startled Naruto and made Kurama break out in a fit of laughter. It startled Naruto because the whole feeling of the room wasn't creepy to him. He recognized the feeling. It was the desperate need for love, attention and companionship. Naruto decided to leave, and he really focused on leaving and pulling out of Hinata's mind. This time, the door took him to what he came for. Her senses. He memorized the answers really quick before doing the hand seals to undo the jutsu. With a whir, he was back in his own body that was slumped on the desk as if he were napping. He left Hinata's mind with the not-so-innocent girl any the wiser. He snapped into his body with a twitch and immediately began scrawling down the answers. "Well, that was interesting." Kurama started the conversation. "Who would have thought that she was a closet nympho?" "Not me," Naruto replied. "I feel like we shouldn't have done that." "Did you resonate with her feelings?" Kurama asked. Naruto frowned, a bit. "Well, put it out of your mind. You still have a couple minutes, want to try and find that chakra signature?" Kurama asked in an effort to distract him from his guilty thoughts. Naruto didn't reply. He closed his eyes and focused on spreading his chakra around the room. He tried to ping it off each presence in the room, and it took a couple of minutes for him to get a response. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open and looked in the direction he felt the different ping. He looked across and through the heads of the genin in the room and saw a red-headed girl with glasses looking around the room, as if she were confused. "Bingo," Kurama said. "Looks like she felt it too." Naruto nodded. "Red hair, do you think she could be an Uzumaki?" "Probably. Just find her later," Kurama said nonchalantly. "The next portion will likely be a combat portion," Naruto countered. "I know, I am looking forward to it," Kurama shot back excitedly. "Don't you think Ibiki could have done more for this first test? This final question is kinda boring and obvious. You humans inevitably disappoint," Kurama replied before quickly adding. "Except for you, you have been pleasantly surprising. I don't necessarily disagree with you. 2 of the women I had genuine feelings for were let down by me. I couldn't do anything for Chi-chan or Haku." Remorse saturated his internal voice and made Kurama wince. "Not your fault," Kurama said firmly. "No time to think about it, you feel her coming?" "Yup, she was practicing this intro for hours," Naruto thought back with a chuckle. Sure enough, a black ball shattered the window and a banner spread out in front of Ibiki. Before anyone could read the banner, a beautiful bombshell of a woman jumped in front of it and struck a sexy pose while twiddling a dengo stick with her tongue. It took Anko less than a second to lock eyes with Naruto, and she tossed a seductive wink at him. She then stepped out of the way to let the class read the banner. The sexy and not-so-single proctor of the second exam, Anko Mitarashi Naruto, made a show of giving her a golf clap, which earned a laugh from his heavy Heim. "Alright brats, listen up. You passed Ibiki's pathetic test, and now it is time for the big boys and girls to play in my playground. You have 30 minutes to report to Training Ground 44, otherwise known as the Forest of Death. Now, move out." To Naruto's dismay, the red-headed girl was already out the door, and Naruto had no inclination to join the rush. He gave a wave and winked to Temari, who reciprocated the gesture while blushing, before he found his teammates and pulled them away from the door. Before they could question what he was doing, he put a hand on each of their shoulders and used an overpowered shunshine to appear at the gate in front of the Forest of Death. What was that, Naruto?" Sakura asked as if dizzy. Naruto shrugged. "A group shunshine. You get used to the feeling after you do it enough. Where did you learn all of these jutsus?" Sasuke asked with frustration clear in his voice. "From the people that loved me and took the time to get to know me," Naruto replied vaguely. "Plus, the shunshine is only a Chunin level technique. Why hasn't Kakashi-sensei taught us it then?" Sakura asked. "If a baka like you can learn it, then Sasuke-kun could do it easily," Naruto sighed, I thought we were going to put that shit aside and just be a team for today. Please. Naruto pleaded at the end. He really didn't want to deal with this shit. As Sakura was responding, Naruto ignored her and locked onto the redhead that was appearing in the clearing with her team. He tested his theory by pinging his chakra again and the girl's eyes snapped up and she looked right at him. He offered her a sincere and kind smile accompanied with a wave. He made obvious hand seals by pointing to her, then himself, and he made a talking motion with his hand. He saw the girl wince and look at her teammates, then shake his head in the negative. Naruto didn't really like the spike of fear when she looked at her teammates. He decided to mouth something to the girl, I will find you in there. He finished it off with a wink and got a small nod and a blush for his efforts. Naruto, what are you doing? Sasuke asked in frustration. Naruto shrugged and yawned, just waiting to get this show on the road. Now, let's see how Hebiheim plays with the kiddies. Sure enough, Anko stomped her foot on the wooden platform as she overlooked the Chunin. She looked at Naruto with a glint in her eye and Naruto saw her slide her hands into her sleeves. He gave her a small nod and made a point of ignoring her. After 10 seconds of so, Anko called out to him. Oi! Gaki! Naruto turned and a kunai whizzed past his head and left a small cut on his cheek. Faster than most Chunin could track, she appeared behind Naruto and placed her bust into his back. Another kunai slid up his cheek and collected the drop of blood that had trickled from the wound. She then licked it seductively and Naruto had to repress his laughter to keep the horrified look of shock on his face as he felt Anko's body shiver in a way that told Naruto she just came. Such yummy blood. If you don't want my pets in the playground to drain you of it, you better take this seriously, Gaki. Naruto, using his acting skills to the utmost, nodded shakily, hi. He shrieked out as if terrified. Anko pocketed her kunai, had one of her snakes crawled into Naruto's trousers and wrap around his shaft. Naruto shivered in pleasure as he recognized the feeling of Melissa, Anko's favorite snake, squeezing his member and causing him to pitch a tent. He turned his back to the crowd and adjusted his trousers while whispering to the snake summon. Mel, please be nice. I have to focus on this test. The snake flickered her tongue on the tip of Naruto's shaft, which caused it to grow and release some precum. The snake licked it up and Naruto felt it shiver in pleasure. Very well, Naruto-sama, that will be enough for me today. Good luck on your test. Thanks Mel. You can join us when the test is over, he whispered back before he realized that pretty much everyone was watching him talk to his own crotch, which made Anko laugh uproariously. Naruto had the decency to turn around and blush while adopting his sheepish pose. Alright Gakus, come up here and get your waivers. I don't want your villages blaming me for your imminent deaths. If you don't sign, you don't get to play. You have 5 days to get through my playground. At that pause, a howl and shriek of pain from some animals in the forest caused a couple of Chunin to shiver in fear. Yup, just wait, my children, I am sending the kiddies in soon enough. Anko paused here to cackle in laughter as scare the crap out of some Chunin. Unfortunately, it was literally in some cases. You are going to have a scroll battle. You need a heaven and an earth scroll to gain access to the tower and pass my little test. There are only a couple rules. 1. You open the scroll in the forest, disqualified. 2. A teammate dies, disqualified. 3. You don't report with all teammates, disqualified. 4. You don't report with both scrolls within the 5-day limit. 5. You leave my forest at any time, disqualified. Kuji raised his hand. What do we do for food? 5 days is a long time. A bunch of big game and tasty plants in there. Hunt 'em up. Anko chirped in a cheery way that was somehow ominous. Turn in your waivers and pick up your scrolls and you will be given your gate assignments. Anko told them. As Naruto picked up his scroll, he got a fiery kiss from his lover, which shocked his teammates and fellow Chunin. Before they exchanged I love yous and Naruto walked to gate 12 with his team. Rather than fight over the scroll, Naruto tossed it to Sasuke to appease the emo's ego. Hold on to that for the team. Now, how do you guys want to move forward? Naruto opened the conversation. Sasuke smirked in triumph and pride as he pocketed the scroll. Good choice. Well, you are a powerful sensor, right? Naruto nodded. How far can you sense? The whole forest, pretty much, but that's if I am not moving and focusing. My passive range is about 300 meters. Naruto answered. Sakura chimed in, well then, Sasuke should take point and you sense for other teams. We can stop every 10 minutes or so for you to focus and extend your range. Sasuke grunted, liking the plan but not liking that he wasn't the one to say it. Well, that's teamwork enough to pass. Let's get this over with. 30 minutes later, Team 7 pocketed the Heaven Scroll from the Ame team that they just decimated after Naruto sent them out. Naruto just finished wrapping up the last one with ninja wire and placing them in the trunk of a tree. He turned to look at Sasuke, who was smirking victoriously while tossing the Heaven Scroll up and down. He tossed the scroll to Naruto. "You get to hold onto our backup," Sasuke said. "Now, can you sense any more teams around us?" Naruto jumped up into a tree and used his Eye of Kagura to sense around the forest. After 15 seconds, his eyes snapped open, but before he could say anything to his teammates, a massive gust of wind decimated trees and everything else on its path to Naruto. Naruto was sent flying away like Team Rocket in the Pokemon cartoon that Naruto used to watch. He crashed through leaves, tree branches, rocks and many other hard and not so pleasant obstacles before he finally came to a halt. Kurama was pushing her potent chakra into his body to rapidly heal the many broken bones in his body, and Naruto was groaning in pain. "What the fuck was that?" he said aloud. "Ruto. I am healing you, but you are in bad shape. Rip that branch out of your abdomen before you lose too much blood." Kurama responded in a panic as the red chakra of Kurama coated his body. Naruto focused enough to see a 5-foot shard of jagged wood protruding from his stomach. Pushing the pain aside, Naruto created foreshadow clones. One held him steady, one pushed from behind and the other two pulled from the front. In an agonizing scream of pain and pulse of demonic chakra, the clones pulled the wood out of his abdomen. The wound began sizzling shut, but before it could be completely healed, Naruto was engulfed by a massive snake. "Alright, that does it. I am going to lose my fucking mind," Naruto thought in rage and frustration. "This is Orochimaru," Kurama answered while she felt Naruto moving through the forest. "Just heal me and this fucking snake is going to regret eating me whole," Naruto thought back while focusing on assisting Kurama and healing his broken body. Motosa, daughter of Manda, was wrapping around one of the great trees in the Forest of Death. She was pleased with herself for accomplishing her mission for her father's summoner. It was easier than she thought, but the boy had been so wounded that it wasn't even a challenge. She would remain in the human realm until the boy was digested and then report back to her father. As she was closing her eyes to nap and digest the boy, her slit snake eyes snapped open in surprise as a terrible stomachache set in. From a third-person perspective, a purple cobra snake about 85 feet long and 15 feet in diameter was wrapped around a tree in the forest. Suddenly, about 20 feet away from the head, a bright blue light emerged. A muffled voice shouted lightning style, "Electromagnetic murder!" could barely be heard, and the blue light exploded outwards and fully encompassed the snake's body. Before the snake could puff into smoke, the eyes drained of color and went dull as wisps of smoke from overheating appeared from the sockets. The dead and cooked body of Motosa was then sent back to the summoning realm, which left a very pissed off Naruto clinging to the tree in the snake's place. "Fucking snakes," Naruto shouted while shaking the snake's entrails off of himself. Before he could complain further, Naruto was attacked by more snakes, but these ones were black and oily. Naruto unsealed 2 of his katanas and began dispersing the black snakes that collapsed into pools of ink. Before he could contemplate it further, 3 lions made the same black substance appeared and ran down the tree branch towards him. Naruto had had enough at this point and weaved through hand signs before thinking, "Water style, water colliding wave." From his mouth a torrent of water erupted and slammed into the lions, which dispersed them. Naruto spread his senses and felt 3 chakra signatures, and one of them had the creepy, emotionless feeling that reminded him of the mob leader years ago. Naruto's anger flared as 2 of the shinobi presented themselves, and Naruto wasn't surprised that they were Konoha shinobi. He saw them snarling at him and knew that words weren't needed. He dodged a volley of kunai from one, disengaged his restrictive seals, and blurred forward. As he turned to engage the others, his first victim fell in 3 pieces, and he was forced to dodge a fireball and 2 ink birds. Naruto used his potent chakra to overpower his opponent's own before forcing the Kawarimi to switch places with the second teammate. The second teammate was incinerated by his own jutsu, and Naruto glared up above the forest canopy. He could sense the emotionless presence high above. He dispatched a number of ink creatures as he climbed his way up the tree and cleared the top of the forest canopy. He looked up to see a boy writing on a scroll and flying on an ink bird of some sorts. He glared at the pale boy with a black mini jacket that left his navel exposed. "What the fuck do you want with me?" he growled. "You will submit yourself to my master's control, Kyubi Jinchuriki." The boy replied in an emotionless tone as 3 lions jumped out of the scroll and attacked Naruto. Naruto weaved through signs while pulling water from the atmosphere, and he called out, "Water style - pressure stream." A thin line of hyper-pressurized water blew out of Naruto's mouth and shredded the lions before they could do anything. Naruto then turned his head to point the laser-like stream of water at the bird. The bird barrel rolled and was able to dodge the laser, but it seemed like it was enough to dissuade his opponent since the pale boy flew off into the distance. What the fuck was that, Q? Naruto growled. I don't know, Ruto, but it was nothing good. We can worry about that later, we need to find your teammates. Kurama thought back while trying to soothe and refocus her lover. Naruto took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He sank into a meditative position and forced himself to spread his chakra out as wide as he could. He locked onto Sasuke's and Sakura's chakra signatures and took a couple seconds to analyze their opponent. As much chakra as Jiraiya, tainted blacker than Madara's soul, and the feeling of snakes answered Naruto's chakra. It was the snake pedophile of a Sanin, Orochimaru. Naruto darted through the canopy of the forest at breakneck speeds to make it to his two teammates. Within 3 minutes, he arrived to see Orochimaru sink his fangs into Sasuke's neck, and he felt the transfer of ominous chakra into Sasuke's own chakra network. He saw that Sakura was already unconscious and now Sasuke was incapacitated by the tainted cursed seal. Naruto glared down at the snake Sanin and Kurama's chakra was starting to bubble over his skin, which drew the attention of the snake. Ku, well you are full of surprises, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru hissed in pleasure. But you are too late, I have already demonstrated my power to Sasuke-kun and he will seek me out. So, you were just after your next boy toy then? Why didn't you say so? Far be it for me to judge gay pedophiles. Naruto shot back while listening to Kurama's plan while concentrating and amassing her chakra. Orochimaru frowned and hissed in displeasure, that wasn't very nice, Naruto-kun. I came to give my gift to Sasuke and play with him a bit. However, if you insist on being so rude, then I have enough time to teach you a lesson. Orochimaru then pulled the Kusanagi blade out of his throat. Naruto responded by sending out a potent and massive ping of demonic chakra. Kurama's chakra was so dense that a visible red line spread out from Naruto at the speed of sound and blew through the forest of death and into the village. Every sensory ninja in the village collapsed to their knees as a surprise burst of potent chakra rattled their system. Every Hyuga and Uchiha, whose eyes were sensitive to chakra, was temporarily blinded and they screamed out in surprise pain and agony. Orochimaru knew that his time in the forest was now very limited as hordes of Konoha shinobi would be pouring into the forest shortly. Naruto then unsealed Kubakirabocho from his bicep and took a defensive stance. Your move, snake team. Naruto growled as his body was encased in a two-tailed cloak. Kurama didn't want to burn him out in case the battle was prolonged. Ku, Orochimaru hissed before locking eyes with Naruto. Naruto felt the forced paralysis of his body for a brief second before Naruto was able to dispel the genjutsu that focused killing intent to paralyze opponents. That brief second allowed Orochimaru to close the distance and the Kusanagi blade clashed against Kubakirabocho. For all of Naruto's strength, speed, and experience fighting Anko, he was on the defensive in this fight. Orochimaru was terrifying fast, incredibly vicious and dastardly cunning in his fight style. The blades clashed for 5 minutes before Orochimaru finally landed a decisive blow. The Kusanagi caught Naruto off guard when it extended rapidly and pierced his left shoulder. Rather than panic, Naruto coated Kubakirabocho in Kurama's chakra and chopped down with his right arm while releasing a roar of pain and effort. The blade of the Kusanagi shattered at the tip where it was impaling Naruto. This surprised and displeased Orochimaru greatly, but he could sense the incoming Anbu squads. Kua, looks like our playtime is up, Naruto-kun. I am sure we will see each other again. I would offer you the same gift I offered Sasuke-kun, but I don't think your furry friend would allow that, Orochimaru said while resealing the damaged Kusanagi blade. Naruto gripped the fragment in his shoulder and pulled it out before throwing it down to the forest floor. He gritted his teeth and fought through the pain as Kurama's chakra fought against the potent poison of the grasscutter sword. I will not let you get. Oh, but I already have, Orochimaru said as the one Naruto was talking to dissolved into a puddle of mud. As Orochimaru was jumping through the trees of the forest of death, he was thinking that he probably should have killed the brat. Alas, he didn't want to enrage the Akatsuki, so the kid got to live another day. Naruto collapsed onto one knee as the strain of the last half hour hit his body. He helped guide Kurama's chakra back into the seal and then a wave of exhaustion hit him. Naruto forced the thought away and created 2 clones to grab Sasuke and Sakura. Kurama had dealt with the poison, but the amount of chakra used strained even Naruto's developed system. Naruto took his 2 teammates to a hollowed-out tree and set them down. Before walking out of the tree trunk to deal with his guests, Anbu squads Ro and Haka appeared in front of Naruto. Kat spoke as the captain of Team Ro, Naruto-kun, What happened here and why did you release the Kyuubi's chakra? Naruto looked visibly tired, and trickles of perspiration were on his brow. Cat-sensei, Orochimaru is in the forest. He separated me from my team and attacked them. He placed the cursed mark on Sasuke. I pinged the Kyuubi's chakra to get your attention, Naruto said tiredly before a thought struck him and he looked up with widened, panicked eyes. Where is Anko? Forest of Death, Northern Edge. Anko had felt Naruto's chakra and immediately taken off into the forest alone. Then, she smelled and felt her old traitor of a sensei. She had pursued him in hopes of killing the bastard and closing that terrible chapter of her life. All she wanted was to find happiness with Naruto and have endless orgasms for the rest of her life. That happy thought was one of her last before she closed her eyes and gave into the darkness and pain. Ku, poor little Anko-chan. Let's see you get free of it another time. That is, if you can survive. Ku, Orochimaru chuckled in glee before fleeing the forest. He wouldn't be able to spectate the preliminaries, but his spy would collect the information for him. Forest of Death, hollowed out tree, sunset, Temari landed in front of a big and dead tree. Gaara had pointed out that this was where he felt, or more precisely Shukaku felt, the Kyuubi's chakra. After the pulse, Gaara had quickly killed a team of Kusa shinobi before he agreed with Temari to investigate. They had been following Gaara since then and they were finally here. Each of the Sand siblings liked Naruto and agreed that it would be okay to help him, even if they had to fight later during the invasion. As Temari stepped forward, she heard Naruto's tired voice call out, "Halt! Temari, Gaara, and Kankuro, I do not wish to fight you." Gaara stepped forward in front of Temari. "Relax, Naruto, we are here to help. Shukaku insists that we repay the favor you showed us yesterday. Accept the offer, Ruto." Kurama said wearily in his mind. "They will not hurt us." Naruto stumbled out of the tree and Temari gasped when she saw the state of his uniform. "Naruto, what happened to you?" "Long story and I don't know if you would believe me." Naruto replied. "Just tell us and we can go from there," Kankuro said, appearing out of the darkness behind his siblings. "Come inside first. I will guide you through the traps," Naruto said and showed them the way in before erecting a barrier. Naruto told them of the events of the day and the Sand Sibs agreed to stay until morning so that Naruto could get some rest. Kami knows he needed it. Gaara took the night watch since he didn't sleep anyways, which allowed Kankuro and Temari to rest within the hollowed-out tree. Temari set up her sleeping bag next to Naruto's and watched the young man sleep. He was so handsome and looked so peaceful. She then looked at the shredded clothes and saw the holes that showed just how badly his day had gone. She pushed some hair out of his face and smiled when his head naturally leaned into her touch. She looked around the tree and saw Kankuro snoring, Sasuke groaning in pain and the kunoichi was shifting around restlessly in her sleep. With a final look at Naruto's face, Temari gave in to the call of the Sandman. Temari awoke to hear Gaara speaking to somebody, and he didn't sound so happy about it. Before she knew it, something that sounded like an explosion went off and she kipped up to her feet ready to assist her brother. Naruto awoke in a start beside her and did the same thing. They left the shelter of the tree together, followed shortly after by Kankuro and Sakura. They saw a sight that they would never forget. Gaara was holding out his hands, one looked to be holding up a sand wall and the other hand an auto shinobi by his arm and the sand was slowly spreading around the boy's arm. "I will say this once more, if you do not wish to die then you will leave, now." Dosu, the bandaged leader of the auto squad, saw Naruto and Sakura emerge behind Gaara. "And I am telling you that we need to fight this team and kill Sasuke Uchiha. It is our mission, and we cannot fail our master." Naruto stepped forward and put a hand on Gaara's shoulder, which once again surprised everybody. "Thanks, Gaara, I can take it from here," Naruto said softly with his voice saturated with sincerity. "I already owe you one, so I don't want to add to that debt until I can pay you back." Gaara lowered his hands and nodded. "Very well, Uzumaki Naruto. I will enjoy watching you prove your existence." Naruto chuckled and shook his head. "Well, these guys reek of the snake, so I am guessing they are his little fuck toys." He turned his head to Kin and cocked his head to the side. "I didn't think the snake pedo liked little girls." "Bastard," Zaku shouted before raising his arms up to shoot at Naruto. Naruto, having had enough of the bullshit, channeled lightning through his muscles and disappeared in a crackle of lightning. In the next instant, Zaku watched both outstretched arms get bent inversely and the sound of bones cracking rang through the clearing like a demonic songbird. Zaku shouted in pain and Dosu's eyes widened. In that moment, he made an executive decision. He pulled out the extra earth scroll he had and held it up. "Hey! Enough! I can see we are outmatched." This caused Naruto to pause behind Kin, to the surprise of the kunoichi. That didn't free her from the strong grip or the cold steel on her neck. Why should I let you go? You are with the snake traitor. Naruto growled and Gaara nodded behind him. Kin spoke shakily, let us go, please. Naruto felt the genuine terror in the teenage girl inside. He really didn't need to kill them for no reason. Fine. In exchange you will tell me why Orochimaru told you to kill Sasuke. Dosu nodded and set the earth scroll down on the ground while Zaku was in shock from the pain of his arms getting snapped. Orochimaru wanted us to test Sasuke Uchiha, and if he was weak, then we were instructed to kill him. That is it. It was the first time we ever saw the guy in person, and he gave us this mission. Naruto sighed in confusion despite knowing that Dosu was telling the truth. Why would Orochimaru have you kill a guy in his sleep that he branded with that damned cursed seal? Dosu looked shocked at that. He gave Sasuke the cursed seal. Kin paled and looked distressed. Oh no. So, you don't know the reason why. Very well, take your teammate and get out of here. If I see you again, I won't hold back, Naruto said while pondering the mystery of these events. Gaara looked disappointed. Naruto laughed at him. Relax, Gaara, I have an idea you would like more than killing these weaklings. Gaara cocked his head to the side. I am listening. After the auto team disappeared, Naruto scooped up the earth scroll they left. Let's get to the tower and then I will tell you. Gaara nodded. Very well. We have the required scrolls. Temari jumped into the conversation. Why did you let them live? Naruto rubbed his eyes wearily. They were kids given a setup mission, or at least that's what I can come up with. Now, we need to go. The seal I put over Sasuke's cursed seal needs to be reinforced and I need a safe place to do that. Cursed seal? Sakura shrieked in a mixture of surprise and despair. Naruto cleared out his ear with his pinky. Yeah, that Kuzen ninja that attacked you was actually Orochimaru. He gave the Hiki from hell to Sasuke, and I sealed it yesterday. Oh no. Sakura whined with her hands clasped over her mouth. Let's go before the emo wakes up. I don't even want to know what that mark does to someone like him, Temari said, and her siblings supported that line of thought. Can I ask you to take my team to the tower? I need to do something before I call it quits, Naruto said determinedly. Forest of Death, Tower, Day 2 to 2 p.m. Naruto arrived in a sunshine outside of the tower where Sakura was guarding Sasuke's sleeping form. Sakura was about to shriek at him, but she paused in confusion when she saw a redhead with glasses standing next to him. The girl looked unsure about the situation, but she visibly relaxed when Naruto put a hand on her shoulder. It was around this time that Sasuke woke up, extremely confused and in pain. Naruto. What the hell is going on? Where is that Kuza bitch? Sasuke shouted. Let's get inside first, then I will answer your questions. Naruto replied dismissively. Naruto, who is she? Sakura asked hesitantly. This is Karin Uzumaki, my long-lost cousin, Naruto said before opening the door into the tower. He was grateful for his sensory ability because it let him know that nobody was around. It was pretty much like cheating in this stage of the exams. The redhead shifted nervously and bowed lightly to Sasuke and Sakura, and nice tea to meet you. What happened to you, team? Sakura asked as Naruto was looking at the writing on the wall. They died. Karin replied. Oh, Sakura said softly. Sorry. Naruto scoffed at that, but Karin offered a soft smile for her. It is okay. I have finally found someone to count as family now. Sasuke growled and snapped his head towards Naruto. You were just supposed to be some random bastard orphan. Naruto shrugged. I told you, Sasuke, I know who my family is, but I cannot share that information yet. If I get promoted, then I can release that information. Now, we need to put the scrolls on the ground together. Sasuke said as he unrolled the scroll and threw it on the floor next to Naruto's. In a puff of smoke, Kakashi appeared, and I smiled at his team. Well done, team. Well, it looks like we have an extra. Who is this? Naruto stepped in. Kakashi, I am sure you heard about who we ran into. Take us to the Hokage, and Karin-chan can come too because I need to talk to him about her too. Kakashi looked deliberately at Naruto, then nodded his head slowly. Very well. I will let him know that you have arrived. Only one other team has arrived. I am pretty impressed with you guys. Sasuke grunted with his arms crossed. Naruto saw Kakashi's eyes trace over the cursed seal on Sasuke's neck and he gave him a look that said it is all right for now. An hour later, Team 7 was taken into a makeshift office that the Hokage was using during the exams. Naruto could feel the Jonin and Chunin running around the command center while monitoring the progress of the exams. He pushed that thought aside and locked eyes with the Hokage. The song and dance started by each member of Team 7 recounting the encounter with Orochimaru, and then Naruto told the Hokage about the Auto team. That left the Hokage in a thinking position as he puffed on his pipe. "Sasuke-kun, how are you feeling, my boy?" Hiruzen asked after a couple minutes of silent thought. "HN." He grunted before an expectant look from the Hokage dragged more out of him. "My neck hurts and my chakra feels weird." Hiruzen nodded. "Yes, that is a known effect of a foreign chakra being forced into another system." "Naruto, what did you use to seal it?" "The Uzumaki style, evil sealing method. The seal was made by a mixture of my blood, chakra and sealing ink. For now, it has greatly slowed the spread of the cursed seal into Sasuke's body." Naruto explained. Hiruzen appreciated the serious Naruto that appeared whenever he was talking about seals. "Kakashi stepped in here. I will review it because I am familiar with that seal. What do you think about its stability, Naruto?" Naruto sighed. "Orochimaru upgraded the cursed seal from the one he put on Anko. It anchors itself into the chakra network better, so I can't just do what I did for Anko." Naruto saw the flinch from Kakashi and the Hokage when he mentioned Anko's name, and his aura turned murderous. "What happened to Anko-chan?" Hiruzen was surprised by the chakra flare, and it was still rising. He stayed his Anbu with a small flick of the hand, but the demonic chakra was scaring the crap out of Sakura, Sasuke, and Karin. "Calm down, Naruto." "No," Naruto hissed in a demonic growl. "Not until you tell me what happened to Anko-chan." Hiruzen sighed. "Anko confronted Orochimaru after he fled from you. She lost the fight and," he sighed heavily this time, "he put another cursed seal on her, and she is in a coma." The surge of demonic chakra that followed this statement surprised all present, and Naruto was beginning to lose himself to despair, anger and self-loathing. Hiruzen wasn't the Hokage for no reason, and he surged forward before anyone could react. He lifted Naruto's shredded jacket and slammed 5 fingers into Naruto's stomach. The sealing arts, 5-element seal appeared on Naruto's stomach, and the last thing he remembered before he lost consciousness was the panicked feeling that he could no longer feel Kurama's presence. Hiruzen looked to Kakashi. "Take him to the medical wing. I will come and talk to him later and I will remove that seal." Kakashi nodded and disappeared. Hiruzen looked to the 3 Genin remaining in the room. "Now, which one of you wants to explain the redhead here?" Karin shuffled nervously after the display, and her system was still in shock from the explosive amount of chakra that her cousin released. The Hokage's presence snapped her out of it and she began her shaky story. Flashback: Karin was going through the forest with her teammates. They had fought a team the previous night and Karin was forced to let them bite her to heal their wounds. That depleted a good portion of her chakra and the team camped out near the battle site. Her team hadn't gotten the scroll they needed, and they were in a foul mood. Karin knew better than to bother them, so she slid into her sleeping bag and curled into a ball. The morning brought another battle and Karin's teammates were only lightly wounded this time. It was around 10 a.m. and the fight had just ended. As things were calming down, her teammate Tanji, the son of the Kuzukage's brother, demanded that he let her bite him. Karin had protested, saying that she was still low on chakra, but he didn't care. He backhanded her in the face and ripped her sleeve off her blouse. Before he could sink his teeth into her arm and heal, Naruto appeared standing in front of the team with a scowl on his face and his arms crossed in front of him. His keen eyes saw the bite marks on her forearm and his eyes widened in surprise. The third member of the team jumped up and pulled out 2 chained kusarigama. Naruto looked at him dismissively and looked directly at Tanji. "Step away from here, now," he said forcefully while flaring his ki. Tanji growled, "What's it to you? This bitch is our medic, and it is her duty to heal me. It is all she is good for." Naruto's eyes flickered to Karin's, and he saw the wavering fear in them, and he felt the terrified nature of her chakra. "I will not ask again, step away from her." The third member nodded to Tanji and the 2 of them attacked Naruto in tandem. Naruto dodged the curved blades of the kusarigama as they slashed downward, and he lashed out with a jab that caught the unnamed Kuzujinan in the jaw. Naruto spun out of Tanji's slash with his kunai, and he lashed out with a roundhouse kick. The kick shattered the ribs of Tanji and sent him rolling in a heap away from Karin. The third member had recovered from the punch, and he threw the bladed kusarigama horizontally and the chain kept them linked together and they spun through the air like a deadly giant bola. Naruto jumped high into the air over the spinning blades, and he weaved through hand signs on his way up. He inhaled sharply and saturated the air in his lungs with water chakra before spewing out the gathered water in globs by using water-style, water bullets. 3 globs of water the size of basketballs tore through the air and one of the globs hit the guy's head and the other 2 nailed him in the torso. He was flung backwards by the momentum, and he landed in a crumpled heap. Naruto looked at him dismissively before looking back at Karin. The two were injured enough to dismiss them as threats. Naruto approached Karin with open hands and palms facing her. I am not here to hurt you. I am sorry for what I did to your teammates, but I wanted to talk to you, and they were in the way. His tone was soft and soothing, and it calmed Karin. What did you want T to talk about? Karin said shakily. Naruto smiled a genuine smile. Are you by chance an Uzumaki? Karin felt pain sure through her mind as that name brought up memories. Painful memories. She closed her eyes and shook away the pain as tears escaped her ducts. No, don't say that name. Karin screamed, trying to get the pain in her brain to stop. Naruto had paused at the overreaction, but he sensed the chakra disturbance and he faintly saw a seal at the base of her neck glowing. He took advantage of the distraction and blurred behind Karin to get a better look at the back of her neck. When he saw the memory suppression seal, he nearly lost himself to rage. The only thing reeling it in was the need to help someone who was most likely family. Naruto took a deep breath, steadied his chakra and placed a palm on top of Karin's head as she was freaking out. Before he could roll her over and get to work on the seal, Tanji rose to his feet and attacked again. Naruto didn't feel like sparing these two fools any further and he unsealed Kubakirabocho. He grabbed the newly emerged blade that glowed a bright red along the edge of the blade, and before Tanji knew it, he was in trouble. Tanji looked down to see his kunai were sliced cleanly in half, and it didn't stop there. His forearms had already fallen to the ground, and he watched his body begin to separate into two halves. Naruto spat on the piecemeal corpse, and he decided that he wanted no further interruptions. He threw a lightning-covered kunai and it went clean through the head of the third member of the Kuza team. Before he walked back to Karin, he put 2 fingers in his mouth and let out a high-pitched whistle. He then walked to Karin and pulled out his sealing kit. 5 minutes later, Naruto had successfully removed the memory suppression seal and was about to wake Karin up when his friend entered the clearing. Naruto turned around and greeted the massive creature in front of him. He approached slowly and rubbed under its neck and whispered softly to it. Good morning, Tank. Long time no see. The great brown bear licked his face in response and stamped its front 2 massive paws. Yeah, those 2 are for you. I want you to leave my cousin alone though, okay? The bear once again licked Naruto's face before turning to enjoy the meals that his friend prepared for him. Tank was an 8-foot-tall brown bear that was nearly 800 pounds. Naruto had met him and fought with him a couple times during his training in the forest, and they had formed a bond and understanding. After a while, Tank would show up whenever he could sense Naruto. Naruto then accepted the animal bond and taught Tank how to respond to his whistle. Thus, Naruto was friend with the biggest brown bear in the Forest of Death. After Tank finished his snack, he looked to Naruto and let out a funny howl of gratitude before slinking back into the forest. Naruto undid the sleep genjutsu on Karin and shared his story with her. Karin, with her memories restored, reciprocated and told Naruto her story. Naruto struggled to suppress the rage that accompanied the protective instinct of an Uzumaki male. Karin felt the anger, but rather than let it scare her, she felt protected by it. She leaned into Naruto's embrace and told him about her abilities, which were slightly weaker versions of his own. Thank you for sharing, Karin-chan, Naruto said softly. Now, I want you to bite me. Karin winced and shook her head, and no.
I don't want to do that to you.
Naruto smiled softly, I will be just fine. Unlike you, I have a chakra source that would never let me get hurt by just helping somebody. I do not want you to bear those scars. Karin shook her head once again, Am I going to stay with you, then we will need proof. Naruto smiled sadly and understanding and pulled his cousin into his arms and rested his head on top of hers. Okay, Karin-chan. Okay. End of flashback. Hiruzen sighed as he realized all of the extra paperwork that Naruto just created for him. Relations with Kuza were neutral at best. That being said, he had some tricks up his own sleeve that he could use. The Uzumaki were co-founders of Konoha, and after the fall of Uzu there was an open decree approved by the daimyo that any Uzumaki refugee would always be welcomed by Konoha and the Land of Fire. He would have to play that card. Also, Hiruzen frowned at the treatment of such a girl. To use her as some sort of medical chakra battery was despicable enough. To block the memories of her mother and clan to cover up the fact that they essentially killed an Uzumaki was nearly unforgivable. He looked into the wavering red eyes of Karin and made his decision. Okay, Karin, I will ask you to stay by Naruto's side. If he wakes up and you are not around, I would be unable to soothe him. He turned his gaze to Sasuke and Sakura. You two please return to your room and get some rest. Sasuke, Kakashi will be by soon to take a look at that seal. Hiruzen walked into the medical bay to see Kakashi watching over Naruto. The boy's hands were in chakra-reinforced restraints and Kakashi was looking mighty guilty about the way things played out. He looked up when Karin and the Hokage entered. "Hokage-sama, you can't tell him. The guilt will eat him alive. I know I haven't been the best sensei, but I don't want to see him like that." Kakashi pleaded with a crestfallen look. Hiruzen sighed deeply, "You know as well as I do that, we cannot lie to him. Even if we could, it would just create so many issues down the line." Who is this Anko person to him?" Karin asked hesitantly. "His lover." Kakashi answers. "Or at least, she is one of them." "Not now, Kakashi. Be ready to reseal him. I cannot have my tower destroyed by one of my own shinobi in the middle of the exams," Hiruzen ordered while going through hand signs. His fingertips glowed once more with 5 different colors of chakra, and the kanji for each affinity appeared on his fingertips. He placed the hand over Naruto's seal and current 5-element seal. With his hand in place, he turned counterclockwise and called out, "Sealing arts, reverse 5-element seal." Naruto had been hovering in the darkness of a desolate dream. Everywhere he looked was darkness, and all he could do was call out for Anko and Kurama. Without the two of them, his heart constricted in fear, and panic set in with their absence. Suddenly, he felt a jolt, and he was finally being freed from the darkness. As his eyes cracked open, the panicked voice of Kurama broke through the blockade of the elemental sealing technique. With her voice back, tears trickled down Naruto's cheeks, and he looked up into the concerned and wary eyes of Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Where is she?" Naruto whispered. Hiruzen looked in understanding at Naruto. "She is in Konoha Hospital, and she is receiving treatment. She is yet to wake, but it has only been a day." Tears fell from Naruto's eyes as regret clamped around his heart. "I should have fought him all out. I should have killed that motherfucker." Hiruzen's own regret weighed heavily on his chest because he could say the same thing of his past actions. The amounts of lives and souls lost to his student haunt Hiruzen to this day. "It is not your fault, my boy. Nobody expects you to fight against a Sanin." The words stung Naruto's heart and heaped fuel on the fire of hatred and resolve. He would get stronger no matter what it took. He had sworn to never let his precious people get hurt, and he had repeatedly failed. He would sooner tear himself apart at the seams before remaining this weak. He will work himself to the bone and hunt the snake fucker down. "Can I go see her?" Naruto croaked out. "No," Hiruzen ordered. "If you leave the Forest of Death, or this tower for that matter, you will be disqualified. If you are disqualified, then we cannot release your heritage or get you your inheritance." Naruto closed his eyes in pain as the tears felt like lime juice in his eyes. "Fine, you promise me. You promise that she will receive the best treatment, old man. Do not let those prejudiced bastards sabotage your treatment. I promise, my boy. Now, just relax here with your cousin. I will begin negotiations with Kuza. Karin, I will send a female medic in to take pictures and gather evidence. We will need it in the negotiations to come. If you could also write up a testimony, that would be beneficial as well," Hiruzen said softly. "Hi, Hokage-sama." "Thank you, Hokage-sama," Karin said while bowing lowly. She rose and looked at Naruto, "And thank you, Naruto." "I can't thank you enough," Kakashi giggled perversely as he was reading his little orange book. "I can think of a couple ways you could thank him." "Ow." Naruto had broken the chakra-reinforced bindings and bonked Kakashi on the head. "Stop it, sensei," Naruto said forcefully while noticing Karin's blushed cheeks. Hiruzen and Kakashi just cackled perversely. "If you don't stop, I will tell Tsunami about your perverted side." Kakashi zipped his lips and Hiruzen shook his head while his shoulders shook with suppressed laughter. "That wouldn't do, Kakashi-kun. She is a daimyo now and we need to make a good impression." Kakashi hung his head and Karin giggled at the antics of the three. "All right, Naruto, stay here overnight, please, and tomorrow you can rejoin your team. There are just about 3 days left, so get some rest." "Kakashi, you have another student to check in on," Hiruzen said before leaving the room. Naruto spent the evening talking to Karin and getting to know his cousin better. It was extremely strange that they had the same abilities. Without a family tree of some sort, they would never know how exactly they were related. That being said, it didn't matter to either of them. All that mattered was that they had family now. A deal with the desert sands. After being freed from the confinement of the medical ward the following morning, Naruto walked around to explore the tower. Karin was with a medical examiner, and she would be occupied for the morning. Naruto let a soft smile grace his face as he reviewed the memories of the previous night. The conversation with his cousin was great, and the time with Kurama in the seal helped to settle his soul. His heavy Heim was strong enough to pull through this, and he would go straight to her once he was done with the exam. As he entered the cafeteria, he saw the Sand siblings and nodded to them. He went and got some generic food before sitting down next to them. The three of them looked at him expectantly, but he was content to just eat. Finally, it was Tamari that spoke up. Naruto, are you going to tell us what the surge of demonic chakra was last night? Is everything okay? She asked somewhere between concern and frustration. Naruto frowned and set his food down. Orochimaru hurt someone I love. She is in a coma of sorts in the hospital. I blame myself for not being able to beat him and I kind of lost it. Oh. Was Tamari's stunned reply. She was really regretting the fact that they were working with the snake now. Gaara and Kankuro were experiencing similar thoughts. Naruto sighed, sorry, I didn't want to be a downer. I should thank you again for your help in the forest. Those sound guys would have been a pain in the ass if I wasn't able to get some rest. Think nothing of it. Was Gaara's stoic reply. Mother wants to know if you can do what the Kyuubi promised him. Naruto shook off his feelings and got into business mode. Is Shukaku willing to comply? Gaara nodded. Well, that will make this easier. If he tried to fight me, then I would likely need help. Completing a complicated seal and suppressing a bijuu's chakra would be too much for little old me. Kankuro laughed at that, no shame in that. The only one in our village that can suppress Shukaku is father. Everyone frowned at the mention of Rasa, the fourth Kazekage. He had done terrible things to Gaara, and he could hardly be considered a real father to the three. Gaara took the silence as opportunity. When can we do it? Well, I brought the sealing books with me. It comes down to what you each want out of the seal. For instance, if you wanted total separation from each other, I could do that. The downside would be the inability to access his chakra in emergencies. There is also the option to set up your mindscape like I have mine. Let Shukaku pick what he wants and there will be a mind link open. You can forcibly close it, but the link allows shared senses and it goes a long ways to alleviate his boredom. Gaara closed his eyes and shook his head, he wants that one. What else do we need to know about that seal? Naruto nodded and pulled out the advanced sealing book that Jiraiya had copied for him. He flipped to the page with the Uzumaki style, 4 trigram seal and pushed it to Gaara. Gaara read but failed to understand most of it. He looked up at Naruto and spoke in deadpan. Any chance you can translate for us? Naruto chuckled, okay, so it stabilizes the mindscape and containment portion in the first part. The second is the consciousness separation and mental link. The third is a one-way chakra valve that lets him supply chakra. The fourth is essentially a chakra storage to power the seal in the event of your unconsciousness or chakra depletion. Make sense? Wow, Tamari gasped, and you can do all of that? Naruto nodded, yup. Gaara, I will need blood from you with your chakra. If Shukaku is willing to pour some of his into it as well, that would make the sealing ink stronger. When can we do it? Gaara asked excitedly. Naruto shrugged, well, let's go to your room. I will need to do some prep work to make sure nobody feels the release of Shukaku's chakra. 2 hours later, Naruto was in the San Sib's room and he was just finishing the preparations needed. He went slowly and deliberately through 40 hand signs before placing them on the floor of the room. An altar that was just big enough for Gaara to rest on emerged and there was kanji spiraling down it. It amazed the 3 Suna shinobi how the kanji integrated seamlessly with the seal that Naruto had drawn on the floor. Naruto, how did you get so good at sealing at a young age? Tamari asked while watching him work with the grace of a seasoned pro. I guess you could say it is in my blood and I had a good teacher. Naruto answered while rechecking the seal. You got anything I could throw onto my puppets? Kankuro asked. I am surprised you are not a Fuinjutsu specialist. The thought of puppets with seals is terrifying. That being said, not right now. Naruto answered while tapping the base of the brush against his lip. He then inspected the jar of ink he had remaining and nodded to himself. Alright, Gaara, time to show me what you're working with. Gaara cocked his head at Naruto, I do not understand. Strip. Down to the boxers, please. Naruto supplied the answer with a little bit of teasing in his tone. It took Naruto another 30 minutes to apply the seal to Gaara's front and back. He nodded to himself and instructed Gaara to lay onto the ceremonial altar. Naruto lit 4 ceremonial candles and placed them at the tip of the trigrams on the floor. He then looked into his book and began a long hand sign sequence that was 112 characters long. He placed his hand over Gaara's seal and channeled the chakra necessary to jumpstart the seal. As Naruto powered it, the kanji on the floor glowed blue and circled in on itself. It retreated up the altar in a swirl pattern before it locked into position over Gaara's seal. Gaara was wincing in pain from the forced manipulation and rerouting of his chakra, but he was able to get through it. It would have been far worse if Shukaku was acting up, so he was at least grateful for that. After 4 minutes, the work was done, and Naruto fell back onto his back on Tamari's bed. He was completely exhausted, and sweat was trickling down his brow. Is that it? Kankuro asked, slightly disappointed. Were you expecting explosions and fireworks? Naruto asked wearily. Kankuro shrugged, well, kinda. I mean, maybe at least a little sand. That is the benefit of Shukaku working with us. Naruto answered. How did the Kyuubi get the Tanuki to agree? Temari asked. You never told us. Naruto shrugged, something about child of prophecy and me being a nice guy. I simply trusted her, and she told me her brother would behave himself. It seems like Gaara agreed to some of Shukaku's demands and it all worked out. Working symbiotically makes a lot more sense than constantly fighting for control. It is as you say, Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara responded. Because you have done this for us, there is something we must tell you. This made Temari and Kankuro shake a bit, but Naruto cut him off. You are working with Orochimaru. I don't know how or why, but I was able to piece that much together, Naruto said while still laying back on the bed. How did you know? Temari asked. Any time he was mentioned, or when I told you about Anko, your chakras all spiked. I am a great sensor, and I came to the conclusion. Naruto replied. So, what does he have planned? An invasion. Gaara responded. And I was supposed to play a key role? Naruto chuckled at that, and I am assuming you won't participate now? We need to tread carefully, Naruto, Temari said. Us talking about this is treason. Naruto nodded in understanding, I get it. So, why don't you tell me what you know, and I will find some way to tell the Hokage without getting y'all caught up in the mess. Why would you do that for us, Naruto? Kankuro asked with shock and respect in his voice. Because you are my friends. I care more about my friends than I do about 90% of the village. I just need to make sure that the people I actually care about aren't hurt by the invasion. Naruto replied. This is what we know. Next day, baths in tower. One may be inclined to ask why there were joint baths in the tower that was centered out in the Forest of Death. The main reason was because it conserved space, and the secondary reason it was cheaper to build. Plus, shinobi are trained to deal with all aspects of sexuality as part of their infiltration and seduction training. That being said, it was still fairly scandalous for teenagers to accept. Regardless, it was this key fact that set something in motion. Naruto was relaxing in the public bath on the fourth day of the second exam. There were only a few teams that had reported in, and the tower had been a quiet place for most of the time. Naruto spent most of his time with Karin and the Sansibs. They were cool and really fun to hang out with, and Naruto wanted to keep Karin close until things with Kuza were official. Evidently, the Jonin sensei had already left with a letter from the Hokage to take back to Kuza. Despite the Jonin sensei's absence, Naruto still wanted to be close to Karin. He ignored his teammates and slept in a room with Karin apart from them. The time for teamwork had passed, and Sasuke was even more unbearable than usual with that cursed hickey on his neck. Thus, it was a great excuse to stay with Karin. All that said, Karin was far too shy to enter a public bath with Naruto, and she told him that she would take one once he is done. This left Naruto lying with his back to the tub and looking at the ceiling of the bathroom. Kurama was napping and Naruto was enjoying some time alone to think about things. The silence was only penetrated by the soft sloshing of bath water, and Naruto was engrossed in the peaceful atmosphere. The soft pitter-patter of footsteps on a damp tile floor broke Naruto out of his peaceful thoughts, and he looked around to see Temari frozen in place with a towel covering her breasts and womanhood. The two locked eyes in azure blue clashed against a wavering emerald green. Naruto offered a serene smile and gestured at a spot in the bath across from him. The offer was clear, and Temari only hesitated and blushed for a bit before she slid into the water. She sighed in contentment as the warm water settled over her lithe and curvy form. You know, you can't do stuff like this, Asuna, she said with her eyes closed while keeping the towel covering her chest. Oh yeah? Naruto answered smoothly. I guess that makes sense. You have no idea. 3-minute showers once a day. That is what the shinobi get. It is even stricter for the civilians. Temari responded. That sucks. I love baths. Best way to end a day of training. Naruto replied, once again letting his head go back to rest on the edge of the tub. Isn't it strange that we were strangers like 5 days ago? Temari asked. Naruto shrugged, not really, I have always bonded fast with people. I guess it is part of being a censor, I just can pick 'em good. Temari chuckled at that. Her melodic giggling echoed across the empty bathroom. I guess you can. So, if you can do that, then why was life so hard for you? Hatred is blinding. Naruto answered before adding. And when I was a kid, I didn't have the power or abilities I do now. I was alone, malnourished, beaten and isolated. It took all I had just to survive. What changed? Temari asked, caught off guard by the exposed intimacy of the conversation. An angel saved me. Naruto replied with emotion cracking into his voice. Anko? Temari asked. No, well, not at first. Anko only happened later. Then who and what happened to her? Temari pressed, keenly interested. Itachi, and she sacrificed herself for the village. Naruto replied, unable to keep the despair out of his voice. I see, I'm sorry, Temari said softly as she inched through the water in a soft sloshing. Naruto felt her coming closer. What are you doing? Comforting you, Temari said as they sat next to Naruto and leaned her head on his shoulder. Why? He replied simply. Why not? She shot back sweetly. I can sense things too. I can tell that you are a good man. Thanks, sweetheart. He replied softly. And you are the first man to flirt with me in front of my brothers and live to tell the tale. She added through giggles. Oh yeah? No Mr. Rights in Suna? That's a shame. Aha. You sure you want to do this? Naruto felt the light and ticklish touch of Temari's hand on his chest. Aha, she whispered in his ear in a husky tone. Okay then, Naruto whispered back before pulling her onto his lap. Hold on to your senses. Temari thought he was joking when he said that. He wasn't. Temari was a confident girl that was 17 years old, but she was supremely inexperienced. A vibrator could never begin to prepare Temari for what she felt for the next 40 minutes. Light touches laced with chakra, fingertips setting erogenous nerve clusters alight, tongues performing sensual dances that acted like a cherry on top of the delicious dessert. Temari lost herself for 40 minutes, and when she found herself once again, she was finally a woman. The initial pain was overshadowed by the immense pleasure that followed it, accompanied by the sensation that the man she was with lived to please her and her alone. Every whim she had was catered to, everything she didn't even know she wanted was provided, and every fantasy she had about her first time was blown out of the water. Of course, it wasn't just one time, and it only stopped when Temari was so overloaded with oxytocin and dopamine that she couldn't even remember her own name. The addictive sensation of his touch and the sweet, yet slightly salty, taste of his lips would appear in fond reminiscences in her memories for months to come. The overfull sensation of his inside her, accompanied by the body-quaking pleasure he provided her, would moisten her panties with a simple thought. The feeling of safety and contentment would leave her wanting for more of the foreseeable future. Needless to say, Subaku no Temari was smitten. Proud reflections of a Toad Sanin. Before I heap praise on the Gaki, let me vent some frustrations. I was running around a country for 6 months looking for Orochimaru. I had heard whispers about these plans, but I was looking for definitive proof. Then, when I returned to the village, the dang Gaki had gotten the information and bagged another beautiful kunoichi on top of it. Lucky brat. Okay, now it is time for the great Toad Sanin to heap out a healthy serving of praise. My Gaki simply did the right thing, and it helped 3 people that would grow to be his staunchest allies. Sadly, he would need them in the troubling times to come, and it all began with a trip to Ichiraku's. Shout out to the world's best ramen, available in all 5 hidden villages. That business with my former teammate was some nasty stuff, and it played a key part in events to come. That bastard snake pedophile fucked with the wrong man and family, and I cannot wait to share the story of his downfall with you. As always, I will not spoil too much, but it was good. Now, without further ado, I will get you in on some action. Preliminaries. At 12 p.m. on the 5th day, the doors to the tower were locked and closed. In total 21 Genin had made it to the tower, and 12 of those only made it in on the final morning. Everyone was gathered in the arena that was on the bottom floor of the tower to receive further instructions. The room was shadowed by 2 balconies that looked over the arena, and the room was dominated by a statue of Hashirama statue making a half-ram sign. Atop that statue, a small balcony was set up for the cage and distinguished guests to watch the show. 21 Genin received a lecture on the true meaning of the Chunin exams. Naruto thought it was pathetic. There doesn't need a substitute for war, there should be peace in the absence of war. It may be unrealistic naivety, but Naruto just couldn't accept the status quo of things. This exam was just part of the endless cycle of hatred that Jiraiya had talked to him about from time to time. Philosophizing aside, the Genin were set to fight each other in a series of one-on-one fights for rights to get into the finals. Whether by providence, chance or planning, Kabuto bowed out and made it an even 20 Genin. That bothered Naruto something fierce, and Naruto was now sure that Kabuto was an agent of Orochimaru. He wanted the opportunity to kill him in a sanctioned fight, but he would settle for ratting him out to the Hokage later. He needed to get this shit over with and go visit Anko in the hospital. He didn't have time to worry about the snake's butt buddy. Naruto took comfort in the fact that he had some real friend with him when he watched the exam start. He looked to his left and right with a smile on his face as he stood next to the Sand siblings. Tamari had convinced him that PDA would be a bad thing, and she told him that the Auto team would definitely notice. That could alert Orochimaru to their betrayal, and none of them wanted that. The snake may be a pedophile, but he isn't stupid, and he is strong enough to be terrifying. With the rules laid out by an ever-coughing Hayate Gecko, the matches started with Yoroi Iketo versus Uchiha Sasuke. It is the canon fight, and it followed the same pattern. Yoroi gets an upper hand by absorbing Sasuke's chakra. Sasuke struggles, he uses the move he stole from Lee and adapts it to the Lion's Barrage to win the fight. Sakura, the sole remaining fangirl amongst the Junon, squeals in delight. So, the cursed mark is still bothering him? Tamari asked Naruto, to which he nodded. Yup, despite my seal, it is slowly spreading and integrating into his chakra network. That snake is a crafty bastard. Kankuro added. He sure is, Naruto agreed before he was forced to address his teammate. Naruto Baka. Why are you standing with the Suna team rather than your own team? Why aren't you cheering for Sasuke-kun? The shrill voice of Sakura drew everyone's attention to the group of 5 that were leaning over the railing and having a nice conversation. Naruto rolled his eyes while looking down, waited about 5 seconds, looked at Sakura and replied, I am sorry, Sakura, did you say something? This earned laughs from those watching, and most forgot about the oddity of a Konoha shinobi being buddy-buddy with the Suna team. However, this drew Baki's attention to the situation, and he would have to make sure they didn't compromise their plans. Baki had been in the nice and cushy hotel, so he hadn't interacted at all with his team since the exams began. He could tell something was different with Gaara, and Tamari too for that matter. The next fight was between Abumi Zaku and Aburame Shino. The is much like canon as well, except the injuries to Zaku's arms were even worse because Naruto shattered his elbow joints rather than simply dislocating his shoulder. Despite that, the stubborn idiot proceeded to fight Shino and blow his arms off. It was a gory display, and Naruto couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the slightly bloodthirsty grin on Gaara's face. He is smart and deadly. Kankuro analyzed. Yup, Shino is good. A little quiet, but he is a good enough guy in my books. Naruto let the Kikaiku beetle fly back to his master after say that, and Shino nodded to Naruto as a matter of reply. I still prefer the Aburame to the Kamizura. Those damned battle bees are a pain in the ass. Poison stingers, and that clan is not quiet. They are pompous assholes. Tamari groused. You are having skirmishes with Iwa? Naruto asked. Have been for years, Kankuro said. Father sends me on missions to deal with them. Gaara added. Naruto winced at that, poor fuckers. My turn. Kankuro cheered as he hopped over the railing. Kuro, he is with the snake. Kankuro nodded at the information and got a bloodthirsty grin as he fell to the arena floor. Naruto turned to Tamari and Gaara. Think that guy will notice? Probably not, he seems like a hothead. Tamari answered. Karin pushed up her glasses. Well, if you don't have a dujutsu and you aren't a censor, it would be pretty hard to tell. Kankuro proceeded to let Misumi wrap himself around his body and pretended to panic. The overconfident body bender paid for the mistake with his life. After Misumi cracked the genjutsu around what appeared to be Kankuro's body, it revealed itself to be a wooden puppet as blades emerged from all over Kankuro's puppet and skewered Misumi. The blood pooled to the ground and the puppet retracted its blades to let Misumi's body follow. Kankuro emerged from the wrapping and walked confidently up to the balcony with a shit-eating grin peeking through the hood of the cat suit. Good work, nicely done. Naruto commented. Shukaku approves, Gaara added. Good work, little brother, Tamari said while ruffling his hair. Sis, you have been overly happy lately. Did something good happen that we missed? Kankuro's eyes darted between Naruto and Tamari while he giggled perversely. This, of course, earned Kankuro a corrective beating from Tamari's battle fan. The beating lasted for a couple minutes, and it left Kankuro in a heap with bumps and bruises all over. By the time Tamari humped and put her hands on her hips, the fight below, if you could call it a fight, was over. It ended with Sakura getting knocked unconscious in one punch by Ino. The embarrassed looks of the Konoha shinobi and the scowls on the faces of the kunoichi said enough about the display. Sakura represented everything real kunoichi hated about fangirls. Tamari's name was called, and she turned to Naruto as if she wanted a good luck kiss, but she restrained the impulse. She settled with a genuine smile and a wink from her fellow blonde before she jumped down into the arena to fight her kunoichi opponent. Kenten got loud cheers from Might Guy and Rock Lee, as well as some of the other Konoha shinobi, but those cheers died down as the match progressed. It was simple, really. Tenten was outclassed and in a counter matchup. She was a weapons specialist that couldn't close the distance, and her weapons were deflected by air currents or gusts of wind. Even Tenten's finishing move proved ineffective as she unleashed nearly 100 weapons out of 2 scrolls. What impressed Naruto was that she was throwing the weapons fast enough to use the counter momentum to keep herself in the air. It was no easy feat, and it earned his respect, for all the good it would do. After Tamari blocked the weapons and dodged out of the ninja wire trap, she nailed the airborne Tenten with 2 sickle weasel tornadoes that were a fancy display of ninjutsu prowess for the Genin level. She let Tenten's shredded body fall to the floor and the match was called in her favor. Before the medics could respond, Naruto had jumped down to Tenten and offered his wrist to her. The people in attendance watched in amazement as the wounds healed in front of their eyes and she was able to walk back to the balcony on her own volition. This supremely youthful display earned a blinding pair of smiles from Might Guy and Rock Lee, which were accompanied by 2 prominent thumbs up. Luckily for Naruto, their attention rapidly transitioned to Tenten as they comforted her and made sure she was okay. She looked through the distraction of the 2 jumpsuit-wearing knuckleheads and offered Naruto a sincere smile of gratitude. The canon matchup of Kin vs Shikamaru gave ample time for Naruto to congratulate Tamari. He knew Shika would find a way to win, so he decided to just talk to his newest lover. Yeah, well, that's probably the proper title. So, Tamari-chan, how do you shape the winds into tornadoes and blades if you're just using your fan? Tamari winked at him. It's a secret. Let's just say there was a lot of practice involved. Naruto pouted. He really wanted to tickle the answer out of her and be more affectionate, but he respected the boundaries she set. No fair. Life isn't fair, sweetie. Tamari countered. So, you two are like dating now? Kankuro stepped into the playful banter. Tamari locked eyes with Naruto, who simply shrugged in reply. Maybe. She replied cautiously. Probably. Naruto added with a cheeky grin. Most likely. Gaara finished monotonously while watching the fight below. The finishing blow coming from Gaara made the group laugh. Why is Naruto-kun so close to the Suna Kunoichi? Hinata thought, not paying attention to the fight. I have watched him for years and he has never flirted with me like that. Well, okay, that may be my fault. I still blush and fall over myself when I am around him. I had gotten used to it at the academy, but now, oh man, that body, and that smile, why won't he look at me like that? Hinata's thoughts drowned out the tactical match below. Winner, Nara Shikamaru. Hayate's voice drew everyone's attention back down to the arena to see an unconscious Ken. Next match is Uzumaki Naruto vs Inuzuka Kiba. Go get him, sweetie, Tamari whispered flirtatiously. Good luck, Naruto, Gaara said simply in his monotone. Go kick some ass, Naruto. Kankuro added. Good luck, Naruto-kun. Karin added and got a hug from Naruto in return before he jumped into the arena. Show the pup what my mate can do, Ruto-kun. Kurama added from within the seal with snuggling with a Naruto plushie on the couch and eating some popcorn. Anything for you, Q-chan. Naruto thought back. Alright, let's get it Akamaru, Kiba shouted animatedly. Bark, bark, growl, Akamaru said. Holy shit, Akamaru, you have gotten so much bigger in just 6 months, buddy, Naruto said in a friendly fashion in the center of the arena. He walked over and pet Akamaru, who was now up to his belly button on all fours. Yup, I'm going to show you the results of those seals you gave us, Kiba said proudly. Naruto smiled at that. Let's get it. Good clean match. No peeing on me, you understand Akamaru? Kiba belted out a laugh at that. After the beating you gave us for doing it that first time, I agree to that. No dynamic marking. Whimper, bark. Haha, it's okay, Akamaru. I forgave you for that a long time ago. Just keep Kiba in line, Naruto said while laughing. Bark, bark, woof. Kiba looked offended. Hey. I am not the one who needs a leash. This made everyone laugh and Hiruzen smiled at the display of friendship. Kiba was one of the few that had genuinely bonded with Naruto. So, Kurenai, think your student will win? Asuma asked as the Jonin watched on. Kurenai frowned. I want to believe in my student, but those two have sparred quite often since they graduated and Kiba has never won. He likes Naruto though because he is helping the Inuzuka clan and their Ninken partners. Those youthful harnesses I have seen on the Ninken? To think, the flames of our canine companion's youth could shine so brightly. Might Guy shouted. Ma, Guy. Let's just watch the fight, Kakashi said boredly. He had been watching his student interact with the Suna team and he knew there was something going on there. Ready? Fight, Hayate said before jumping back. Weight's off you two, Naruto said with his arms crossed. Kiba shrugged before disengaging the seals Naruto had given him and Akamaru. Your funeral. Kiba and Akamaru started the match in a tag team taijutsu style. The Beast Claw taijutsu style was as its name suggests. It emphasized broad swipes, tackles and targeted weak points on the body. The style counted on animalistic dominance of an opponent, and it normally overwhelmed opponents, especially when performed in tandem with a ninken. Unfortunately, Naruto was no normal opponent, and he had a nearly endless supply of companions. Kiba clashed against Naruto and Akamaru clashed against a shadow clone. The shadow clone was only aiming for incapacitating blows, but it was still able to handle the fast and agile ninken. After 5 minutes of taijutsu in their normal forms, Kiba hopped away and wiped away the trickle of blood from his lip. Naruto had just caught him good with a jab and it frickin' hurt. "Time, we kick this up a notch, eh buddy?" Kiba said while reaching into his pouch. His hand grazed over the smoke bombs, but he knew that was a terrible idea from past experiences. Naruto could sense him better than any Inuzuka when eyesight was taken out of the picture. His fingers latched around the Inuzuka chakra pills, and he grabbed 2 of them. He tossed one to Akamaru and downed the other one himself. Naruto watched Kiba's features turn more feral as a chakra aura hovered over him. He knew what was coming and he knew that this was where the real fight started. He lowered himself into the whirlpool fist defensive stance and got ready for the onslaught. His clone did the same to cover his back and then Kiba and Akamaru disappeared in blurs of motion. The all-fours jutsu was even more fearsome than the Beast Claw style and it worked off of the increased speed and durability the chakra pills granted. As Kiba darted in, with Akamaru flanking, neither of them was ready for their first blows to land on Naruto. Then, of course, the blows turned the clones into water that soaked their clothes and fur. Kiba snarled and halted to look around the arena before his nose directed him upwards. 2 Narutos were falling onto Kiba and Akamaru respectively, but they were able to dodge out. With Kiba's soaked clothes and skin, he really hated this fight right now. Water was bad enough, being soaked while fighting a guy that is using lightning to increase the efficiency of his taijutsu is worse. Getting numb and slightly desperate, Kiba called to Akamaru and they jumped back and away from the Naruto clones. Naruto simply smirked and waited for them to do their thing. Moments later, after performing the Inuzuka style, man-beast clone, 2 Kibas were looking back at Naruto. Before Kiba could launch into the fight with his ultimate jutsu, the arena was covered in puffs of smoke and the call of sexy no jutsu could be heard. It took a while for smoke to clear, but when it did, the fight was over instantly. 100 females of various shapes and sizes and dressed in a variety of sexy outfits, with various amounts of erogenous zones showing, greeted Kiba's eyes. Kiba, along with every straight male in the arena, rocketed backwards with nosebleeds. Kiba was propelled into the far wall by the almighty power of the nosebleed. Gecko Hayate fell from his position on the railing and face-planted on the arena floor with a nosebleed. Shikamaru fell over in a lazy pile while trickling blood from the nose. Shino's jacket gained a red tinge along the collar, and he too fell over. Kuji dropped his bag of chips before falling backwards with a big goofy grin and blood trailing down his cheeks. Kankuro lost nearly a liter of blood as he collapsed with jelly legs and his head impacted each rung of the railing. Kakashi fell unconscious while staying on his feet with his black mask turning red. Asuma dropped his cigarette and got blood all over Kurenai's dress. Might Guy was frozen in place questioning whether this was a most youthful or most unyouthful act. Finally, the venerable Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the professor, the god of shinobi, blew backwards so hard that it tipped the chair he was sitting in over. As the whole arena smelled of iron due to blood loss, the women in the audience began grinding their teeth. As soon as Temari lashed out with her battle fan, the other kunoichi began following her example. The next 5 minutes were filled with male shrieks and groans as the males nearest them suffered the divine wrath of feminine fury. Naruto remained in the arena and watched the show with an immense smile on his face. The medics came out and grabbed Kiba and cleared the floor, which allowed Hayate to break himself out of his stupor and get the show back on the road. Naruto walked back up with many of the kunoichi glaring at him for his disgusting tactic. Some of them were more than slightly jealous about the fact that most of Naruto's transformations were prettier than they were. The more self-confident ones were upset about the crude nature of the jutsu. All of them were upset that it was so effective against so many of the male shinobi in the room. GRR, Temari growled as Naruto walked up. Damn it, Ruto. Naruto shrugged and laughed, I didn't want to hurt a good friend. Kiba is alright too. I just wanted to end it without dealing long-lasting damage. Temari's anger was diffused by the cheery smile and warm aura of Naruto. Don't do it again, Baka, she said softly as he closed the distance. Sure thing, Mari-chan, Naruto said as he bent over the railing and watched Hinata walk down into the arena. Naruto could feel her anxiety and he could feel the unbridled hatred and animosity of Neji, her cousin and opponent in this match. Good luck, Hinata-chan. I believe in you. His voice echoed across the arena and the Hyuga heiress blushed profusely when she heard him. The match started with Neji belittling her in a manner that Naruto wouldn't even use against his enemies, much less a family member. He knew about the reason behind the deep-seated hatred of Neji and he could only partially blame him for it. He didn't blame his hatred for his own clan or the underlying reason behind it. He only blamed Neji for his chosen outlet of said frustration. He picked on the nicest girl with the most redeeming qualities in the clan. He picked on her ruthlessly and went out of his way to make her life miserable. After the impromptu mind dive into Hinata's mind, Naruto resonated sharply with her, and he instinctively became more protective. This was the first time that these feelings were bubbling to the surface, and they were about to explode. Naruto could only take so much belittling and arrogance before he would go out of his way to put that ass in his place. Unfortunately, Naruto didn't have to wait long until the circumstance demanded his intervention. Neji had been winning the fight against Hinata handedly. The longer the fight dragged on, the more of Hinata's chakra points he shut down. He was enraged when he noticed that Hinata had cut the chakra along his radial nerve in both hands, and that was the only reason the pitiful heiress was able to stand up after taking the 8 trigrams minus 64 palms to the chest. She wobbled on shaky legs and dared to defy him. Neji ni-san, you are the one who defies fate more than anybody in our family. Hinata had to pause to cough up a little blood. That technique you just used proves that you are defying fate because it is only taught to branch members. Hinata's voice was weakening, and she was near to collapsing. I am the only one that wants to help you defy fate. Her head sagged. It didn't matter to Neji that she was no longer able to fight. The veins to his eyes bulged and he charged as much chakra as he could to the palm of his right fist. He dashed, as fast as his legs could carry him, at the incapacitated heiress of his damnable clan. Once in ran, he lashed out with a supercharged Juken strike aimed right at Hinata's heart. Naruto watched the display with a frown on his face and his arms crossed. He was starting to radiate Kurama's chakra and he was growling lowly under his throat. As he sensed Neji's chakra spike and watched him dash forward, Naruto had enough. He disappeared in a shunshine that was so fast that he beat out the other Jonin that were attempting to intervene. Neji's hand did not reach its mark. Neji's and the chakra loaded into it ran into a brick wall named Uzumaki Naruto. Due to the height difference, instead of Neji's strike hitting Naruto's heart, he struck the spleen and nearly exploded the organ. Naruto held back the pain on his face, glared at Neji and grabbed the boy's hand in his own. With strength befitting the Kyubi Jinchuriki, he began crushing Neji's hand as he spoke. Hyuga Neji, I, Uzumaki Naruto, as the sole heir of the Uzumaki clan, declare a blood grudge against Neji of the Hyuga clan. Your actions are unbecoming of a shinobi of the leaf, and should we meet in the finals, I request that the Hokage honors my grudge. Naruto finished by bending down while still grabbing Neji's outstretched right hand with his left, scooped Hinata's blood onto his fingers and used it to form a red streak from his forehead down to his chin. The Jonin sensei that had jumped to intervene were all frozen in place. Might Guy had his arm on Neji's shoulder, but the serious look on his face turned to shock when Naruto made his declaration. Kakashi was frozen in between the two, unable to separate the intense stare down. Karin was at Hinata's side, and the poor girl was unconscious from too many Juken strikes to the chest and heart. The Hokage was standing and watching the display, and he sighed heavily when Naruto used his name and an official Konoha law in this situation. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sandaime Hokage of Konohagakure, hereby recognize the blood grudge between Hyuga Neji and Uzumaki Naruto. Should they not meet in the finals, a grudge match will be scheduled after the completion of the Chunin exams. I declare the waiting period a neutral ground and no acts of aggression will be tolerated. Naruto, still gripping/crushing Neji's hand, replied, Hi, Hokage-sama. His voice was feral and it came out in a growl. Neji winced as Naruto increased the pressure, Hi, Hokage-sama. He returned Naruto's glare with one of his own. You are pathetic, Uzumaki. Giving this pathetic girl your support is just a clear example of main house favoritism. Naruto let go of Neji's crushed hand. No, this has nothing to do with the clan, you pathetic bitch of fate. This is me standing up for what is right. Pray and pray hard, Hyuga Neji, that you do not meet me in the finals. For if you do, I will break you. Death would be a mercy compared to the state I leave you in. Naruto's ki was flaring, and Neji's legs were shaking. Each of the nearby Jonin were taken aback and they were now ready to intervene since the Hokage had called for no open hostilities. Before Neji could respond, the ki disappeared in an instant and Naruto turned his back to him. Naruto knelt down next to Hinata and asked Karin to help him. He started by slitting his wrist open and dropping chakra-rich blood into Hinata's mouth. This immediately began helping, but it wouldn't be enough for the serious internal damage. Hinata woke up in a coughing fit as she coughed out Naruto's blood mixed with her own. Her lavender eyes locked onto Naruto's, and she felt safe. She couldn't stop the small smile that fixed itself on her bloody face. Hinata-chan, I need you to bite me. Do you understand? I need you to bite down on my arm. It will be okay. Hinata hesitated as Naruto and Kurenai positioned his forearm in front of her mouth. Hina-hime, you have serious internal damage, and this will heal you. Please, if you trust me. That was all it took. The barely conscious Hyuga heard the challenge, and she closed her petite mouth around Naruto's skin and bit down tentatively at first and then harder. The rush of healing chakra and life-giving energy made Hinata's eyes go wide as potent chakra actually formed into a smaller shroud around her. Everyone watched in amazement as the Hyuga heiress healed in front of their eyes. She healed so much that after a minute of biting Naruto, she was able to pick herself up on her own volition. She launched herself at Naruto and embraced him in a hug. Thank you, Naruto-kun.
I don't know if you feel the same, but I love you, she whispered into his ear.
Naruto returned the hug and did his best to project a protective aura over the shy girl. She was an amazing person and neither the Hyuga clan nor Neji deserved her. I don't know yet, Hina-hime, but we have plenty of time to figure it out. And just like that, Hyuga Hinata lost her surge of courage and fainted in Naruto's arms. He handed her off to Kurenai, who didn't know how to feel about the situation. She knew all about Naruto because she was best friends with Anko, but she hated players and Naruto was a player in her mind. That being said, the scene in front of her was so sweet and genuine that she simply took Hinata from Naruto and gave him a smile. Naruto stumbled as he attempted to go back to the viewing platform. That bite had taken a lot out of him and his system was in mild chakra shock. Go figure that a miraculous healing ability has some drawbacks. Kakashi offered him a shoulder and walked back up to the balcony. Therefore, he was present when Naruto spoke to Gaara. He may be goofy, but he is strong. If you could do your best not to kill him, I would appreciate it, Naruto whispered softly. For you, Naruto, I agree, Gaara said before disappearing into the ring to face his opponent. Naruto leaned against the wall, away from the railing, too tired to stand up and watch the match. Kakashi sat down next to him and opened the conversation. You want to tell me why you are so chummy with the Suna team and not your own? Naruto shrugged and kept his eyes closed. They treat me like a human and see me for me. Plus, Gaara is like me, so that helps too. Kakashi's eyes widened at the information. He is a Jinchuriki? Naruto held up one finger and Kakashi's face paled. He left Naruto without another word and went to speak with Guy. As the fight progressed, Lee took off his weights and did some truly amazing things. He was the first person in Gaara's shinobi career to actually hurt him. However, it wasn't nearly enough, and Guy knew it, especially after Kakashi talked to him. When Lee asked for permission to use the gates, Guy said no. He knew it wouldn't be enough to win the fight and it might enrage the Jinchuriki and cost his most precious student his life. Without the gates on his side, Lee didn't last long and Gaara trapped him in a headless sand coffin. After Hayate confirmed that Lee couldn't escape, he called the match. Lee suffered minimal damage, except to his flames of youth. That was most likely why Guy was screaming extra loudly to cheer him up. That had the unfortunate side effect of two men hugging in spandex jumpsuits before the most terrifying genjutsu in the world was conjured out of nowhere. Out of fucking nowhere, two men were hugging each other and screaming each other's names in front of a beach complete with ocean waves rolling in. Out of fucking nowhere. What evil is this? Everyone was so traumatized by the display that they completely missed Dosu and Kuji's match. Luck for them it was the same as Kanon and Dosu won. Kuji was laying on the ground with swirls in his eyes. The sound waves from Dosu's gauntlet ruined his equilibrium and left him dizzy as hell. Pretty anticlimactic, but nobody cared because they were still traumatized by the genjutsu from Guy and Lee. They just couldn't get over how it came out of fucking nowhere. That was fucking terrifying, Tamari whispered out 10 minutes after the sunset illusion faded.
Kankuro was hugging his puppet and nodded, I want to go home.
Mother doesn't want their blood. Anything capable of doing that would poison Mother. Gaara added. Naruto, with his eyes completely closed, asked, is it safe to open my eyes yet? Tamari looked over to him with wide eyes, how were you able to close your eyes?
I couldn't look away.
Experience. Naruto answered. I felt something terrifying incoming, and I instinctually closed my eyes. Lucky bastard. Kankuro mutters. I felt it too, so I took off my glasses. Karin muttered. But it wasn't enough. Naruto hugged his cousin with his eyes closed still. Shh, it's all going to be okay, he said while gently petting her hair. Karin collapsed into the tender care of Naruto's arms and starts to feel slightly better. Will all victors please report to the arena? Hayate announced. The Chunin reported and the victors stood in formation in front of Hayate and the Hokage. Neji was glaring at Naruto the whole time and Naruto was pointedly ignoring him. The Chunin were asked to draw numbers to determine their places in the matches and fate smiled down on Naruto. The matches were determined to be as follows after the drawing. Match 1, Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Neji. Match 2, Subaku no Gaara vs Uchiha Sasuke. Match 3, Subaku no Kankuro vs Aburame Shino. Match 4, Nara Shikamaru vs Subaku no Tamari. Match 5, Yamanaka Ino vs Kinuta Dosu. There was to be a 1-month intermission in order to allow the nobles and other influential people time to come to Konoha. Intermission, Toads and Grudges. After the second phase ended and Kakashi told Naruto that he would be training Sasuke all month, Naruto disappeared from the arena and was in Anko's room within 15 minutes. He didn't bother checking in with hospital, he simply located Anko's dampened chakra signature and went to see her. The sight of her lying completely unmoving on the bed infuriated and destroyed Naruto simultaneously. He immediately began to try and diagnose her, but her chakra system was in a state of fluctuation that made it nearly impossible to do anything. He decided to try and give her some of his blood. Anko always loved his blood, and it always had a miraculous effect on her. Sure, it most often resulted in an orgasm, but he was hopeful that his blood would wake her up and stabilize her. Since she was unconscious, he focused chakra to his finger and cut it in a way that would make it trickle blood. He kept recutting his finger and dropping chakra-rich blood into her mouth, but there was no response. He kept the blood feeding up for nearly 15 minutes and there was still no change. Her monitors reported that everything was stable, but Naruto was hoping for more. He could feel that her chakra had increased slightly but there was nothing else different. With that route not showing promise, Naruto went to inspect the seal. He removed the bandages and inspected the seal. The area around the seal was swollen and it was a splotchy purple of bright red all over. He cut his finger once more and covered the sealed area in his blood. This time he saw the swelling recede and the color stabilized. That was promising but his heavy Heim remained unconscious. With the swelling down, Naruto analyzed the seal as much as he could, but he could tell that it was already anchored into her chakra network. He also noticed an additional function that made him growl ferociously, a tamper-proof seal that would kill the bearer if tampered with. Kurama watched the scene and felt her love's desperation. It was hard to see and feel him like this. Anko had done everything she could to fill the hole in Naruto's heart left by Itachi and losing her would absolutely destroy what remained of his heart. She didn't want that, and she was sitting in a meditative position and thinking about potential solutions for this issue. Her conviction to help Naruto with this issue burned brightly and helped to fight against the impending darkness. Naruto ended up leaving a clone at the hospital to watch over Anko and it was to dispel if there were any changes in her status. He went back to his apartment, checked on Karin and retreated into the seal to be with Kurama. The Kitsune beauty pulled Naruto into her warm embrace and helped put his mind at ease for him to get enough rest to endure what was to come. She watched over him and tended to him with all the love her chakra heart and soul could muster. In the morning, Naruto awoke and got into his training routine that he would follow for the next month. Wake up, run around Konoha multiple times with his seals cranked up, eat breakfast, meditate, go to the Forest of Death to train with his clones until dark, rest and repeat. Of course, this was just a rough schedule, but since Kakashi was training Sasuke, it was the best he could come up with. After his morning routine, he went to the Forest of Death and created his clones. Rather than stay with them, Naruto went to the Hokage's tower to get the hard part out of the way. He planned to take his godfather's entrance but when he was about to enter, he sensed a known chakra signature and many others he didn't know. He suppressed his presence and engaged his godfather's chameleon jutsu while pulling out a seal that would help him listen through the wall. After applying the seal, he listened to the conversation. Hokage-sama, you cannot seriously entertain this grudge. He is doing it on behalf of a member of the Hyuga clan, Hiashi said in a raised voice, which was the equivalent of the Haruno Banshee scream. The Hokage sighed, Hiashi, whether you like it or not, the boy is actually from a clan of Konoha. He has every right to declare a grudge. Just be grateful I bought you a month's reprieve. A Hyuga elder scoffed, we are the Hyuga. He is but one boy. There is no grudge, Hiruzen chuckled evilly, have you ever been on his bad side? The Hyuga number 232 and 190 of those are branch members. On any given day, that boy could summon shadow clones to double your numbers. I would caution you not to take this grudge lightly. A different elder, a woman this time, spoke, then we will destroy the boy. Nobody can survive the Hyuga, Hiruzen chuckled, so, you have decided to side with Neji? Are you sure that is how you wish to play this? Hiashi spoke up, my daughter has brought shame to the clan and dragged us into a grudge. She will be branded and disowned. The Hyuga will stand behind our member. Naruto heard this and was a mixture of shocked and enraged. Against his better instinct, Naruto made his decision and knocked on the window. Hiruzen's eyes widened when he saw him, and his gut plummeted into his ass when he saw the enraged look on Naruto's face. With a sigh, Hiruzen opened the window. Naruto entered and stood fiercely in front of the Hyuga elders and clan head. It amazed Hiruzen, he often forgot about Naruto's enhanced growth rate, but it was impossible to forget when he towered over each member of the Hyuga clan. Naruto struggled to control his rage and maintain his impassive face. My apologies, Hokage-sama. I had urgent news concerning village security to share with you and I was coming here to inform you. However, before we discuss that, I wish to address the elders of the Hyuga clan. Hiruzen gulped and nodded, very well, Naruto, you may address them. Naruto's eyes flashed red as he glared down the Hyuga elders. I, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, reaffirm my grudge on the Hyuga Neji and any members of the clan that openly support him. Any act against Hyuga Hinata will void the 1-month period of neutrality and will extend my grudge to the entirety of the Hyuga clan. If the Hyuga clan wishes to settle this grudge in private, my demand is that the caged bird seal is abolished. If that demand is not met, I retain rights as the clan heir of the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans to carry out the grudge as I see fit so long as there is no collateral damage to the populace of Konoha. The elders were shocked by the information revealed and Hiruzen buried his head in his hands. He couldn't blame the boy for revealing his heritage in this situation, but it certainly wasn't going to make things any easier. He hardened his face and flared his aura to get everyone's attention. This information is to be revealed to nobody. The is an SS rank secret and it is punishable by death until such a time as the Council of Konoha deems it fit to reveal it. Do I make myself clear? The Hyuga elders bowed to the Hokage simultaneously. Hi, Hokage-sama. Hiashi looked up with hardened eyes at Naruto. If he played his cards right, he might be able to get the best outcome for the Hyuga clan. Despite the beliefs of nearly everyone, he loved both of his daughters. After the death of Hitomi, he hardened himself and did what was necessary to protect his daughters and do what was best for the clan. It was quite frankly a miracle that neither of his daughters had been branded yet. Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, I wish to contain the damage to my clan's reputation and the village's honor. I request the grudge match be settled with the fight in the Chunin exam finals. Hiashi spoke sternly and formally. Naruto met Hiashi's gaze, and he enjoyed the flicker of fear inspired by his red and slitted eyes. What do you wish for if Neji wins the grudge? The property and bank holdings of the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans. An elder said greedily. Naruto seized the opportunity, then I have the right to request equal compensation in the event that I win, per terms of inter-clan grudges under the Konoha Charter. That is correct, Uzumaki-san, Hiruzen said formally because the situation was so serious. Very well, my terms have changed. If I should beat Hyuga Neji in the Chunin exam finals, I wish for the abolition of the caged bird seal. The Hyuga will pay me for development of a new Dujutsu protection seal, as I had done for the Uchiha clan. They will pay full price for the removal of each seal and the application of the new seal. In addition, I will take the hand of Hyuga Hinata in marriage as equal price of compensation for the Uzumaki and Namikaze clan property. Naruto's voice was ice cold throughout his whole address. An elder scoffed, so, this was about the failure then. If you lose, you may take her after she is branded. We have no need for such failures in our clan. Naruto glared that particular elder down. Are you speaking for your clan head? These are now formal proceedings witnessed by the Hokage. Hiashi stepped in, he does not speak for the clan. I do, however, accept the terms of the grudge. The Hyuga will seize all clan assets when Hyuga Neji achieves victory. Prepare yourself, boy, for you will face the might of the Hyuga. Naruto smiled evilly, I look forward to demolishing that pride in public, Hyuga-san. Hiashi didn't react to the boy's challenge, he turned to the Hokage and spoke firmly. That will be all, Hokage-sama. I presume you will write up the terms? Very well, Hyuga Dono. I will have the formal document written up and ratified by the council, Hiruzen said formally as he watched the stiff clan elder walk out after one more look down their noses. You can come out now, Uro-senin, Naruto said before weaving through hand signs for a privacy and anti-espionage seal. Naruto growled when 3 seal tags fizzled out. Hokage-sama, who do you have in the village that would be bold enough to spy on you? What do you mean, Naruto-kun? Hiruzen asked with shock. Oh, I don't know, there were 3 tags that were just disabled. That means whoever was listening could have heard what was just discussed, Naruto said as he went over to the bookshelf and pulled off a tag that had a transparency seal on it as well. He placed it onto the Hokage's desk. Hiruzen buried his head in his hands once again and Jiraiya stepped forward and picked up the tag for inspection. He spoke as he was inspecting the tag, "Oi! Gaki! Why didn't you tell me about this anti-espionage sealing jutsu?" Naruto sighed, "Kyofu, you ran out of the village 7 months ago without even letting me sign the Toad Summoning Scroll. Therefore, our plan to pass messages back and forth was voided." Jiraiya scratched the back of his neck and chuckled sheepishly, "Oh, yeah, my bad." Naruto waved him off, "Kyofu, serious mode, please." This got an instant and startling change out of the Toad Sanin. "What is it, Naruto-kun?" Hiruzen asked, leaning forward and placing his head onto his folded hands. "I have vital information concerning the plans for the invasion of Konoha by Tsunaga Corps and Otoga Corps during the finals of the Chunin exams," Naruto said stoically. "Say what? How did you hear about that, Gaki?" Jiraiya shouted. "Before I divulge such information, I wish for guaranteed diplomatic immunity for my sources," Naruto said while locking eyes with the Hokage. Hiruzen looked into the icy blue eyes that had turned to flint. It reminded him of Minato's old look. How such cheerful and lively blue eyes could turn into those terrifying cold orbs Hiruzen never knew. "Very well, by the power of the Hokage, I will grant diplomatic immunity for any informant that contributes valuable information concerning the impending invasion." Naruto nodded, "Good, why don't you tell me what you were able to discover, Kyofu?" Jiraiya shuffled uneasily, "I don't have much. Otoga Corps is full of missing ninjas and they're being led by Orochimaru. Sensei told me about your team's run-in with him and Anko." A flicker of pain tore through the icy mirrors of Naruto's eyes, but Jiraiya pushed on. "I also found out that they were working with Suna and Suna is mobilizing." Naruto nodded, "Very well. Gaara is Suna's Jinchuriki and the plan for the invasion was to have him transform in the stadium at Orochimaru's signal. According to the San siblings, my sources, Suna is contributing 1,000 shinobi, half of their force, to the invasion. They have been told that Orochimaru has 2,000 shinobi. Orochimaru's primary target for the invasion is you, Hokage-sama. Also, it should be mentioned that Yakashi Kabuto is most definitely a spy for Orochimaru. That is all I have at this time, but the Subaku children have told me that they will try to talk their side out of joining the invasion, but seeing as the orders are coming from their father, it is not likely to succeed." Jiraiya whistled loudly, "Damn, Gaki, do you know how valuable that information is? How did you get it? I would like to know that as well, Naruto-kun. Contributing this information will go a long way in garnering clan support for your grudge and claim to your inheritance," Hiruzen added. Naruto took a deep breath and looked the Hokage in the eye. "I bonded with Gaara, Temari and Kankuro the night before the Chunin exam started. Kurama, the Kyuubi, talked with Shukaku, the Ichibi, through a shared mindscape over that time. She only informed me about it after the fact. After my confrontation with Orochimaru, they showed up and provided support so that I could rest. In the tower, I stabilized Gaara's seal and enhanced it to an Uzumaki-style, 4-trigram seal. After that they shared details of the invasion with me. I have also bedded Subaku no Temari and would like to continue that relationship moving forward." Jiraiya was initially gobsmacked, but upon hearing that Naruto got with Temari, he beamed a proud smile at Naruto and slapped a hand on his shoulder. "That is my godson." He wrapped Naruto in a proud hug. "I am so proud of you, Gaki. The best representation of the gentleman pervert ever created." Hiruzen cleared his throat and disrupted Jiraiya's revelry. "Naruto, are you aware that what you did could be considered treason?" Naruto shrugged, "Sue me. I helped out a fellow Jinchuriki and turned him from an unstable time bomb into a powerful ally." Hiruzen sighed and rubbed his eyes. "You are becoming more troublesome than paperwork." Jiraiya laughed and slapped Naruto on the shoulder once more. "Relax, sensei. All things considered, he got more than enough information to validate such a risk. Plus, if the Jinchuriki is on our side, we will be in much better shape." "Very well," Hiruzen sighed out. "Anything else to add? If the Hyuga do anything, and I mean literally anything, to Hinata, I will end them. No matter how much it hurts Konoha by proxy," Naruto said. "Why do you care so much about her?" Hiruzen asked wearily. Naruto shrugged and sighed, "No point in hiding it anymore. When I was a kid, I broke into the Yamanaka vault repeatedly while looking for information on how to change my mindscape. It was the condition for my relationship with Kurama. While exploring and copying those scrolls, I learned a few of the jutsu. I used that on Hinata during the first phase of the exams, but I accidentally did the mind dive instead of the mind transfer. After seeing how much I mean to her, I decided to protect her. If I have to fight the whole clan to do so, then I will. Jiraiya whistled once more. That is a quality both your mother and father had. Now that they know your parentage, they should be scared. They are too proud to be scared, and they have had nearly 15 years to forget the terror those two inspired, Hiruzen said before eyeing Naruto. Can you guarantee your victory over Neji? Naruto shrugged. My bloodline can literally heal through any damage he deals me, and I am a Fuinjutsu master. If that wasn't enough, I can fight against Senin when he isn't in Sage mode, and I can land a few blows. Plus, since it is a grudge match, I can use Kubakirabocho and not feel bad about killing him. Jiraiya puffed out his chest. Hey, Gaki, you are forgetting that I will train you this month. I won't be able to get too much more information than you have already gotten outside of the village. I think I can hunt down this Kabuto guy, or I can go after the Sand Sensei, since he isn't one of your informants. Hiruzen coughed to get their attention. I am not against you training Naruto. I will, however, caution you against direct action on Baki. Not only could it tip Orochimaru off, but it can damage our reputation under the neutrality accords. Naruto looked speculative. How much would you pay me for a seduction mission to get more information? Jiraiya looked disgusted. You would sleep with him? Naruto scoffed. Sexy no jutsu is a true transformation. I will get him drunk and get him talking. I can use genjutsu for any of the serious stuff. You would do that? I could just assign one of the kunoichi to it, Hiruzen said while thinking the option over. Naruto shrugged. Do as you please. I am pretty terrible at acting like a girl anyways. Very well. Is there anything else, Naruto-kun? Hiruzen asked wearily. Any word on Karin and Kuza? Jiraiya snapped his fingers. Oh yeah. Sensei told me you found an Uzumaki. How did you pull that one off? She has the same sensory ability as me, and when our chakra pinged off each other's, well, it was different yet familiar. Then, I just tracked her down in the forest of death, killed the two bastards that were about to bite her, fed them to Tank and brought her to the tower. Naruto explained nonchalantly. Did you have to kill the teammates? Jiraiya asked, not liking the ease with which his godson killed. Did you see the pictures of her arms and legs? Naruto countered. Jiraiya sighed. Yes, I did. I understand. To answer your question, no, Kuza has not responded yet. We will need to pay compensation for her, but there should be no further legal issues than that. Hiruzen answered. Take it out of the Uzumaki account to prevent whining from the civilian council. Naruto offered. Hiruzen nodded. Hopefully you are officially a Chunin by the time that is signed. Naruto shrugged. Just don't die during the invasion. I don't want to even think about how your decrepit teammates or civilian council would act in your absence. Hiruzen nodded once more and pulled out a box to give to Jiraiya. He is not to open that until the promotion is confirmed. If they try anything and I am not around to deal with it, then you have my permission to do as you see fit. Jiraiya took the box and smiled fondly at it. Even if they had this, those old goats couldn't get into the compound. The Gaki's blood and chakra is the only thing that can bypass those seals. Naruto smiled softly and genuinely at that. Thanks, Gi-san. Alright, Gaki, time to get training, Jiraiya said boisterously. It sounds like you have quite a bit riding on this fight. Forest of Death, training with the Toad Sanin. Jiraiya's jaw had dropped and nearly dislocated when he checked in on Naruto's training. Last time he had been with him, the boy had summoned 50 to 100 clones back then, and they were still working on introductory jutsu exercises. To see roughly 500 Narutos going through choreographed and well thought out exercises was a lot to take in. To find out that the weapons the clones were using were transformed shadow clones was another mystery. They were able to change their weight, shape, durability and match up to the copied item to nearly identical levels. This training routine would undoubtedly kill anyone else. The Kyuubi alone wouldn't even be enough to justify this. It was a combination of his strong will, healing blood and the fox's chakra that made this possible. Now, instead of basic jutsus, there were clones in groups doing taijutsu spars while other clones watched and critiqued. There were others doing the same with katanas and the Kubakirabocho, another startling discovery Jiraiya made. Yet others were working on water jutsus, and most of that side of the field was covered in a dense mist that Jiraiya recognized as the Kiri style, hidden mist jutsu. He saw clones practicing the basic principles of silent killing and practicing the sword strokes incorporated in it. Next to the water were clones practicing lightning. These clones were standing together and then slow walking backwards from each other. They kept the lightning channeling between them until they could no longer extend it. Jiraiya walked through the horde of clones and came to a stop next to 20 clones that were reviewing scrolls. Oi! You lot, what are you doing? One of the clones turned with a cocked eyebrow. Shut it, Senin. We are developing seals to deal with the Hyuga that is a dead man walking. Jiraiya wanted to be offended, but he winced at the thought of Naruto killing the boy. Any non-lethal options? Boss told us no restrictions. Another clone answered. Well, I am asking you to consider non-lethal options. Grudges are serious things, and if you kill the kid then it will create more problems than it solves, Jiraiya cautioned. Take it up with the boss. I am having too much fun creating ways to disintegrate his ass. Yet another clone chimed in while chuckling evilly. Jiraiya walked up to the one doing insane physical exercises. Naruto was doing lunges while holding a bar over his back. The bar didn't look too heavy, but Jiraiya knew looks could be deceiving. Based on how much Naruto was struggling, he guessed it was damned heavy. Jiraiya watched as red chakra gathered visibly around his legs and repaired the damage to the muscles as soon as it happened. Oi! Gaki! Get over here. We have something to talk about. Jiraiya called out. Let me finish this set. I will be there in 5. Naruto hollered back. 5 minutes later, Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow as he walked up to Jiraiya. The white-haired man sat him down and spoke seriously to him. Alright, Gaki, here is the deal. Your raw stats are there, and your training methods are effective. All you really need is experience and a couple pointers. As for jutsu, I'm going to teach you the Rasengan and the summoning jutsu. Both of them could be considered your birthrights, but you will need to use them with discretion. Once you use them you announce yourself to the world as Minato's son. Naruto nodded. Can you show me the Rasengan? I wish to see it first and then you can instruct me on it. After that, we can talk to the toads. Gaki, do you have that much left in the tank? This many clones using jutsu, Jiraiya said cautiously. I am at roughly 55% chakra capacity within myself alone. At this distance, any chakra the clones don't use will naturally return to me. If they are too far away, best guess is 500 feet, then I lose the chakra and the memory transfer is sketchy at best. Therefore, if I run too low and Q-chan can't top me off, then I will dispel some clones. Jiraiya didn't know what to say about that explanation. It is pretty much a guaranteed fact that Naruto knows more about shadow clones than any other shinobi alive. Alright, Gaki, I will trust you. How fast can the Kyuubi refill your reserves? 2 hours without using chakra. If I could open the seal, it would take much less time, Naruto said thoughtfully. Jiraiya stuttered at that and his chakra fluctuation garnered Naruto's attention. You know how to open the seal, don't you, Kyofu? His tone hardened as his eyes turned flinty again. Jiraiya gulped and held his hands up. Yes, I do, Gaki. I would like to see more before I hand the key to the seal over though. Naruto blurred forward and grabbed Jiraiya by the collar. With flashing red eyes, he leaned his head into his godfather's face. That is not your decision to make. Q-chan has been there for me for the past 7 years. She is my friend, partner and lover. If I can release that damn seal, I can manifest her here in the real world. So, listen to me well, Jiraiya of the Sanin, you will get me the key to the seal, and you will trust me to keep my shit together. Jiraiya was originally intimidated, but he straightened up his back and matched his godson's aura. Gaki, that is too much to risk right now. Prove to me over this month that you can handle it and I will give you the key. Deal? Naruto smirked in a manner that made Jiraiya shiver as the look of sheer determination encompassed his whole being. Deal. Now, Rasengan. Jiraiya gawked in disbelief as the brat dissected the jutsu of the 4th Hokage within a minute and completed the first exercise within the first 10 minutes. Then, 100 clones took water balloons and began popping them en masse. Jiraiya worked so hard to fill up the 300 water balloons and the brat popped them all in less than 15 minutes. He was then forced to dish out the second exercise, but he forced the kid to wait on that. He wanted to focus on the summoning technique. Naruto rolled out the summoning scroll of the Toad clan of Mount Myaoku reverently and he traced his hand reverently over the names and signatures of his godfather and father. He closed his eyes and offered a prayer of gratitude to his father before he nicked his thumb and put his bloody handprint on the scroll and signed the scroll. He rolled it up respectfully and handed it back to his godfather. Now what? Naruto asked. Jiraiya went into his thinking pose. Got enough in the tank to summon a boss summon? Naruto shrugged. Could you put it in terms of chakra cost for a jutsu? Jiraiya thought for a bit, about 2A rank jutsus or a little over his rank. I don't think you know any of those yet, though. Naruto nodded. I can overload lower rank jutsus, but I admit that I do not have what could be described as N's rank. I have plenty of lethality though. Jiraiya cocked an eyebrow at that. Like what? Have you seen my water laser? Jiraiya nodded. It was a jutsu of Lord Second after all. Well, I made a shadow clone combination for it that resembles the storm style out of Kumo. What lightning jutsu did you combine it with? Jiraiya asked. The only one Kakashi taught me, lightning style, electromagnetic murder. I asked him to teach me the Chidori, but he said no. Naruto explained. Jiraiya frowned at that. Why did his student deny Naruto that jutsu? Did he give you a reason why? Your lightning affinity is more than capable of handling that jutsu. The way you can channel it into your taijutsu is proof of that. Naruto shrugged. We have never been close, and it only got worse after the wave mission. Jiraiya put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Sensei told me about that mission and the girl. For what it is worth, I am sorry. A tear fell from Naruto's right eye. Haku was pure and didn't deserve that. I still have nightmares and I remember the sound, smell, look and the very moment that Haku's chakra signature disappeared. They have come back since Anko fell into the coma. Jiraiya pulled Naruto into a hug. Well then, you told me you wanted to get stronger. Let's make sure nobody else you love gets hurt like that. Now, summon Bunta and make me laugh. Naruto stood up and walked away from his clones. He clapped his hands together and focused on gathering chakra to his core. He went slowly and deliberately through the necessary hand signs: boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. He then bit his thumb to get the blood for the summoning exchange and slammed his hand on the ground. The clearing was filled with 3 massive puffs of chakra smoke and the gruff voice of Gamabunta spoke out through the chakra smoke. Jiraiya. Why have you summoned us? Gamabunta shouted. Jiraiya gawked at the 3 main battle toads of Mount Myaoku. Gamabunta, the clan head, Gamma Hero, the aquamarine toad with 2 massive blades, Gamaken, the ungraceful toad with a Sasumata and shield. He picked his jaw off the grass, locked it in place and spoke up, Bunta, it wasn't me that summoned you 3. What? Bunta roared in indignation. Sorry, Gamabunta-sama, I think I used too much chakra when performing my first summoning, Naruto said after jumping down onto Gamabunta's pipe to let him get a better look. Bunta's eyes looked at the blonde in front of his in that trademark sheepish pose that reminded Bunta of Kushina. However, the boy's looks were mostly Minato. You? You summoned we 3? Yup. Naruto answered while shrugging. I gathered too much chakra at once. My apologies for disturbing you. You are ungraceful, like me. Feel free to summon me when needed. What's your name? Gamaken asked. Naruto bowed. I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. That last name is a secret for now though. May I ask you to honor me with your names? Naruto wasn't normally one for formalities, but he wanted to start off on a good foot with his summons. Bunta grunted, Gamaken, the brat needs to pass my test before he can be assigned a familiar. Plus, if he does pass, my son needs to learn to interact with summoners. Naruto bowed to Gamaken, Gamaken-sama, I would be honored to work with you in the future. The best and greatest achievements in life are accomplished by beings that refuse to give up and simply push through. Gamaken croaked in pleasure, I will fight your brat for the right. I am getting old and wish to have a summoner. Bunta slapped a webbed foot over his face before fixing his gaze on Naruto. Are you ready to take my test? Naruto bowed before rising, Gamabunta-sama, I have expended quite a bit of chakra today. I wish to put my best foot forward, could I petition to take your test tomorrow? Bunta grunted, summon me tomorrow at noon and be at full strength. As you wish, Gamabunta-sama. Naruto answered before he was forced to right himself as he fell to the ground. The impact was not graceful and chakra reinforcement was the only thing that stopped him from breaking a bone. Jiraiya laughed as he walked up and slapped Naruto on the back. Leave it to you, Gaki. Leave it to you. Bunta always surprises the summoners with the drop the first time. You handled it well. Good to know. Now, back to work, Kyofu. The next day, Naruto only summoned a few clones to keep working on his Fuinjutsu project. He would be able to embarrass the Hyuga in a way that would devastate their pride and he would do it all in the Uzumaki way. He then walked into his field and Jiraiya watched him summon Gamabunta. He had given the boy instructions on how to summon specific toads and the boy soaked the information up even faster than Minato used to. Bunta appeared in a puff of smoke, and he was accompanied by a toad that was similarly colored. The small toad was burnt orange and had dark blue markings along his lips and across his body. The small toad spoke up, Pops, where is this new summoner at? Naruto raised his eyebrow at the smallish toad. He was only about 5 feet tall and didn't look like he would be all that useful in combat, at least not for a while. I am right here. My name is Naruto, what is yours? The small toad hopped over to Naruto on his head. The toad examined him thoroughly and nodded its head. You look strong. So, can I be your familiar? Naruto shrugged, I need to pass your old man's test and I would like to see if it were possible to have you and Gamaken. I felt a connection with him yesterday, you see. Uncle Ken is cool. I wouldn't mind sharing. You can call me to hang out and you can use him to beat up the bad guys. Gamakichi chatted away and his father listened intently. So, you got any snacks? Do you like beef jerky? I try not to eat junk food. Naruto answered. I prefer candy, but jerky will do. Could you get some candy in the future? Gamakichi asked. Naruto patted the toad's head. I think I can arrange that. Any particular brand? Sour Patch Kids, of course. Although Rolos come in as a close second. Then Cherry Sours, Gamakichi said while taking the question entirely too seriously. Okay, will do. Can you let me take your old man's test now? Naruto asked and Kichi nodded. Gamabunta snatched Kichi up in his hand and set him down next to Jiraiya. That little talk had told him all he needed to know, but tradition was tradition. Okay, brat, if you can stay on my head till sunset, you can have Kichi and Ken as your familiars. 8 hours later, a very tired Naruto and an exhausted Gamabunta laid back on the training grounds. It was an exhausting ride and Naruto didn't know if he could feel his butt anymore. His whole body hurt after the jolting ride, and he was more than happy to lay back on the training grounds. That was until Gamakichi came back with a massive jug of sake. Gamabunta rolled up into a sitting position and Naruto mirrored him. Alright, kid, there are only 2 steps left. First, we drink. Next, we gamble, Bunta said as he shrunk down to Naruto's size. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the shrinking toad act. That's nifty. What game are we playing? Bunta belted out a laugh and a massive puff of smoke escaped his lips. Do you know how to play dice or poker? Nope, I was never welcome in such high-end establishments. Naruto answered sarcastically. The toad had questioned him about his life and Bunta was pissed. Very, very, pissed. Bunta laughed and uncorked the sake. Is this your first drink? Naruto nodded and smiled. I kept focused on my training. My girlfriend drank enough for the both of us. The faraway look made Bunta not push further on that one. Instead, he filled a mug and shoved it his way. Bottoms up, kid, Bunta said before downing his mug. 3 rounds of dice and 6 hands of poker later, Bunta was drunk and pouting, and Naruto's head was spinning. He thought he had an immunity to all poisons, but evidently that didn't apply to sake made in Myaoku. Jiraiya had joined the two but remained content to sit on the sidelines and watch the show. He had such a peaceful smile on his face that no words need be said. Bunta broke the contented silence. Alright, Naruto, you are now a full summoner of the Toad clan. You can have my son and Ken as your familiars. I like your idea about bonding with multiple generations of Toads to better integrate with the clan. Jiraiya agreed to summon Ma and Pa for the Chunin exams. Feel free to summon the clan and get to know them throughout the month. If you are half the summoner and shinobi your old man was, then we will have a great time with you. Naruto beamed a smile at the Toad boss. Naruto already, eh? I graduated from brat and kid in just 1 day, Naruto laughed with Bunta. Thanks, boss, I appreciate it. I will be sure to bring the Toads out to join in my training. Can Gamma Hero shrink sizes too? I need someone to practice Kenjutsu with. We all can, Naruto. We can't grow, but every Toad can shrink. Bunta informed him. Interesting. Alright, well good night and thank you for today. Naruto finished in a tipsy boy for Bunta. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.